Wherever you are joining us from around the world today. Welcome to the Asia Pacific Business Forum. You are at the opening session titled The Future of Global Value Chains and Implications for SMEs. We'll be getting started here in just a few minutes, so please go ahead and get settled in, get comfortable, and we'll get started here in just a few moments. As you get settled, I would just like to let you know that we have a couple of features that we'll be using with Zoom webinars today. The chat function will be open throughout all of the sessions today, so feel free to write your comments, write your inputs, write your questions into the chat. We will also have a Q&A function in sessions after the opening plenary to ask questions of the panelists today. My name is Hermes, and I'm joined here by my colleagues Abigail and Irene, and we'll be your technical facilitators today at this session and throughout the rest of the day. If you have any questions at all, please feel free to message us privately through the chat in case you have any issues with Zoom. Again, welcome to today's session, the opening session of the Asia Pacific Business Forum. We'll be getting started here in just a few minutes, so please hang tight. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon from wherever you are in the world today. Welcome to the Asia Pacific Business Forum, the future of global value chains and implications for SMEs. We're at the opening session today, and we will begin in just a moment here. All right, I believe that we are ready to begin. So for today's opening session, I would like to hand the floor over to Dr. George Lam, Chairman of the SCAP Sustainable Business Network and non-executive chairman of Macquarie Infrastructure and Real Assets Hong Kong Limited. George, the floor is yours.
Executive Secretary Abu Amida, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're from. I warmly welcome you to Asia Pacific Business Forum, which has been held since 2004 annually. The APBF is the major convening point for the SCAP, Sustainable Business Network, or ESBN. The objective of the ESBN is to scale up business ambition and action to accelerate the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and associated sustainable development frameworks in the Asia and Pacific region. This year's APBF, or the APBF 2020, is very special due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The APBF 2020 is now held digitally in cooperation with ESBN. And we will witness the participation, active participation from hundreds of people, stakeholders from all walks of life, in particular, governments, business, civil society, and academics from all over the region to identify, discuss and identify innovative solutions and recommendations to address the challenges and utilize the opportunities for business, in particular, SMEs, because SMEs account for over 95% of all enterprises in all economies, and therefore, the bedrock of economic activity. Today, we will focus on a good discussion on the challenges and opportunities for global value chains, and in particular, the role of SMEs. So this agenda is full of actions and solutions and new ideas, and it's collective efforts from everybody, all the stakeholders. It's urgent, it's meaningful, because we don't have much time left. There's only 1 decade left now for us to work together to achieve the SDGs. Thank you very much. Warmly welcome to the APBF 2020 again. Now, I have the pleasure to hand over the floor to invite Executive Secretary Ibu Amida Saucia Alice Jabana, Under Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of SCAP, to deliver her opening address. Abu Amida, please.
Thank you very much, George. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all participants to the Asia Pacific Business Forum 2020. The theme of the forum is the future of global wealth value chains and implication for small and medium enterprises. Sustainable connectivity, both trade and transport, has been an indispensable driver of the Asia Pacific region's pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals. With the active involvement of the SMEs, bedrock of the real economy, it is vital for governments to revisit the advantage of international markets and regional value chain. COVID-19 pandemic and its socio-economic impacts are changing the policy architecture in Asia Pacific. During the past 3 quarters of this year, 2020, several key economic and trade sectors, including labor-intensive manufacturing sector and businesses that rely mainly on supply chain, have been hardest hit by the pandemic, by the crisis. According to the latest data, about 62% of regional export take place through value chain, which account for about 15% of the Asia Pacific GDP. These value chains are enabling countries to achieve faster growth through expanding their business expansion across diversified markets. I would like to highlight two focus areas to work further on the value chain and its implication for SMEs within the current regional context. First, let us emphasize the importance of multilateralism, regional cooperation for value chain. The world has become more interconnected, and global trade and investment have surged significantly, allowing for the development success of, especially of our region, Asia Pacific. With the increase in trade, investment, and business opportunities, a wide network of global and regional value chain has enabled cost-effective and efficient production and trading processes. Through active participation in this supply chain, SMEs in developing countries have become one of the most reliable economic growth drivers, especially in our region. Apart from trade, the ongoing tensions, management of the pandemic is challenging the future of business and regional value chain. This has resulted in severe negative impact to the SMEs to keep their businesses afloat. Furthermore, climate change, including the frequent occurrence and severity of hurricanes, typhoons, along with persistent droughts and flooding, are affecting millions of people linked to SMEs. And the second focus is that we must emphasize the role of business in addressing the challenges and potentials of value chain. Let us strengthen and expand global and regional value chain that can drive business and job opportunities. The current crisis has necessitated the importance of reshoring and consolidation of hubs and architecture of the value chain in our region. By raising business resilience, SMEs will be in a better position to participate in value chain and offer new investment opportunities. Notably, trade and supply chain have continued to function during this crisis, this pandemic, in induced lockdowns, as customs and other government institutions actively work to streamline the procedure and turn to contactless and paperless trade. It was evident that SMEs survived the crisis due to their agility to speedily move towards digital business operation. For example, businesses in textile, apparel, footwear, transport, and other sectors have almost entirely converted to digital operation. The future of value chain, therefore, is promising. SMEs in our region are in the forefront of attracting international investment with their growing expansion. By adopting new business practices and digital platforms, these value chains are becoming more adaptable to changing conditions. Excellencies, distinguished participants, in the sustainable recovery phase, the government and business must work together to ensure resilient and sustainable value chain. Let me focus on several policy issues and directions for your further deliberations and consideration. The first one is to ensure the development of modern and sustainable technologies in all fields, especially in the digital, medical, renewable energy, and agricultural area. Governments need to provide the appropriate supporting policy and regulatory frameworks to allow for an effective and efficient collaboration within the public-private investment mechanism. The second emphasis is to promote resilience and sustainability along all supply chain. While government can promote responsible business practices, businesses leading the supply chain need to demand sustainability for raising resilience and competitiveness. Third is to encourage more and more participation of women. So women-led and managed SMEs across the value chain in our region. Government can provide the appropriate legal framework to facilitate doing business and catalyze women's entrepreneurship. And fourth, the last one is to enhance sustainable regional connectivity in trade, transport, energy, and ICT. Through ESCAP's intergovernmental agreements and framework, such as the Asian Highway Network and the Trans-Asian Railway Network, member states and business participants have leverage the cross-border connectivity in overcoming barriers to border closures and other logistical challenges. Excellencies, distinguished participants, I recognize a continued commitment of our member states to work together and open borders for health, business, and economic activities. It's very encouraging to note that Bangladesh and China have completed their domestic ratification process of the Framework Agreement on facilitating cross-border paperless trade, while Mongolia's formally acceded to the Asia-Pacific Trade Agreement. These concrete policy steps will further steer the value chain and SMEs to contribute fully towards sustainable recovery from this pandemic. Going forward, I'm pleased to inform you that ESCAP Sustainable Business Network, ESBN, is open to involve new members to further enrich this active and dynamic community of business leaders and participants. ESCAP is fully committed, along with all UN family, to working closely with member states, private sector, all stakeholders for building back better. As we mark the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, I urge the private sector to adopt sustainability as the guiding principle for advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in our region, Asia Pacific. I would like to wish all of you a very successful Asia Pacific Business Forum 2020. Thank you very much.
I thank Ibu Amida for her inspiring opening address. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency, Vice Minister of Commerce of Thailand, to deliver his inaugural address through a recorded message.
Distinguished participants, good morning. It is my pleasure to be here today to address the important theme of the future of global value chain and implication for SME. SME are evidently the core of our economic activities, not only for Thailand, but also for other countries around the world, particularly in terms of employment, wealth, and innovation generation. According to the United Nations, SME accounted for over 95% of our enterprise in our economies. Therefore, promoting SME connectivities to the global value chain and overseas business expansion is extremely important for sustainable economic development. The global value chain has long been instrumental in creating opportunities for SME to access international market and expand their businesses with relatively low entry barriers. Nevertheless, the COVID-19 pandemic has presented significant challenge for economic development of both the Asia-Pacific region and entire world, as it disrupts the flow of goods and services across the regions. Therefore, the global value chain, which has been a powerful economic driver for the last decades, was severely affected. In addition, the COVID-19 outbreak revealed the fragilities of global value chain when it comes to external shock and reinforced relocation and reshoring trend, and thereby causing SME vulnerable to economic fallout. However, one crucial opportunity from the economic downturn is that it offered the chance to rebuild. This is the time to act and strive for more sustainability in global value chain, which is one of the key objectives of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We must also ensure more resilience in the global value chain by becoming more transparent and participatory and enable the people to express their opinion toward development strategies. In this regard, This is the government's responsibility to play a leading role to a new context. There are several means where policymakers can do to promote more regional connectivity and build supporting environment such as negotiating multilateral and regional free trade agreements and promote strategic partnerships. More support in the form of trade facilitation policy and trade barrier reduction should also be provided. This is expected to create a massive business opportunity for SMC. Moreover, the public sector should promote platform economy and e-commerce. More innovative means of trade and business promotion such as online business matching, virtual trade fair, or hybrid thereof should be promoted as alternative to traditional business matching and trade fair. This is to increase resilience and reduce risk for business and penetrating overseas market in the face of the new normal. More importantly, more support in the form of capacity building program and resources such as digital infrastructures, finance, skilled labor, technology, and network based on market demand should be provided to get SME involved in the value chain. Furthermore, increasing consumer trust in product in form of quality standard, safety, and traceability should also be further emphasized by SME as they are a part of new consumer behavior. Government in turn must be more transparent and predictable to enable private sector to plot their business strategy effectively and should hold closer dialogue with the private sector and the public promote conformance for standard and measure within the regions. As for Thailand, the Ministry of Commerce has adopted the above strategy as has seen notable success in enabling many SME to participate in the global value chain during this difficult time. Localization and development of domestic market has been emphasized to ensure that the Thai economy is strengthening from within. At the same time, digital technology has been fully utilized to get product and service from the Thai SME and farmer display on the e-marketplace worldwide. Moreover, a number of capacity building programs has been constantly put in place to train Thai SME to apply digital technology to transform their businesses as well as to create young generation business owners. And lastly, we never fail to pursue bilateral and regional economic cooperation, and most notably ASEP, to diversify the value chain and create business opportunity for Thai SME in the long run. I hope you find this idea useful and promising. I trust that most of us believe that economic restoration through global value chain can only be possible when every country and every sector work together. It is integral that the government, private sector, civil society, and economic from all over the regions work together to establish new and better practice in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the world economic development. Lastly, I would like to thank United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific and the relevant institutions again for organizing the event today. I'm looking forward to learning and seeing new ideas being discussed later. I wish the Asian Pacific Business Forum 2020 all possible success. Thank you.
Maybe due to technical issues, I cannot be seen on the video, but I like to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency, the Vice Minister of Commerce of the Royal Government of Thailand for his inaugural address. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to the keynote speakers from the business sector. First of all, I give the floor to Mr. Kalin Sarasin, Chairman of Thai Chamber of Commerce and Board of Trade, Thailand. Please.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Today the topic is future value chain and implication for SME. So first of all, I think that SME has to adapt very fast to this changing environment. From learning from COVID pandemics, I can see that the keywords is manage risk. It's very important because uncertainty you cannot see in the futures. So to keep cash is very important. As also that scenario planning, you have to see what's going on in the futures. Because right now the changing customer behavior is changing with the disruption and also changing demand. So right now technology disruption play an important role in our business model. So how can you match this demand? How can you create the trust? How can you distribute the products? How can you sell the product online? This is all the question we have to see in the futures. So fast to market and fast response to the market, very important. In the old days, we said that global supply chain is important. But right now, we think that the shorter supply chain, value chain is more important. The shorter, that means that maybe regional supply chain or maybe domestic supply chain is very important. We can see that the past 6 to 7 months in Thailand right now, we depend a lot on local supply chain. Especially, I say that, for example, automobile, in the old days, we depend on a global supply chain. But right now, we change to local supply chain. So right now, we have to wait for the truck at least 3 months to serve the market. So we have to change our value chains. How can we do it? And also, for the value chain for services, especially for tourism. Last year, we had about 40 million tourism come to Thailand. But with this infected pandemics, so almost zero inbound tourists. So we have to change our business model. So now we have to change the model to local quarantine for the hotels. And also in each hotel, we have to change ourselves to emphasize on restaurants. And also how can we sell the food from the restaurant in the hotel online. This is have to change more and more. And also in the value chain of food. So we need for sustainability and also traceability. How can we create trust? And right now, Thailand become the global hub for the food. So we send a lot of food to supply the whole world right now. So this is one of the things that we have to change our business model, and also how can we shorten the supply chain and also the distribution to the market as fast as possible. So I like really emphasize on the regional supply chain, shorter supply chain, very important. So in summary, I want to saying that SME has to adapt to the fastest changing customer demand and behavior, and also how can we shorten the supply chain. Well, thank you very much for sharing your thought. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. This very good presentation by Mr. Kalin Sarasin, the Thai Chamber of Commerce and Board of Trade, Thailand. I now have the pleasure to invite Ms. Dion Siswani President, Director, and CEO of XL Axiata Indonesia, which is a major mobile telecommunication players with an important role in value chains and helping SMEs. Please.
Good morning, Excellencies. Good morning, everyone. Selamat pagi, Bu Armida. So today, the discussion is about SMEs. So on this opportunity, I will share XL Axiata's experience in running a support program for micro, small, and medium enterprise entrepreneurs. We view that micro, small, and medium businesses play a crucial role in the Indonesian economy, similar to what was said by Ibu Armida, and contribute greatly to the economy of people at all levels, including middle to lower income people in Indonesia. In addition, MSMEs are also an economic buffer in all regions, from urban areas to remote areas, and are spread throughout the vast territory of Indonesia. When the COVID-19 pandemic occurs, as it is now, SMEs are one of the economic sectors that can still be the life support for millions of Indonesians. The importance of the role of SMEs in Indonesian economy has been our concern for a long time. We will be very glad to grasp the opportunity to contribute to SME advancement with the help of our technological resources and expertise at XL Axiata. In addition, Axiata has also supported women's empowerment called SisterNet for several years. One of its main programs is to provide education on the use of digital technology to support SME businesses run by women. Through the SisterNet program, we created digital literacy classes in dozens of cities in several provinces in Indonesia, with female participants who have strong desire to advance their small businesses by utilizing digital technology. We have embraced communities that support the goals and visions of advancing women. By that, we gain support from digital industry players who have social programs that share the same vision as us as well. They include practitioners who can build mental womenpreneurs, photographers who teach photographing products, digital marketing practitioners who teach marketing through social media, to people who have successfully marketed their product through e-commerce. Our efforts on supporting women and their endeavors to improve the quality of life also receive massive support from the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology and also the Ministry of Women's Empowerment and Child Protection. We now have joint programs with each ministry in order to allocate the benefits of digital literacy classes that we organize to expand exponentially. Currently, SisterNet program is increasingly focused on developing female SMEs through the Sispreneur Incubation Program. This program is more focused on providing education and assistance to program participants consisting of women who are SME actors. The Sispreneur program has 3 stages: product ready, market ready, and also digital and marketplace ready, each of which seek to improve soft skills for small business development by utilizing digital technology. Soft skills taught include womanpreneur mindset, financial readiness, target segment, market and branding strategy, as well as product photos and promotional design. Also up to the introduction of digital promotional channels such as social media and marketplaces. During the pandemic, the SisterNet program has held online education classes by utilizing various video conference channels such as Zoom, YouTube, and social media platforms such as Instagram Live. All online classes can be accessed via digital platform. SisterNet has held various online classes with various themes, such as digital literacy, or how to go digital for SMSC, even for a theme like digital parenting. All programs are designed to run sustainably in the long run, as the system does not only provide education, but also mentoring and also monitoring. The COVID-19 pandemic has motivated us to continue to maximize this educational program for SMEs. In early August 2020, together with the Minister of Women's Empowerment and Child Protection, we launched a Sisterpreneur incubation class aimed at women micro entrepreneurs in 4 provinces. The program aims to connect women micro entrepreneurs with digital technology. Then what is the relevance of this support program for SMEs to the business run by Excel Axiata? Increasing capacity and digital literacy, especially for women activists and owners of micro, small, and medium enterprises, requires the support of telecommunication and digital products. The SisterNet program can open up new businesses opportunities according to needs, as well as make beneficiaries as new acquisition targets. Up until now, SisterNet mentoring program for women who are SME activists has reached more than 1,500 female SME managers in 14 provinces in Indonesia. Meanwhile, education through the SisterNet website and also application has been attended by not less than 27,000 beneficiaries. We hope that we can continue to develop the support for MSMEs with various related stakeholders, both with the central government, local government, as well as NGOs and civil society activists. By the end of 2020, we hope to increase the number of beneficiaries to around 35,000 and increase again next year up to 50,000, covering more provinces in Indonesia. Through SisterNet, Excel Axiata also participated in International Forum G20 Empowerment and Progression of Women's Economic Representation, or EMpower, by sharing experiences in managing special competency improvement programs for Indonesian women as an effort to advance and empower adult and young women in the country's G20 and non-G20 countries. From our enterprise business, what we have examined so far in our SME segment, that 52% of them experienced a drop in sales during this pandemic. However, 65% of them are saying they will invest in technology moving forward to cope with the changes. Looking deeper, 85% are saying they will invest in digital selling tools. Furthermore, when we ask about connectivity, more than 60% are going to invest in network management, which telco is playing a big role in providing just that. And hence, our approach this year is to go beyond basic connectivity, which includes providing digital collaboration tools to empower MSMEs run their businesses in this pandemic situation efficiently. We are providing more and more services on top of our connectivity to cater the needs from MSMEs. For example, remote working collaboration, ERP, CRM tools, and even HR tools via partnering with well-known SaaS provider. This, we believe, it will play a significant role to boost SME businesses' continuity. In the effort to amplify MSME's digitalization, we launched BizStore, a marketplace to provide a one-stop shop for MSMEs during these tough times, where businesses need instant solutions at their fingertips. BizStore will have a seamless journey from discovering services that is suitable for them, detailed inquiries, ordering, up until delivery and customer support in one integrated platform. We hope that all this program, especially SisterNet program, actually will help SMEs in Indonesia to the next level, to help them growing and to help them succeed. That is the experience of Excel Axiata in developing SME in Indonesia. Hope it will give benefit to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Dian Siswarini, President Director and CEO Excel Axiata Indonesia, for her keynote speech. Now I'd like to introduce Mr. Robert Candelino, Chief Executive Officer and General Manager, Unilever Thailand, Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos, PDR, Singapore, and Malaysia. Unilever is a multinational consumer goods company with a lot of efforts put in sustainability. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Candelino to deliver his keynote speech. Please.
Thank you very much, George. Thank you all for joining us today. And indeed, thank you for inviting Unilever to be a part of this iconic event. It's been in constant operation since 2004, I understand. So it's a real privilege for us to be participating in this today. A little bit about Unilever for those who may not know. We are indeed, as George said, a consumer products company. We are an international organization. We operate in 190 countries around the world. We operate in 3 large divisions, our food and refreshment group, our home care business, and indeed our beauty and personal care business. Every day around the world, 2.5 billion people use a Unilever product. And so for us, we're very, very proud of the footprint that we have. Interestingly, as we talk about SMEs and partners and our extended value chain, we have 300 of our own factories globally. We also help support and work with over 700 third-party manufacturers. We have 400 plus logistics and warehousing facilities, all of whom, small SMEs, medium-sized, large organizations, help us deliver 150 billion pieces or products to consumers around the world each year. In Asia, specifically, we have an equally long and proud heritage. We have multi-generational businesses across most of the countries in Asia, iconic businesses in countries like Indonesia and India, the Philippines, in Malaysia, in Thailand, a business that, as George said, I have the great privilege of leading. We will be celebrating our 88th birthday on December 20th of this year. We are the largest advertiser in the country, partnering with small and medium and large international advertising agencies. We are the market leaders in 2/3 of our categories in which we compete, and we have the great privilege and honor that every day, every Thai uses a Unilever product 3 times. And we say all that all the time in our business. We talk about these stats and figures regularly, not to be self-congratulatory, quite the opposite, in fact. We say it because these are very poignant and stark reminders of both our opportunity and indeed our moral and ethical obligation to be a responsible business in the way we conduct our operations. And in fact, given our great privilege and our scale, we are in a unique position, we think, to impact value chains, to make business a force for good in the world. In fact, at our very core, globally, our purpose, our existence in the world is stated to be, we want to make sustainable living commonplace. That means we believe that you can't have a healthy business on a sick planet. It means that we believe business should indeed be a force for good in the world. We believe that human beings should all be treated equally and fairly. We believe it is heartbreaking and devastating that 800 million children go to bed hungry every day. We believe that everybody has the right to fair living wage and should have an equal opportunity to succeed in life, regardless of your gender or your sexual orientation. And in so doing, we believe that we can demonstrate that you can both be a thriving, prosperous business enterprise and be a positive, influential actor in society. And there is particularly where our ability to work through this very robust but complicated value chain in which we operate in can really bring value to society at scale. It gives us a unique opportunity, we think, through this substantial network of partners, suppliers, customers, government relations, to create that compounding impact. Now, let me give you an example specifically on what I mean, just one of many examples. In plastic waste. 9 of the 10 largest ocean polluting nation states in the world are in Asia. It is heartbreaking. And what all of them have in common, for the most part, is that there's no formal collection system for waste. The consequence of that is much of the waste discarded from homes and individual consumers, and indeed industrial waste, ends up in landfills, or even worse, in rivers and estuaries and streams. And very tragically, now we're seeing evidence in indeed marine life itself. Much of this can be repurposed. Much of this can be reused. There is inherent value in virtually all of this waste. But without a collection system, it gets discarded and it's never ever used again, and it's left to pollute our environment. In Thailand specifically, we generate, as a country, about 3 million tons of plastic waste. About 20% of that gets recycled. Virtually all of that is PET plastic, think water bottles, think clear plastic. The vast majority of the rest of it does not get recycled. And all of that does have some value in society. What we need to do is figure out a way to capture it, either upstream, where consumers are using it and actually the disposal and the collection of it, or indeed actually from its origin, how plastic indeed is generated or regenerated from our partners in our supply chain. And while Unilever, in that 3 million tons in Thailand of plastic waste, Unilever only represents 0.1% of that total amount. In the grand aggregate, we are insignificant in terms of the contribution to the plastic pollution issue. However, plastic to us is a vital element in our raw materials that we procure from a variety of partners in our supply chain, in our value chain, in order to facilitate the delivery of our products to our end consumers. Therefore, we do not feel like we can be a bystander in this issue. If the use of plastic and its lack of collection system or its lack of recycling in the environment is a problem, we must leverage our network and our supply chain and our value chain to actually be part of the solution. To that end, we have made significant commitments on this issue. Globally, we have said by 2025, we will make all of our packaging 100% reusable, recyclable, or compostable. We will reduce our overall plastic use by 100,000 tons throughout our operations. We will cut in half our use of virgin plastic, and we are committed to collecting more plastic than we use through the entirety of our value chain, from its sourcing to its end use. Now, as far as we can tell, these are pretty ambitious plastic reduction goals. Again, 1,000 tons. This is not, we don't say that because we want to be ambitious. We say and commit to these things because we have an issue and we want to be part of the solution. However, it's very important in a discussion about value chains and how the role of SMEs in particular can help. We don't have all the answers to how we're going to achieve these goals. We know that we're committed. We're signaling to the world this ambition and this commitment. And what we're trying to do is inspire throughout our value chain all actors, governments, NGOs, technology companies, private entrepreneurs, small, medium-sized, anyone who believes that they can help solve the issue of plastic waste, we welcome at the table. This is not something we believe we can solve alone, but we want to inspire everyone to try to be part of the solution. Plastic is just one of the many issues where we're taking decisive action on how we leverage our value chain and our scale to, again, be a force for good. A couple of other examples, we have publicly committed that by 2039, we will be carbon neutral in our operations globally. That is 11 years ahead of the Paris Accord. We will have a deforestation-free supply chain by 2023. That's just a couple of years away. We're very, very proud and committed to that ambition. We are working with small farmers around the world to subscribe to a new regenerative code for all suppliers on agricultural raw materials. We want to create more sustainability for farmers everywhere in the world to supply products to companies like Unilever, and indeed to give their own nuclear families generational prosperity. We will implement water stewardship programs in 100 of the most stressed water areas in the world. And we will use our partnership with the Water Resources Group, a global organization, to scale water resilience programs around the world. And very notably, we've been very public, we will invest 1 billion euros over the next 10 years. It's 100 million euros a year for the next 10 years in a climate and nature action fund. This is across a myriad of challenges that countries, communities, societies face around the world, and Unilever wants to be part of the solution. And we will leverage all of our value chains, all of our expertise, from logistics to sourcing to manufacturing to delivering to indeed communicating with consumers how best to care for the planet and drive sustainable business in the future. These are just some of the actions we are taking, but again, I will finish where I started. These are ambitious goals. We are very proud of our success and our ability to make a positive impact. We take that again as a moral and ethical responsibility and opportunity. We know from experience that when we partner throughout the entirety of the value chain, when we invite all stakeholders to the table to solve the most consequential issues that we face in societies and indeed as individuals and communities, we know we can solve the problems. There is no lack of resource. There is no lack of ambition or ideas. What it means is collaboration. And small SMEs, small, medium-sized organizations, large organizations, non-governmental organizations, partners, suppliers, and indeed consumers all need to be invited to the table to help us solve these issues. We are committed to these, obviously, through the actions, just some of the actions that I've highlighted. And indeed, we hope to invite others to join us as we attempt to solve some of society's biggest challenges. Thank you very much again for the time today. And I hope all of you, wherever you might be in the world, remain safe and healthy. And thank you very much for organizing the conference.
I thank Mr. Robert Candelino, Chief Executive Officer and General Manager, Unilever, Thailand, Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos, PDR, Singapore, and Malaysia, for his keynote speech. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to Madame Sanda Ojiambo, Executive Director, United Nations Global Compact Office, to deliver her keynote speech. Please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, business leaders and friends. It is a pleasure to join you today for the Asia Pacific Business Forum. My name is Sanda Ojiambo, and I am the CEO and Executive Director of the United Nations Global Compact. For 20 years, the UN Global Compact has been uniting business for a better world. Through our 10 principles spanning human rights, labor, the environment, and anti-corruption, we guide and inspire companies around the globe to act responsibly and advance the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. By leveraging the private sector's market-driven solutions, innovation, and technology, more than 11,000 companies participating in the UN Global Compact are committed to building a sustainable future. Small and medium-sized enterprises, or SMEs, are at the heart of our work. The world simply cannot achieve the Sustainable Development Goals without support and leadership from SMEs. In fact, more than half of all the companies in the UN Global Compact are SMEs. They work closely with our 68 country-based local networks, which connect business, the UN, government, and civil society, all to advance the 2030 Agenda. For example, Global Compact Network Bangladesh partnered with the International Labour Organization, UNICEF, and BRAC Bank to host workshops for SMEs engaged in manufacturing, trade, and services. These workshops covered supply chain sustainability, decent work, and responsible management, with an emphasis on the 10 principles of the UN Global Compact. In another example, close to home for many of you, Global Compact Network Thailand has organized a series of webinars encouraging businesses to deepen the integration of the 10 principles into their operations and supply chains. With a spotlight on SMEs, these webinars aim to set the stage for sustainable recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, the coronavirus crisis has raised enormous challenges for businesses of all sizes. COVID-19 has both exposed and exacerbated the fragility of supply chains and other global systems. The pandemic has also revealed the troubling deficits that define our world today, from staggering levels of poverty and inequality to the persistence of norms and practices holding back marginalized groups, to a weakening of international cooperation and a decline in trust in institutions. But SMEs have been hit the hardest. These businesses have the most limited financial resources, and yet they account for more than half of all private sector jobs worldwide. In the manufacturing sector, for instance, the current crisis has affected production worldwide. It has altered the predictability of demand. It has created unforeseen gaps between suppliers and manufacturers. All the uncertainty puts added pressure on suppliers. Such pressure may well result in more labor rights violations and greater risks for already vulnerable suppliers and workers, especially among SMEs. To counter this threat to decent work, companies can apply the 10 principles of the UN Global Compact to their supply chain relationships. Every business should treat its supply chain as an extension of its workforce and its community. Many companies, perhaps most, would really like to do so. But we know that bridging the gap between policy and implementation has proven difficult for them. While 94% of UN Global Compact participants report that they have established policies and practices to advance labor rights, only 29% conduct labor impact assessments of their operations and their supply chains. Incorporating labor rights and sustainability into a company's supply chain is a complex task. Success is not assured, but inaction is indefensible. Global supply chains are an important lever for positive business impact. Most importantly, they create jobs. For millions of workers, however, jobs in these supply chains means precarious work, low wages, and inhuman hours. The COVID-19 pandemic, as tragic as it is, presents an opportunity to change that. By acting responsibly now, we can enhance the sustainability of global supply chains and strengthen their contribution to inclusive economic growth in developing and emerging economies. In the end, this shift will benefit SMEs and workers most of all. The global pandemic and economic crisis we face today, together with the urgent need to tackle climate change and inequality, should push us to redesign and redefine supply chains. It is time to make them not only efficient, but also more balanced, more just, and more resilient. If COVID-19 has taught us anything, it is that our economies and societies are built on a brittle foundation, that our collective well-being depends on that of every person on Earth. With this lesson in mind, the private sector must embrace sustainability and make sure that we leave no one behind. Business as usual is no longer an option, and business cannot act alone. In this crisis, partnerships are crucial. As a global community, we will recover better only if the public, private, and non-governmental sectors work together. That is why I'm delighted to report that the UN Global Compact, the UN Development Programme, and the International Chamber of Commerce have joined forces to launch a COVID-19 private sector global facility. With a special focus on SMEs, the facility will help companies and other stakeholders collaborate nationally and internationally to recover from the pandemic and to deliver on the SDGs. Initially, the facility is concentrating on projects in Colombia, Ghana, the Philippines, and Turkey. The geographical scope will expand as the facility develops. I believe that this initiative will provide further proof that we can build more resilient economies using the 2030 Agenda and the 10 principles of the UN Global Compact as our guide. As the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative, the Global Compact calls upon business leaders everywhere to support SMEs and other companies workers, and local communities that have been devastated by COVID-19. And I urge businesses in the Asia Pacific region to join the compact if you are not yet participating. Together, let us construct a new paradigm of sustainability for the post-COVID world. Together, we can unite in the business of a better world. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Madame Sanda Ojiambo, Executive Director, United Nations Global Compact Office, for her keynote speech. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Sandeep Chauhan, President, Fiji Commerce and Employers Federation, to deliver his keynote speech. Please.
Sorry. Right. Thank you, Dr. George, Your Excellencies, fellow panelists and participants. It's a pleasure to be a part of this panel and to be a part of this group to share global value chain, or the future of global value chains and the implications for SMEs. Obviously, being in a country which is far, far away from the rest of the world, certainly far away from Asia, SMEs play, like any other part in the world, they play a large part in the Pacific Island countries. About 70% of businesses are MSMEs. So we can imagine the impact the global value chain can have on our industries as well as our economy. When I received this request to be a part of the panel, my task had been that I try and present as much of a Pacific opinion or a view as much as I could, so that we could share and see how best we can ensure that, like the UN says, no one gets left behind. The global value chains are a challenge for the Pacific Island countries for a number of reasons. A, accessibility. We're very far away from most major markets. Example, Asia, Europe, America. We have high logistical costs, so freight is not cheap. Almost all Pacific Island countries are highly import reliant, with big deficits in balance of payments. Closed borders or delay in shipment has led multinationals to rethink if they ought to have products manufactured in faraway countries, and the Pacific is no different. Not that we've got a huge production facility in the Pacific Island countries, but it is still a challenge. Most M&Es that we do have in the Pacific are for products like fish, because obviously the Pacific is the largest supplier of tuna. Fiji water, which all of you would have heard of, is another product. So they're far and few in between sort of thing. One of the other lessons we've learned through the pandemic is that if we're importing raw materials out of other parts in the world, the global supply chain is disrupted, whether it be because there's a logistical problem and we can't get freight in on time, or a cost problem, or a combination of both. With scarce resources, Pacific Island countries do not have the ability to manufacture most of these products locally. So they have no choice but to rely on the raw materials to arrive in time or to carry excess stock. In most cases, businesses here would carry stocks worth 3 months of lead time, so that they're never out of stock. But then, as you would all know, that takes a lot of toll on your cash flow. Now, the question is, how can we get developed countries to assist Pacific Island countries in bringing global value chains to Pacific Islands to create an equitable economic world? One of the other things we've seen during the pandemic or through the global value chains is that the cheaper labor or the lower cost of operation has meant that there is a balance, or there is an imbalance in the wealth being created from the developed countries to the developing countries. We've seen a focus more within our own country, which is Fiji, and perhaps a few of the Pacific Island countries, of employing more people. So there's promotions to keep locals employed, to ensure that people are buying locally made products more and more, so that the businesses locally can keep more people employed. Tourism was 70% of our GDP, which is practically zero now. So you can imagine the devastation this has taken on the economy here. So there's now a more of a significant push to have local tourism, and which though has been successful, but doesn't quite yield the same dollar value. However, it does bring some workforce into employment, which is perhaps some may argue better than nothing. But it does beg us to think how can we change the ratio so that the economy is not reliant on one particular industry over the years. Moving on, because the wage rates are so low, it is difficult for workers in the Pacific region, and perhaps maybe Asia as well, to have sustainable savings which can be used during pandemics or crisis. A lot of the people that we have in our country, employees especially, are possibly now going back and using their retirement savings. Some are still in employment and having to utilize their retirement savings. Perhaps we need to reconsider and develop trade in Pacific Island countries by eliminating barriers, as opposed to develop government providing aids to Pacific Island countries. We may need to come across a model which will help Pacific Island countries tap in or promote developed countries to import more and more from, say, Pacific Island countries or developing countries, to assist the micro and the small medium enterprises. A sustained approach in this way and engaging SMEs can help achieve providing long-term business and allowing them to grow and become sustainable and provide employment and economic growth. And that is our view. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Mr. Sandeep Chauhan, President, Fiji Commerce and Employers Federation, for his keynote speech. I think this was very good, coming all the way from the Pacific Islands and in the Indian Ocean. So at this juncture, I think we have completed this first session of the morning with all the keynote speeches. I think we have some time left, but not much, before we start again at 10:30 a.m. Bangkok time sharp. I'd like to thank all the speakers once again, and thank you for all of your participation. And I look forward to seeing you all again at 10:30 a.m. sharp. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your kind attention this morning for the opening session of the Asia Pacific Business Forum. We will be beginning the next session, opening plenary session, for plenary session 1, Challenges for Value Chains and SMEs in Asia and the Pacific, in approximately 23 minutes at 10:30 a.m. Bangkok time. You can join the next session by clicking the link in the chat, or by going to your participant guide, where you will find the link next to plenary session 1. The session will not be open until a few minutes prior to the start time, so please do not be alarmed when you see a hold screen come up when you click the link. So at this time, we encourage you to go ahead and do whatever you need to do to get ready and settled for the next session. And we are looking forward to hosting you at plenary session 1, Challenges for Value Chains and SMEs in Asia and the Pacific. Thank you again for coming to the Asia Pacific Business Forum, and we're looking forward to your participation throughout the day. Again, thank you everyone for attending the Asia Pacific Business Forum 2020. The opening session has now concluded. Please switch to plenary session 1 by clicking the link in the chat or by going to your participant guide provided to you, where you will find a link next to plenary session 1, challenges for value chains and SMEs in Asia and the Pacific. We will begin promptly at 10:30 a.m. Bangkok time, which is approximately 21 minutes from now.
Let me get this screen up for you.
Thanks, Abigail. So they'll see basically, there we go. Oh, perfect. They'll see the name of the session, plenary session 1, as if in a few minutes we can make a decision about whether or not to take Miss Elise's name out if she's in fact not joining.
Correct.
And
we can take that decision at 9:20.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us early today. We're getting the webinar started early, but we will start the session exactly on time at 10:30 a.m. Bangkok time, which is in approximately 4 to 5 minutes. My name is Irene, and I will be one of your technical facilitators today, joined here by my colleague Abigail, both here to just make sure your experience on Zoom webinar is really smooth. You are here for plenary session 1, Challenges for Value Chains and SMEs in Asia and the Pacific. Really glad to have you join us. Let me take this opportunity to give a few instructions on how we will be interacting with each other on Zoom webinar today. The chat will be open for you to share your inputs, write comments, but if you have questions for the panel specifically, we do request that you use the Q&A window to submit those questions, because only the questions there will be answered. You also have the option to upload questions if you would like. And during the Q&A session, we do welcome opportunities for you to step in and intervene. If you wish to intervene, please go ahead and use the raise hand function within Zoom to let us know that you'd like to intervene. And we will consider them and ask for your interventions accordingly. Once again, I'm Irene. I'm going to stop the technical announcements for now, and I'll repeat them later as more attendees join. We'll be getting started in a few minutes here. I'm going to go over the technical spiel once again for those of you who are just joining us. Greetings to all of the participants who are watching the forum on YouTube. Really glad to have you be here with us as well today. The chat in the Zoom webinar will be open for you to share your inputs and comments. We will take your questions in the Q&A window, in which you can upload the questions you're interested in. For those of you who are joining us on Zoom, we do welcome you to raise your hand and intervene during the Q&A session if you would like to. I see that there have been new attendees who are just joining us. Welcome once again to plenary session 1 at the Asia Pacific Business Forum 2020. The session is titled Challenges for Value Chains and SMEs in Asia and the Pacific. I am now very happy to give the floor over to our moderator for today, Mr. Asif Ibrahim, Vice Chairman of the New Age Group of Industries, Bangladesh. Asif, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Irene. Very good morning to all of you in the plenary session 1 of the Asia Pacific Business Forum 2020, where we will talk about challenges for value chains and SMEs in Asia and the Pacific. The global value chain is, they are indeed facing many challenges, including trade wars, increasing nationalism and protectionism, natural disasters, including impact of climate change, economic slowdowns and possible recessions, in particular in the wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, to name a few. It is expected that rebuilding value chain requires the rebuilding of trust among all stakeholders based on a new normal. As multinational companies and enterprises are increasingly consolidating and shortening their value chains and repatriating many of their overseas operations, the challenges and implications are particularly severe for small and medium-sized enterprises or SMEs in the developing countries in particular. This session will discuss the implication of these challenges for value chains, particularly for SMEs, and how both government and businesses and both MNEs and SMEs should respond to manage these challenges. And to talk about this very exciting topic and the prospects, we want to invite distinguished keynote speaker, Mr. Stanley Kang, who is the chairman of the Joint Foreign Chambers of Commerce of Thailand. We also have amongst the speakers, Dr. Rubana Haq, who is the president of Bangladesh Garment Manufacturers and Exporters Association, BGMEA in Bangladesh. We have Mr. Su Chun Thai, who's the president of Electrical and Electronics Association of Malaysia. We have Mr. John West, who's the executive director of Asian Century Institute, and Mr. Bauzan Bektemirov, who's the chief economist of Management Board of the Astana International Financial Center in Kazakhstan. I have now the pleasure to give the floor to the keynote speaker for this session, Mr. Stanley Kang, Chairman of Joint Foreign Chambers of Commerce in Thailand. Mr. Kang, what are the main challenges faced by international business operating in Thailand, not only because of COVID-19, but also as a result of global trade tensions, among other challenges? Over to you, Mr. Kang.
Thank you, Ashraf. Thank you of the invitation from the UNSCAP. First, that you know that since these 2 years, that the trade war was there. So a lot of international supply chains relocation that we have been all planning for those relocation. And especially all these trade war, we are trying to see that what's the opportunity when the multinational company and also a lot of relocation on the supply chain and back into Southeast Asia, especially in Thailand. So in Thailand, we have the special economic zone we call the EEC, the EEC area. I think that will be very good for the foreign investment to come in to investment in Thailand. But of course, no one knows that this year we will have the COVID-19 pandemic to affect all the investment here. So from our Joint Foreign Chamber of Commerce in Thailand, we see that the three things is happening here. First, a lot of trade war make the relocation. And we believe even after the election, the trade war will still be there. And how can we adapt to the trade war's solution? That we have to work very hard to find out a better solution for that. And of course, the technology technology revolution are continue going on there. We will not do the business in the same way as in the 2019. And we believe that the impact from the COVID-19, and we can see that after the post-COVID-19, within these 2 years, a lot of things will be changing, especially among our members, 90% of them are SME. And we are providing a lot of knowledge and brainstorming and to talking to our member, what will be the situation after post-COVID. We believe that this 2 to 3 years is a year of brainstorming and rebuild the value chain and supply chain in each area. And SME and MSME is always the small size and very flexible and very innovative. So that we have to see that how we're going to rebuild all this one and using the support of the SME to rebuild the economic there. So for us, that we focus on 5 points. The first, most of the country and they don't have the clear system to put the SME and the MSME into the system, right? So we think that this time, and especially a lot of government, we told them how can they move themselves to become more e-government, to keep all this information and data of the MSME and SME, so they can give the right support to the SMEs. And another thing, the second thing that with all this SME, they have a lot of, we need to push on the recognition of the all assets of as assets, because otherwise SME were very difficult to get the finance during their growth there. And was third, that during the pandemic, I think this time most of the big company and then the financial financial banking, they have no problem, but they were coming with a lot of challenging on the SME. So we do urge the Thai government, and I believe in many countries, they got to give a right way to give the financial assessment to the SME, and so that they can see that how can they go to this period. And of course, digitalization, like I had to say that before that, the 5G or new technology of communication, IoT, and that will be the driven power of the new way of business. And then how can we and use the new technology to suitable for the new normal of life? That's what we have to push on. Of course, as the largest foreign investment and organization in Thailand, we do provide our recommendation to the Thai government. I think that a lot of regulatory burden, we got to take this time, this opportunity to reform it, to ensure that the power engine of the SME can survive and can be much more stronger, even before the COVID-19 and after the COVID-19. And of course, there's a lot of new technology, a lot of alternative source of finance, and we are thinking that the SME and then on the supply chain are getting more on that. So for us, that we believe that the SME is the power engine, and for all its new supply chain to rebuild it up. One thing is also a very strong index to see that each country, especially in the Asia Pacific area, during this COVID pandemic, and how can we recover from the economic situation. I think the recovery of the SME and how the performance of the SME and MSME will be the index of the performance of the economic recovery in the COVID-19 situation. So I believe that within the next 1 or 2 years, and then the things will be driven by the SME and for the new supply chain in the Southeast Asia, and due to the COVID-19 and due to the trade war. And lastly, I have to thanks very much for your invitation, and we really see that the importance of the SME and SME in our economic supply chain. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kang. Very crisply, you put your points across, very specific 5 proposals in terms of how we should proceed getting the SMEs on board in the bigger picture of things, because they are almost always ignored in many of the countries, not in the mainstream. We have to bring the mainstream, and you suggested how to go about it, particularly since we have the COVID and during the recovery phase. Now, I'm going to go to Dr. Rubana Haq, who's the president of Bangladesh Garment Manufacturers and Exporters Association. Dr. Haq, the RMG sector in Bangladesh plays such a critical role in the national economy, not only from the perspective of GDP, but also from the perspective of women empowerment, among others. And this industry has been facing a massive challenge since the onset of the pandemic. How are you, as the president, and the sector coping with it, particularly from the perspective of the small and SME manufacturers that you have in your membership? Dr. Rubana Haq.
Thank you, Asif, for giving me the opportunity to address the session. Indeed, I mean, all I can say is in our listed data within BGME, the Garments Manufacturers Exporters Association, we have around 642 SMEs. And out of the 642, they basically export $2.83 billion. And, they employ workers around 342,000. So that's SME by definition from Bangladesh, meaning those who export less than $5 million. Now, let me also remind you that Bangladesh exports $34 billion. So out of 34 billion, 2.83 billion is done by SMEs. So the challenge, the SME challenge has been actually very, very critical and incredible. Access to finance, our keynote speaker has mentioned that, access to finance is really not a struggle for maybe Thai SMEs, but for Bangladeshi SMEs, it has been quite difficult, quite challenging. And, the stress tests, they're going to fail the stress test. And we have a feeling that, 1 out of every 5 SME is going to become bankrupt because, one, they don't have the power to negotiate with the financial institutions. And number 2, though the government of Bangladesh and the Honorable Prime Minister has been kind to announce stimulus packages for these SMEs, what has happened is it still depends on the discretion of the bank. So basically, it depends on the bank-client relationship. So if we take that into consideration, then these SMEs actually face a lot of challenges. And to tell you what, Asif, they weren't SMEs when they started. They were probably bigger. But, with time, with the multiple challenges, they've actually come here. So many have also reduced or scaled their operations down. So at times you're in the mid-tier and you either go up and graduate to the next tier, or what you do is you just take a back seat and say, hello, but, I think we need to scale down. So many of the scaling downs also were happening. And at the same time with COVID, this has literally shown them the exit route as well. So COVID we know that, the year 2019 kind of ended with the sense that the global economy was in for a turbulent 2020. Tensions between major trading partners and powers were on the rise. And, there continued to be concerns about inequality within and between countries, and climate change issues remained on the agenda. And then came COVID. So, everything put together, we knew world consumption would be down. There was a clear indication of that. But at the end of it all, COVID was surreal for Bangladesh and for the world, of course. But SMEs in Bangladesh, what is mostly the extreme point of vulnerability of SMEs is access to finance. So that is something, and the challenge to restructure. Now, World Economic Forum thinks that, SMEs are the new gazelles of the century. Are we positioning ourselves that way? Are we viewing ourselves that way? We're not. We're not, because for us, the infrastructure around SME also has to be equally small and beautiful, which it isn't. There are very few SMEs in our country that we see who are positioned to take off and go to the next level. So there has to be a concrete focus on the RMG, the ready-made garment sector SMEs. There are other SMEs in our country, but when it comes to ready-made garment sector, we don't give them enough attention. And, I don't have any specific answer to that, except for saying that, access to finance for these SMEs need to be enhanced. It has to be seamless, because most of the times, the bigger groups, the bigger industries get the larger share of the cake, and these SMEs don't have it. And also, these SMEs go through another challenge, which is the compliance challenge. So there are infrastructural challenges, because everything's limited for SMEs. They don't have huge, world standard infrastructure. At the same time, there is a finance challenge, so limitation in infrastructure, limitation in finance, and also limitation in compliance. It takes a lot to make them appear to be small and beautiful. They're small, but they're still not beautiful. So absolutely, I think what needs to be done is the government to come in and make a special place for SMEs, because we also need value addition. We don't know what tomorrow's consumers are going to buy. So it's consumerism is also very special now. It's very tailored. Everybody wants to buy, everybody wants everything tailor-made. So under this situation, Bangladesh garment factories are really not positioned to do that tailored manufacturing. So in this case, we can take advantage of the SMEs because of their smaller structure and positioning. We can do value-added items through these SMEs. So value addition, attempting to do the niche, tying them with, maybe more of fashion, and trying them out for, using more man-made fiber, which is absolutely in high demand, and making them attempt to produce women's wear and children's wear would help the SMEs. So we need a little bit of restructuring within our product base. We also need to understand that these SMEs may be positioned even for sector diversification. So there are lots of ways to help SMEs. SMEs, let us also not forget that they come with a lot of promise and a lot of hope. The startup culture globally has shown us that whatever is small can be beautiful and can be bold. So in order to make SMEs bold and beautiful, we need to stand by our side, and policymakers must make sure that these SMEs get the ultimate boost, and that they can add to value addition, because Bangladesh has basically 5 products which are very basic, and product diversification has not really set in. So if we could also think about clustering the SMEs and creating a bigger hub, that would also help. So our keynote speaker mentioned the economic zones of Thailand. So we have so many economic zones coming up. If we could have just one dedicated economic zone only for the SMEs, then that would help. Only for SMEs for ready-made garment sector, then that would help. Because special attention is needed, special care is needed. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to scale them up and take them to the next level. Otherwise, it is survival of the fittest. And as we know, the smaller ones never survive under pressure. So I rest my case there, and I hope Bangladesh government comes forward and tries to at least do the maximum that it can for the SMEs. And Honorable Prime Minister is very, very vigilant about this. And even yesterday, she has literally said that, we must help the small ones. So there is a focus. We just want more focus on the ready-made garment sector and the related SMEs, which we have. Thank you, Asif.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rubana Haq. I like the 2 keywords that you talked about. We want to make the SMEs bold, and we want to make the SMEs beautiful. And you have given specific recommendations and proposals. You've talked about the access to finance is a big issue. And perhaps if a dedicated zone is set up for the SMEs, a lot of these bottlenecks that we face with them can be overcome. The political will is there, you mentioned, by the Honorable Prime Minister. So we just have to make sure everything is mobilized. I think implementation and mobilization is the key challenge that we have in Bangladesh for the SMEs, and particularly from the RMG sector. Now it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Su Chun Tai. He's the president of Electrical and Electronics Association of Malaysia. Mr. Tai, my question to you is, we all know how the small electrical component part has played the role for Malaysia's tremendous economic growth that we had seen over the last 25, 30 years in the ASEAN, assembling, the electronic boards and those products. The shift has been there from Taiwan to Malaysia, and it had played a very important role. I'm sure that in your association you have diversified memberships of big companies as well as small ones. Can you please tell us, since the COVID started, what are the challenges your membership is facing, and how you're planning to go about, whether the government has come forward or not? How do you plan to have the bigger picture in terms of getting back to building back better for your sector in Malaysia? Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Asif, and good mornings and good day to all our audience. Wish everybody stay safe and stay healthy. First and foremost, I would like to thank UN and SCAPE for inviting team to Asia Pacific Business Forum. So I would like to start the theme, what you have highlighted. Team, I just want to give some brief of the team first. Team, the Electrical Electronic Association is a representative body of the electrical and electronic in Malaysia, which was established since 1952 to promote orderly growth and development of the E&E industry. Our membership stands about 1,900 members, which comprise of companies, individuals, states associations, E&E of the E&E industry in Malaysia. Okay. Team participate actively in national development through assisting the government to shape policy and regulations that affect the E&E industry in Malaysia. Now, just now what you highlighted, for the E&E, electrical electronic in Malaysia, are very wide spectrum. Okay, so generally, it consists of number one, semiconductors industry. Number two, electrical power distribution, renewable energy, RE. Number three, office and data processing equipment. Number four, telecommunication, sounds and videos, and etc. So they are very wide spectrum. Therefore, E&E in our Malaysia E&E industry contributes about 40% of our Malaysia GDP. Okay, so team members, through our members, we are mainly in electrical, power distribution, RE, lightings, equipment, installation, testing, and etc. It consists, in our team, it consists of three main sector groups. Number one is manufacturing. We have a group of manufacturing. We have a group of electrical contracting and services. And then number three is we have a group of trading and distribution. Now, I wish to give you some current situation of M&E, SME in Malaysia. The COVID-19 pandemic's attendance which affect on the market and commercial activities. And it's presenting range of challenges to the electrical electronic E&E industry. This is recently, we have some research which is based on BCI survey recently. So what is the survey? There are 6 came out of the challenges. Number one, the highest one, they are worried about weak economic condition, which is contribute 89%, the survey. The second one is 57%, they're talking about rising cost of doing business. Number 3 is 41%, more competition. Number 4, 31% labor issues. Number 5, 25% regulatory issues. The last one is number 6 is 24% supply chain issues. So, and actually, supply chain issues, although it's important, may not be the biggest concern of our E&E SMEs in Malaysia at the moment. The main concern are still weak economic condition and rising costs of doing business. Now, I wish to give you some of the scenario of the contracting business because we have our members contracting groups. Some construction in our country, projects have been delayed or cancelled as a result of the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. The possible supply chain bottleneck of equipment and material, including steel for electrical conduit pipes and PVC raw material, which are important for the manufacturing and installation for the cables and conduit accessories from other parts of the regions, could cause project delay in presently funded projects or reduce spending in future one. In terms of managing manufacturing business for the E&E supply chain, in E&E manufacturing sector for the SME, had to move quickly to secure supply chain and manage component inventories. As the outbreak began to be contained and economic activity revived, many SMEs will be re-evaluating their supply chain resilience. In the E&E production sector, we anticipate a strong sentiment in favor of many localized and shorter supply chain. The risk and return ratio of global supply chains, which with their traditional labor arbitrage and other factor cost advantage, are likely to have shifted when viewed through the COVID-19 lens. For example, we may see the sourcing of many precursors and starting material for the E&E industry being relocated closer to the final stage of production and the end user market. Government stimulus initiative. Our government stimulus action helps to give a lifeline to E&E segment. So what they have given our package via the package of income tax waiver, hiring incentive, further moratoriums, extensions, and the special relief fund, matching grant, potentially making situation more tangible for SME in this E&E industry. At the same time, major projects such as infrastructure, road work, MRT, maintenance job, and etc. will continue without delaying. Target funding on digitalization, automation, industrial 4, and etc. to the SME and supply chains in the E&E industry, which is in the present situation. This is important preventing the possible meltdown in the E&E segment, which could avert the possible loss of one of the major income generator in Malaysia economy. What are the incentives that the Malaysian government are promoting? Tax incentive for company relocating into Malaysia. Number one, zero tax for 10 years for new investment in manufacturing sector with capital investment between 300 million to 500 million. Zero tax for 15 years for new investment in manufacturing sector with capital investment above 500 million ringgit Malaysia. Number third, 100% investment tax allowance for 3 years for existing company in Malaysia relocating overseas facility into Malaysia with capital investment above 300 million ringgit Malaysia. In short, I will say that the growth or the economy set to be rebound by 2021. Way forward, by the way forward, my take for this COVID-19 pandemic there are opportunity of business moving forward, such as like what have been publication through the World Economic Forum, powering the Great Reset, as the speaker and the welcome keynote speaker from Mr. Kang, digitalization, Industrial 4.0, as well as SDG goal. For consumer, employees, and partners, the shift of behavior have been swift dramatically since the onset of the COVID-19 crisis. Internet usage have risen by 70%. The use of the communication apps have doubled, and some video streaming service has been daily usage rise 24. It have never been so aware of our dependence of digital models, and we are not going back. With the power of digital technology so visible, which today we have demonstrated presently now, leading company must now use technology to transform business itself to deliver for the broader set of stakeholders. Last but not least, for the United Nations SDG goal. On the SDG, it is expected that there will be environmental setback in the pandemic aftermath. Although we are happy with the initial improvement in the pollution and carbon emission, thanks to the movement control restriction, this will be bounce back effect in the environment when economy reboot and return back to the normal. Worse still, sustainability may take the back seat as businesses try to revive the economy, which may drive the environmentalists up to the wall for sure. I thank you, and I hope everybody stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thai. I didn't know that your sector contributed to almost 40% of the GDP of Malaysia. So it's very, very important, the role that your sector plays. And you talked about the key challenges and the survey you mentioned, which is, I think it's very interesting to see the issues of rising cost of doing business, issues of labor and the regulatory bottlenecks. Those have been reinforced and restated by most of the members of your association. And you talked about how the government has come forward with stimulus, tax waiver, and some special relief funds. And of course, going forward, the challenges and using the digitalization to face the challenges of the Industry 4.0, particularly from the perspective of sustainable development goals. I think, thank you very much. I think you've covered it quite comprehensively. And we got a picture of the E&E sector of Malaysia. Thank you very much for your time. Now from Kuala Lumpur, we go over to Adelaide, Australia, to listen to our friend, Mr. John West, who's the Executive Director of Asian Century Institute. Asian Century Institute is an NGO and research institute. It conducts research and analysis and participates in policy dialogue to foster a better understanding of the opportunities and challenges of the Asian century. A successful renaissance of Asia in the renaissance in Asia offers prospect of peace, prosperity, security, and stability the world over. But a close reading of Asia's situation suggests that the future is full of great economic, social, and political risks and possible fractures. And none of it can be more prevalent since the inception of the COVID-19 and the challenges that these businesses will face. So based on the experience of your institute, the ACI, and the research, post-COVID research that you've conducted, can you please give us your outlook regarding the topic that we're discussing today? Over to you, John.
Thank you, Asif, and thank you very much to you for inviting me to this very important session. I'd also like to congratulate the earlier speakers, Mr. Kang, the keynote speaker, and Mr. Siu, also Rubana, for making important contributions to the session. The first thing I'd like to say is that in your introductory remarks, Asif, and also the other speakers, there was some pessimism about the future of global value chains. People expressed concerns about the trade war, natural disasters, and now COVID-19. I recognise that there are challenges facing global value chains, but I'm less pessimistic than yourself. And I'd like to give one example, which is the example of Japan. The Japanese government is offering incentives for Japanese companies to take their global value chains back out of China and move them either into Japan or either into Southeast Asia. And the reality is that very few companies, very few Japanese companies, are actually interested in moving their value chains out of China. And the reason is quite simply that today China is not so attractive as a low-cost place for doing business, but China's big middle class provides a very important market for global value chains. And so for Japanese companies, they're very keen to stay in China because it's a very good place to do business and exploit the local Chinese market. Another reason why some companies are not so keen to remove their value chains out of China is that moving from China to, say, the US sometimes doesn't have the skilled labor to replace Chinese labor. It doesn't necessarily have the skilled component manufacturers to replace Chinese manufacturers. And we see this in the case of Apple. Tim Cook sometimes is under pressure from Donald Trump to bring back manufacturing from China to the US. And he says, I'd love to do that, but in China, we have thousands and thousands of engineers. In the US, we don't have it. In China, we have thousands and thousands of component manufacturers who we can use, but in the US, we don't have it. And so the idea of moving value chains out of China sounds a good idea, but in the short term, it's not very practical. Many companies have massive installations in China, massive factories, massive suppliers of component manufacturers, local SMEs in China, and excellent staff. So I don't think that we're going to see a massive movement out of China, particularly back to Western markets. In light of the factors I mentioned. And secondly, to the extent that we are seeing some movement of value chains out of China, I don't think they will go back to the Western countries for the reasons I mentioned, and they will move to other Asian countries. So Asia overall, as a whole, will not lose to the extent that value chains move out of China into Vietnam, out of China into India, or out of China into Indonesia. We see some movement there, particularly into India and into Vietnam, and that's a positive for China, for Asia. And in fact, it's a little bit natural that as China is climbing the global value chain, that lower cost activities move out of China into other destinations. But even here, we have to be realistic. You know, Vietnam's total population is about 100 million. China's total population is 1.4 billion. Now, the sizes are just so different. It's just physically impossible to move all of China's global value chains out of China and into Vietnam. It just doesn't work. And even in the case of India, which is the only country which is comparable in size to China, India doesn't have the infrastructure, the skills, the component suppliers to match China. You can move a few factories, you can move some things out of China into India. You can't move a lot. And so I'm less pessimistic about the future of value chains in Asia. And thirdly, I'd like to mention on top of that, looking at the future of the Asian economy, China actually is growing again. The Chinese economy is growing. And so you know, the future of the Asian economy may not be so bad. We don't know, but we can't rule out the possibility of a positive scenario. So that's just a few comments about And in China, there's lots of evidence of that happening, where smaller Chinese SMEs are being hired by companies like Foxconn. The Foxconn is the company that assembles the iPhone and other products for Apple. So it is very possible for SMEs to be part of the global value chain, even if it's just a component supplier or a local manufacturer. But Rubana is correct, and also Mr. Hsu, that SMEs do face big problems, and the key problems are, of course, access to finance, number one. And a problem has been, of course, lack of digital competence. And so these are the two challenges that governments need to address to help SMEs be more competitive in global value chains, to help them have better access to finance, and to encourage them to digitalize and become more modern so that they can become more competitive. But even here, I would say that bigger companies have a role to play in helping SMEs, not just governments. And a problem we have here in Australia is that very often big companies don't pay SMEs their bills, or don't pay them on time. And it's a big, big issue. You have a tiny company that has to pay wages, has to pay rent, that is owed money by a big company, but because the big company is a big bully, it doesn't pay on time. And so our government has been putting pressure on big companies to pay up small companies because the small companies are an important part of the whole system. And really, we need to have big companies showing greater corporate social responsibility to help SMEs, because big companies need SMEs. They can squeeze the SMEs and get as much out of them as they want, but if they kill the SMEs, it's bad for them. So we need to have more enlightened behaviour on behalf of big companies in helping SMEs with their finance by paying the bills, and maybe also helping them digitalise, because if an SME is in a business relationship with a bigger company, they have their IT systems hooked up together. And so there's a great interest for big companies to help digitalisation. So I think we need to look for governments to provide help, but we also need big companies to help SMEs because it's actually in their interest overall. So to summarise in short, my view is that I'm less pessimistic about the future of global value chains in Asia. And secondly, I recognise that SMEs are a big issue. And of course, SMEs are almost over 90% of the enterprises in Asia. They employ over 2/3 of the people in Asia, so it's critical. And we have to help SMEs, but big companies also should help SMEs too. So that's just a few comments.
Thank you very much, John. You have correctly identified that if there is a shift because of the lack of competitiveness or for cheaper resources like labor availability, it is going to be within the countries of Asia, particularly the developing countries would be mostly benefited as the cost of production goes up in developed countries like China. And we already see that trend. And we already have a China +1 strategy many countries are trying to pursue under the broader framework. Thank you very much, John. I think you've given a very optimistic perspective about the future of the SMEs in the Asia and the Pacific. Thank you for your time. Now, from Adelaide, Australia, we go right over to Astana in Kazakhstan, where we have Bauzan Bektemirov, who's going to join us. Astana International Financial Center is the organization he's representing. He's the chief economist of the management board. The AIFC plays a pivotal role in positioning itself as a global center for business and finance, connecting the economies of the Central Asia, the Caucasus, EAEU, West China, Mongolia, Middle East, and Europe. Over to you, Bauzan. Can you please give us your perspective from that part of the world regarding the topic that is being discussed here today? Over to Bauzan.
Thank you, Asif. It's a great pleasure for me to be on this panel and to talk about the SMEs and the supply chains in the region. And obviously, in general and for our region in particular, the SMEs play an important role in the economy because they provide jobs they usually drive the innovation when opposed to large companies in the government. For example, they are much more agile, much more innovative. And then their product is not necessarily, but usually is consumed locally. But unfortunately, the SMEs don't have significant reserves to carry through economic crisis when both demand and supply diminish significantly. And this year, they have suffered significantly, not only in the region, but globally. So in order to support the recovery, we need to pay a great deal of attention to the recovery of SMEs. As I mentioned, they don't have significant resources and would start to lay off people quicker than the large organizations, because large organizations usually find the ways to keep people. So what needs to be done from the government? First, it's a direct support for those who have lost their jobs, support for struggling SMEs, which have difficulties during the crisis that will continue to operate in the post-crisis period, such as the cafes, restaurants. They need that. They need support. They need just to get through the crisis, and then they will hopefully resume their business as usual. We need to support subsistence farming because this is an important part of the ecosystem. Secondly, it's incentives for local business substitute imports, because we face higher entrance barriers. We have weakening local currencies in emerging markets that we've seen globally. And we have little mobility of goods globally because of the supply chains. And then the governments can also introduce the programs to support local production, especially in the SME sector. For example, manufacturing in China, while being wider than just SMEs, is a good example as well. For example, in Kazakhstan, we also introduced such programs. The President Tokayev championed the Economy of Simple Things program, which exactly is aiming to help the businesses. And our anti-crisis measures include an increase of funds for this specific program. Then we can also learn from SME and support them in innovation. Many SMEs, which survived the crisis, proved to be resilient and adopted new technology, especially when talking about like the smaller startups and high-tech companies. They even thrived. Like e-commerce, tech-related companies have proven that the crisis can provide new opportunities. And these issues are being addressed in Kazakhstan, both in short and medium-term plans. The government has provided tax breaks for more than 700,000 entrepreneurs. The payments have been deferred. The opportunity has given to refinance loans on more favorable terms than in normal times. It is planned to provide state subsidies for loans, capital replenishment program in the most affected sectors. I think the government is allocating about $1.9 billion US for the program, which is for a small economy like Kazakhstan is quite significant. So another great initiative was supported on improving the regulatory stance. I think it's a high time to actually remove all the regulatory barriers. We need simpler, more robust programs and the codes instead of convoluted ones that we used to have. And obviously, we target to increase the gross product of the SMEs to support the economic growth in general and support the formal employment in SME sectors. I think that the entrepreneurs engaged in the SME will become the backbone of the nascent middle class. And I think that we've spoke about the rise of the middle class in China, which was very important for them. And this will be important for the emerging markets in Asia, Asia Pacific, and in Central Asia as well. So the middle class will increase the productivity, the average income. It hopefully will propel the economy from the lower middle income tier to the higher middle income and even high income tiers. So for countries emerging in frontier markets, it's very important. And then to reiterate my point, when talking about economic recovery, we must think in 3 dimensions or in 3 stages. There was a nice framework proposed by BCG of 3F. So the first F is flatten, as in flatten the curve. The second F is fight the consequences. And third F is the future, ensure the steady economic recovery and subsequent growth. So SMEs play an important role in all 3 Fs. They need to keep afloat while we're flattening the curve. They will play the important role in economic recovery. And then they can and should probably become the driving force in the future, something that many countries, including countries in the region, are still lacking. Well, now in the remaining time, I want to talk very briefly about another important part of the value chain, is the ensuring the financing part, especially in emerging markets of Asia and Pacific. So as Asif said, I represent the Astana International Financial Center, and our goal is to improve financial sector, and most importantly, financial intermediation to ensure sustainable investment into the economy and to support SMEs and MNEs alike. So to put some structure to my notes, to ensure the support for the local and regional economies, the government and the private institutions can either decrease the cost or support funding for households and businesses. During the pandemic, we've seen various cost-cutting measures, such as tax holidays or tax breaks. I just mentioned some of them. But on providing the funding, there are also two ways. You either improve financial intermediation, or in other words, improve or create channels for funding, or you just introduce new sources of funding. So we can talk about both ways, because the government policies were to create both new sources and new channels for financial intermediation. This time, when opposed to the previous crisis, we don't really have big liquidity crisis. The liquidity still exists, but then the risk and then the supply chains is the main problem. So the most obvious and direct way to support the economy is through the government subsidies, and indeed many governments have done so, and we have introduced a very large fiscal stimulus package. I think in Kazakhstan, it was about 8.5 to 9% of the GDP, which is quite high in relevant terms. And there's also through direct programs or through different industrial and job creation programs. But this type of measure is only possible when the country has ample fiscal space. In our case, it was possible because we had prudent fiscal policy, we had oil resources and the sovereign wealth fund, but it's not the case, obviously, for all the countries in the region. Then, in addition to that, there are also various quasi-government funds to support the economy and encourage foreign direct investment. For example, in Kazakhstan, we've created the direct investment vehicle. That's the Kazakhstan Investment Development Fund, which is also part of the AFC. It's ready to match one-to-one private investment in the country. So whenever a foreign investor is coming, this fund would be happy to share the investment and also share the risk, which is, I think, very important, because we have to de-risk that. Then we have a public policy that allow access to financing without tapping into fiscal space that need to be more elaborate. We need to create good conditions for businesses to grow, to provide access to funding. That's what we're doing at the AFC. We have created the regulation and the legal framework based on the English common law. We've launched the new stock exchange, which has been active even during the pandemic times. It's supported, it's powered by NASDAQ, supported by international financial institutions. Unfortunately, I don't have much time to go into this. Then we need to focus on the right investment attraction policy, because our countries in the region of Central Asia, but also equally important for Asia Pacific, it's still viewed mostly in Central Asia as the source of primary commodities. And now we're focusing on becoming a part of the global supply chains to increase the value within the country, because that's very, very important. And that's why we have to work with the regional SMEs and partnering with the MNEs as well. So the Prime Minister of Kazakhstan himself led the reform. He created the Investment Council. He became the Investment Ombudsman. So this is very important. Then now we're working on the central digital platform for investments in the projects, which I think should play an important role in the future. Now we also have the Specialized Investment Promotion Agency. This is the Kazakh Invest, but the usual IPA. We also have within the AFC Business Connect, which is a specialized company to work at the AFC. And then we also have the whole diplomatic corps have this mission to attract investment to work with them, with the global world. So our Ministry of Foreign Affairs is actually responsible for attracting direct investment. So this is very important. And as I said, government's role is more about providing right regulation platform for private business. I think that's the more important for government, not to crowd out the private investment, but rather to provide these conditions. And there are also some private initiatives. I think one of the recent ones was the crowdfunding platform. It was one of the very first crowdfunding platforms in the region. And then it was launched just before the pandemic. It was at the beginning of the year. And during the pandemic, they actually were able to provide funding, to find funding for SMEs, for small enterprises, not even medium enterprises, small enterprises. I think they helped about like 100 or 150 different companies, even though the check was small, I think, but it still was very important during this COVID times. So I remain hopeful that with the right policies and the right environment, we could ensure some sound recovery, hopefully quick recovery, but at least it should be stable and sustainable. The recovery in the region, in Central Asia, but also in all emerging markets in Asia and Pacific.
Great.
Thank you.
Great, great. Fauzan, very exciting to see the government proactive role that is coming up in Kazakhstan. Talked about fiscal measures, you talked about investment ombudsman that is being led by your prime minister. You talked about the National Development Fund and of course the need for subsistence farming and ensuring that the jobs that has been lost are replaced. So very, very key crucial points that you have mentioned, and we are very happy to see the progress that has been made in Kazakhstan. Sometimes we need to take these good examples that are going on in the region in Asia Pacific and try to share the information and the good practices amongst our member countries. Now I have about 14 minutes before I need to close the session. Already I can see some questions in the Q&A box. The first one I think would be can be answered by Stanley, who's our keynote speaker today. The question is from Mancheno Mena Maria, who's an intern in BizWings. And the question is, what are the advices you can provide to Thai SMEs to overcome the challenges caused by COVID-19? If you can kindly summarize in a couple of minutes. Are you there, Stanley? I don't think Stanley is there. Can anybody else in the panel answer that? Perhaps John?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't.
What are the advices you can provide to Thai SMEs to overcome the challenges caused by COVID-19? General advice.
Global value chains are always moving because competitiveness conditions are always changing. And the key thing is to be as competitive as you can be. And that means having strong human capital, having a strong technological base, being flexible, and being alert to changes in the market. And also, I think an important thing is to be prepared for shocks, to be prepared for surprises. COVID is now a surprise, it's a shock to us all, but it's not going to be the last pandemic, it's not going to be the last shock. So being strong, being flexible, and being alert and ready for future shocks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, John. The second question is from Mr. Niaz Khan, whose questioning is from Pakistan. Mr. Khan is the Senior Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Industries and Production, and he addresses the question to you, John. So please stay with me. He says, what you just said about the bigger companies' role in helping SMEs sounds quite familiar, but do you think the SMEs need to look up to the big companies for their fair share in the value added, or it should be pursued by the respective governments through policy precise measures? So that's also for you, John.
I think both government and big companies have a role to play here. And because of big companies have more power in the relationship with SMEs, sometimes big companies take advantage of SMEs, don't pay their debts on time, and so on. And big companies have an interest in a strong SME sector who they can work with in partnership. So I think big companies have a role to play, even if governments also should play a role.
Thank you very much, John. We have now. I see Stanley is back. Stanley, can you please also give me a couple of minutes worth your insight? What are the advices you can provide to Thai SMEs to overcome the challenges caused by COVID-19?
I think COVID-19, because no people don't expect it that it's coming, right? And then COVID-19 will not be a short pandemic. I believe that we have to stay with the COVID at least 2 to 3 years, right? Because even after the vaccine come out, right, and then people at least need to 70% to inject the vaccine. So probably the earliest time the vaccine can come out probably will be mid of next year or maybe third quarter. So that means that we can see the period of time will be last for another 2 years, right? So I think the SME, I always told the Thai SME, don't complain. Find out what's the best solution, okay? SME, the advantage of SME is that we are very innovative and we are very flexible, right? So there's a lot of opportunity within this crisis. So the SME should take this opportunity, adjust yourself, right, to use the new technology, just like how we're meeting right now, right? And this kind of platform, I believe that last 2 years already have it, but people don't use it. But from now on, right, online, offline, what will be their function after post-COVID, right? So this COVID time will make people's behavior and lifestyle and business model changing. And that's the opportunity of SME. Your SME always know how to adjust themselves in the faster way. So as long as everybody try to think carefully and then get yourself involved with all these new technologies, especially what will be different between the 4G world and the 5G world, right?
Okay.
And then I believe that adjustment and then find out the new way of life and business model. That's the opportunity and best chance for the SME.
Thank you, Stanley. Very, very precise insight. Is Rubana still with us? Rubana, are
very
you there?
much here, Asif. Very much.
Okay,
here.
okay. The question is for you from Sochieta Tachu says, I'm interested in knowing more about challenges of women SMEs in trade. Who better to answer than Dr. Rubana Haq?
Well, for women, it's actually a completely different. Number one, in ready-made garment sector, we hardly have women. So we only have around 50 to 70 women entrepreneurs, female entrepreneurs who are engaged in this trade. But at the same time, we need to understand that these women may not have started these ready-made garment sector units because it's a capital-intensive area, and it's not that easy. When I talk about access to finance and when I talk about the challenges, what I mean is for women, it's even doubly harder. So with so many challenges around it, it's difficult for a woman to basically avail the capital and start a ready-made garment factory. So for SMEs, we have organizations like Midas, and there are organizations which support women. There are women who also are into boutiques. So it's important for them to be financed also. BGMEA has we're about to launch a special project on a line of heritage. So what we are trying to do is get a lot of small and medium enterprises together, especially designers and boutiques, and then link them to export. So it could be a matter of exporting our culture. So that's what we are trying to do. So, the challenge is on scaling up. So if we want to scale them up, they need a buddy concept to help them out with. So the larger manufacturers need to basically do a lot of hand-holding and then, bring them up to speed. Otherwise, there are no specific programs which ensure access to finance for female entrepreneurs, except for a few banks offering mortgage-free loans to SMEs, especially led by women. So it's quite a challenge.
Thank you, Mana. There's a question from Carlos Castillo, who says how we can promote SME joint ventures from different countries to export to another country in the Asia Pacific region. Open to any panelist who wants to respond to this. How can we promote SME joint ventures from different countries and export to another country? Fauzan, will you take that? Or anyone?
Yeah, I can say something.
Well, I'm thinking right now.
Okay, John.
Well,
go ahead.
No, someone else is talking now.
Yeah, the question is, how can we promote SME joint ventures from different countries to export to another country in the AP region?
Now, I think that in Asia now we have a big trade negotiation, which hopefully will be finished soon, RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership.
Okay.
And that's a very important trade agreement, and it builds on the ASEAN Free Trade Agreement, AFTA. I think that these regional trade agreements provide an important mechanism for economic integration between neighbouring countries, and maybe the foundation for cross-country partnerships between different companies. And so I think that trade agreements like this, and we also have the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and Again, many Asian countries involved in that. That can be a mechanism for countries to get together. And if I could say one word, we don't have an Indian on the panel. I hope that India will join the RCEP again.
Okay, thank you very much. Bauzan, would you like to add? I think you wanted to say something.
Yes. No, obviously the multilateral agreements are important. The partnership within the ASEAN, partnership within the Shanghai Organization for Cooperation, the broader Belt and Road Initiative. This is very important. But for SMEs, it's also harder, especially during these times when most of the borders are closed and there are lockdowns. It's very hard there's very little mobility among the countries. So I think one way to do so is just to look at the ways how we can leverage on technology. And because if you want to open the joint ventures, there should be a lot of synergy between these companies. So just leverage on the digital tools, leverage on what can be done. So there are now different proposals on, and I've seen this, like the one that China is promoting as well, the blockchain network, where there are different blockchain hubs in different countries and cities. That this is one way to become connected to larger network. So something of this level could be important, but because otherwise in these times when there's very little mobility, it's very hard for the SMEs to access the international market and work together and be part of supply chains. And then thirdly, the government should play an important role in creating the supply chains, because when government creates a program, and there's also a role for M&E to connect, to become the connecting part in the supply chain, then it could be done. But for SMEs find each other and work together, it's just difficult with the current times. And the only way to do so is through technology. And again, that will only helpful for certain businesses, but not for all businesses, for sure.
Okay, thank you, Bauzan. We have a comment regarding the previous question from my colleague in the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network, Deborah. Deborah Piper says, best way is through local organizations and chambers of commerce. It has to start from a place of need. So the trade promotion organizations can play a very important role in addressing this issue. The last question, I have only 2 minutes. I have to close the session, and it's open to any of the panelists. Economists recommend SDRs to support SMEs during this crisis. Can this forum support and mobilize the mechanism to enable this sooner than later? Perhaps a digital version. From Paddy Padmanabhan. Question is open to any panelists. 1 minute. Okay.
What do they mean? Yeah, the special drawing rights from the. Is that what they mean?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
I don't think it has anything to do with it, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Bauzan? Okay, Stanley, you want to say something?
Yeah, I think that like our joint venture chamber of commerce, we have a lot of webinar, we have classified each sector, and we try to produce a new tool to make a connection, not just in Thailand, also in abroad, to create more opportunity for our members, right? Because we have about 9,000 members, all of them, about 90% are the SMEs, right? So I think technology, we have to use technology, that's how we talk right now. And then we have to use the connection to help each other, right? And we believe to give is to take. So these days we have to give more than before we take it. And this is called investment. So as a chamber of commerce, right, we try to find a solution for our members, right? Of course, the government had to give the support and to see what will be the vision, what kind of classes they should come in. And then as a private sector, we have to adapt to the new technology to ensure that our members to get the right information. And even though we all stay home, we just see that each other were next door. So we can still exchange the information to discuss what will be the next investment. And that's why my recommendation.
Thank you, Stanley. Thank you so much. I really have to close the session. But before I do that, may I ask everybody to kindly turn on their cameras so that we can officially and formally say goodbye. Please turn on our video cameras. Thank you very much. It's been a very stimulating session. Thank you, all of you, for the inputs that you have provided from across the region. I think we've had a engaging discussion, and we have chalked out perhaps in some way the way forward for the SMEs and the global value chain and the challenges that we are facing during these very critical times in the history of the world. Thank you all once again, and I wish all of you the rest of the day is very good, and enjoy the rest of the Asia Pacific Business Forum. I'm formally closing the session.
Thank you, Asif.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Asif.
Thank you.
And thank you to all participants for your active engagement in the Q&A window. If you are joining us for plenary session 2, the link to join plenary session 2 will be pasted into the chat shortly. Abigail, whenever you're able to, thank you very much. So the link to join plenary session 2 is in the chat now. You can also access the link to join plenary session 2, which is beginning in approximately 10 minutes in the participant guide that you've received in PDF format. This room will stay open until 10:50 Bangkok time. So if you are facing any troubles joining the following session, please let me know in the chat and I can assist you. Thank you very much and see you soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Asia Pacific Business Forum 2020. You are at Plenary Session 2, Opportunities for Value Chain and SMEs in Asia and the Pacific. My name is Hermes, and I'll be your technical facilitator today to ensure that you have a smooth experience with Zoom. If you do have any technical issues at all, please feel free to message me using the chat function at the bottom of your screen. We have a number of features available for you today during this session, including a Q&A function where you can insert your questions throughout the session whenever you have a question for any of our speakers. The chat will also be open for your inputs and comments, and you'll also be able to raise your hand to signal your indication that you would like to have an input. Again, welcome to the Asia Pacific Business Forum. We will begin in just a moment here. You are at Plenary Session 2, titled Opportunities for Value Chains and SMEs in Asia and the Pacific. As everyone gets settled in here, I would just like to let you know that we highly encourage any questions that you might have using the Q&A function that you can find at the bottom of your screen. Feel free to click that button and enter any questions that you might have throughout the panel. All right, I believe that we are going to go ahead and get started here. So I will now hand the floor to Barbara Maynard, Senior Advisor at the Peng Group. Barbara, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning from Bangkok. I'm delighted to be here to moderate this session on opportunities for supply chains, for value chains, and SMEs in Asia Pacific. What we know so far is that SMEs are in trouble. The cash constraint has caused so many SMEs to go bankrupt. We know that for a fact, and we know that anecdotally. We also know that from surveys undertaken by the Asian Development Bank and other sources, that the problem is very serious, and that it's possible that over 50% of SMEs are at risk of insolvency in the next 6 months. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is not about restating those problems. We already know them. It is about looking at opportunities and solutions for SMEs in the value chains. Let me put, I like to start by putting one idea on the table. And that's to get coordinated action from business, governments, multilateral institutions, to get international trade moving more aggressively, and importantly, to make available and accessible trade finance to SMEs. This is something that I'm personally engaged in, working with the International Chamber of Commerce, the B20, and other businesses and institutions as an initiative that we are lobbying, advocating around the world. So if that were to be successful, it would expedite world trade, and we think with it, global recovery. But this is not the only solution. There are many more solutions and opportunities. And we are very privileged today to have with us the panel of speakers, all with different expertise in different areas to share with us their views. What is remarkable is the diversity of this group. So we are all very privileged, and I would like to start to call on Mr. Narayana Murthy, the legendary founder of Infosys, to give a keynote address. Narayana, you're an expert on technology. If you could share with us which aspects, which new technologies could help the global recovery, particularly from the perspective of SMEs. So you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary, Mrs. Maynard, my colleagues at APBF of SCAP, fellow panelists, and guests. It is a pleasure to speak at this forum and meet friends, though virtually this time. This congregation is about digitalization, reducing cost, improving speed of response, and handling complex tasks to add value to global and regional supply chains. I will only introduce the digitalization technologies since there are experts on the panel who will speak on the issues of supply chains. Relevant digitalization technologies are IoT, 5G, mobile technologies, cloud, artificial intelligence and machine learning, big data and analytics, blockchain and Bitcoin, and 3D printing. I will limit my talk to just the 4 of these technologies due to lack of time. The term IoT is very nebulous. There is no specific gadget that you can identify as IoT. It is an ensemble of physical machines and gadgets, computing machines, internet and communication technologies coming together to apply the power of internet to real-time process-oriented and event-oriented applications like surgery, enabling automatic driving of cars, controlling a furnace or a nuclear reactor, controlling an aircraft or a satellite, controlling your refrigerator or TV at home, locating a truck in its route, creating and operating smart cities, helping the efficient use of water, electricity, and air conditioning, and of course, many other applications. IoT brings the power of computing to physical activities in supply chains, manufacturing, water and electric utilities, agriculture, healthcare, medical and surgical activities, transportation, security, and many other applications. One fundamental feature of an IoT application is that it operates in real time. In other words, the computer responds within the resolution time of the process that it is controlling. IoT has become possible because of advances in computational power, sensor technologies, digital to analog and analog to digital technologies, and communication technologies like 4G and 5G. 5G scales up wireless communication from 100 megabits of 4G to several gigabytes per second. 5G, when applied with IoT, will usher in many applications. It reduces the resolution time of real-time critical processes like remote surgery, nuclear reactors, and advanced aircraft, satellites, and rockets. It brings down the latency and allows more and more devices to be online concurrently and enhances communication speeds to 3 to 5 gigabits per second. It makes possible virtual reality applications, real-time secure video communication, and high-definition streaming. It brings big data analytics to mobile phone users. It improves supply chain management through better use of a large number of advanced sensors. It brings the power of quick reaction robots to smart factories. Cloud is a network of reliable, secure, large capacity computing and storage forms spread across the world. Cloud allows users to use these facilities through the power of high-speed data communication, no matter where they are located in the world. Cloud reduces cost by eliminating capital costs for you and allowing you to scale up your usage on demand. You pay per use. Since most software application producers have developed the cloud version of their software applications, cloud eliminates the need for you to invest in software development as long as you do not need customization. Cloud technology has contributed significantly to the democratization of access to enterprise computing. Artificial intelligence or AI is about computing machines mimicking human thinking to automate many routine and predictable tasks. There has been much work going on to use probabilistic or Bayesian approaches to artificial intelligence and machine learning. Some of the early adopters of AI are natural language processing, game playing, expert systems, image and voice recognition, robotics, medical diagnosis, and self-driving cars. However, most experts in the field believe that we are still far from a time when the machines can attain the human level of thinking and judgment. Clearly, AI and machine learning have brought lots of benefit to humanity. There is a fear whether humans will be replaced by machines. My own view is that these technologies, when used as assistive technologies, will enhance job opportunities for our youngsters. The past data on automation supports this. Most developed nations embrace technologies enthusiastically and reduce unemployment levels. These technologies will be deployed effectively in a nation if there are three ingredients. They are policies, talent development, and applications. Experts will have to ponder deeply on creating policies that will take advantage of these technologies. These policies should aim to incentivize the use of these technologies in basic facilities like education, healthcare, clean water, air, electricity, nutrition, supply chain, manufacturing, and agriculture. as well as in private investments to make them more efficient, less taxing on the environment, less costly, and more accessible by more people as early as possible. The policy should incentivize the development of talent for learning these technologies. Applications will only be developed if the market values them and pays for them adequately. If the government is the main customer, then speed of decision making, quick deployment, and timely payment to the entrepreneurs are essential. If we did these three things, I believe our youngsters will develop myriad applications of these technologies to suit our needs. Once applications are available to make life more productive, comfortable, healthier, and enjoyable, I have no doubt at all that Asian nations will embrace these technologies very enthusiastically. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yes, thank you very much, Narayana. Thank you for sort of going through this landscape of technology, what is possible and what government needs to do to encourage it. I may just observe that perhaps one application, it could create, as you saying, democratization for SMEs and create, financial inclusion, which is the dream that we've all had for so many years. So it's because of these technologies that objective may be in sight. Let me go on to the next. Correct, please.
As you know, India has been a leader in financial inclusion, thanks to these technologies. Yeah.
Yes, I know India is leading, and the digital identity, I think, is something that many, in fact, is absolutely essential for all economies, for all countries, in order to enable their citizens to operate in the digital economy. India is certainly leading. Yes. Thank you very much. Let me move to the next speaker. Is Harry here? Harry? Okay, let's move to Anne. Anne Petard. You are here. Wonderful. Nice to see you, Anne.
Hello, Barbara.
Hi. Anne is the head of International Commerce and Trade, Asia Pacific of Baker McKinsey. She has recently authored a book called Supply Chains Reimagine, Recovery and Renewal in Asia Pacific and Beyond. So I'm delighted that Anne is here to share with us the highlights of the book, and again, with particular reference to opportunities, solutions, especially for SMEs. The floor is yours, Anne.
Thank you very much, Barbara, and thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this forum. I am somewhat daunted by the session that we just had, but it does echo a few of Mr. Murphy's points, some of the things that I wanted to emphasise. And he talked about there being so many opportunities and different aspects of technology to take advantage of. And one of the themes from our report is definitely that there are lots of opportunities for businesses in changes to supply chain, particularly SMEs. But the big issue is to be across the changes, and the changes that are particularly relevant to a particular SME's industry as well as where they are physically based. And so what we did with the report was we teamed with Silk Road Associates, and we looked at historical export data for the last 2 years, to 2018, 2019. This year the data was a little bit unpredictable, you might appreciate. And we also talked to people in supply chain management roles to understand what's keeping them up awake at night, where are they looking to change their supply chains. And what we wanted to do was make sense of the data and that we were seeing on supply chain and understand if there was one trend, which of course there's not, but sort of understand sort of the main drivers for changes to supply chain. And we distilled things down to essentially 5 key themes. And we noticed that there were lots of differences between industry sectors, and that's really important for SMEs to understand that, consumer goods and retail might be able to perhaps restructure and change their supply chain a bit more quickly than, say, an energy mining industry area. And also we drilled down to the product level. We looked at 350 different product categories to understand, well, while there might be movement of some technology, media, telecommunications, some TMT goods from being manufactured, say, in China to Vietnam, it certainly couldn't be said to be a complete industry trend. And that was important too, to just understand, where there was room to move things in the supply chain and where there weren't. So the first trend that we identified, which won't surprise most people, I feel, was that US-China trade tensions, they're a big driver of supply chain. So we were seeing, particularly in consumer goods and retail and some products in TMT, product shifts, reduction in exports, in particular from China. And, of course, that might give SMEs opportunities in terms of picking up some of the new manufacturing in a different jurisdiction, but it's more complex than that. You have to understand, in particular, that there are still essential supplies needing to be obtained from China for particular products. And so, the SME thinking they can, take opportunities of movement in goods needs to understand, well, what is it that they need to supply? And of course, some SMEs that might be more focused on supplying, say, to a US market, may struggle to do that if they're quite dependent on Chinese inputs just because of the tariff changes. So, very important to understand what's happening there. The second and really the key theme that came out was that companies are going to be looking increasingly to diversify their supply chains. They might be diversifying by finding different customer bases, supplying to different routes, looking to diversify how they transport goods, less air transport, more new and varied shipping transport routes, also looking to change how they get their inputs where they can. And that's understanding where they can is an important factor as well. And so SMEs obviously can look for opportunities there. But one thing that we're seeing, particularly we've had companies looking to sort of thinking that they can essentially lift their supply chain for one jurisdiction, perhaps the manufacturing component, and move it and put it down in another jurisdiction. And it just doesn't work out like that. It's very hard to get like-for-like transfers. And so, again, opportunities for SMEs, I think, if you have a business, a large multinational looking to move to do some manufacturing in another jurisdiction, they may well need to reach out to SMEs to get particular skilled expertise. So those sorts of things, I think, can provide some interesting opportunities as well. The third thing we saw was the China large domestic market, and also in particular China continued investment trends into developing countries is also going to be a big shift and a driving factor for supply chains. And that is relevant, just to remind businesses that, don't forget China. In our survey, most of the European businesses we interviewed had China very much as a priority market for them going forward. So I think very, very important there to sort of remember that. The next thing that we picked up, and we probably could have broken it out into two separate themes, but we had digitalisation and sustainability. With digitalisation, I think SMEs can really shine there. With SMEs that can move nimbly, be quick on their feet. The rise of big data we've already heard about for this session, the ability to use blockchain technology to secure supply chains and track the source of goods. SMEs with good ideas with technology in the supply chain sense, able to use data and applications to identify supply chain disruption risks. I think there's some huge opportunities there for SMEs and particularly being able to move a bit more quickly than big business. Sustainability, we also sort of bundled in here. And look, there's changes with sustainability. We've seen the rise of the informed investor and the informed consumer driving that they want, the companies they're investing in and the companies they're buying from to be more accountable, not just on sustainability, but issues like modern slavery as well. And I think it's potentially a real challenge for SMEs in developing countries that where the developing countries may not yet have the same standards as what the customers and investors expect. And the SMEs who can deal with that issue better and produce things more efficiently and be environmentally friendly, but at a low cost, I think are going to do quite well. And the last thing we had is government intervention, and really it's a carrot and a stick theme there with government intervention. We have the nearshoring and the onshoring and the techno-national drivers and the increases in tariffs to try and as governments try and I guess get more comfort that they're protecting the local economy. But we also have the carrot here. We've seen so many incentive schemes, research and development packages that governments are offering, and a lot of those are targeting SMEs. And I think my final point there would be, I think it's really a challenge for governments to get this right. And I've sort of been involved in lots of conversations where people have many different views about how governments should build these incentives, whether they primarily focus on SMEs or whether they also have to attract the big multinationals so that they will themselves have work to feed the SMEs. So it's certainly a very interesting space and lots to go on. So I might conclude there now and hand back to you. Thanks, Barbara.
Yes. Yes, and that is very insightful, and thank you for sharing with us. I like to come back to you on one thing you said about the digital supply chains and how that are really benefiting SMEs. But I like to do that at the end of the session. So I just want to alert you. All right. It's now my pleasure to actually move to another consultant's report, this time from McKinsey, and that's Harry Seep, who is the McKinsey partner in Bangkok. And McKinsey has recently issued a publication, a study called Risk, Resilience, and Rebalancing in Global Value Chains. Harry, in this publication, McKinsey posits that the companies need to better understand that risk exposure and to evaluate strategies to minimize the growing cost of disruption. Please, could you share with us the highlights of your study and also your focus on risk and risk mitigation?
Yes, thank you, Barbara, for this introduction, and also thanks to all my panelists who have already shared great insights in there. So I will do my best to add a bit based on the research that we have done, right, across value chains, and we'll also try to tease out some of the opportunities this might pose for SMEs, specifically in the Asia Pacific region. So as we all know that if you look at the last even 2 decades, right, in the last decade that has accelerated, value chains have grown more global and more complex across many different industries. If you would look at telecom equipment, pharmaceuticals, even apparel, right? For going from raw material to the customer, there are many steps, many countries that are being hit for that. And this has, of course, generated a lot of efficiency, a lot of economic surplus, but it also, and it has been shown also this year, contains hidden vulnerabilities, right, that participants in the value chain have to be aware of and need to address and become resilient. Because what we see is that shocks are growing more frequent both shocks that we cannot anticipate and shocks that have a little bit more of anticipation, right? And be these shocks from natural causes or from geopolitical causes, including trade wars, and of course, natural causes. We have seen a lot of the climate change related shocks increasing in frequency, but this is also due to the fact because we have a global value chain, we just create more surface area for these shocks to hang on to. And when these shocks happen, you see that the impact, of course, differs by the geographic footprint of the value chain, the industry, the factors of productions. But what is important to understand is that actually on average, every 3.7 years, you would have to expect a month-long shutdown. And that's the average that we've calculated in the report, right? So imagine your factories or your suppliers for 1 month not being able to deliver their goods in that. And that results that every 10 years, a company should essentially assume that around 40% of a year's EBITDA is lost due to these disruptions in the supply chain. And that can go up to a full years of EBITDA every 10 years, right? So 1/10 of your EBITDA if you are in highly exposed industries. So this is a very costly and this is a very important topic to build that resiliency in. And what you then see is that, of course, as I said, the impact differs from which industry you're in, but the impact also differs on what operational choices we make, right? So that can mean from what is the footprint that we have chosen to what is kind of the inventory levels or how lean we are manufacturing and what kind of digital technologies we have put in place or not. And that can exacerbate or can actually minimize some of the disruptions on there. And the fact of the matter is that I think some of the panelists have also pointed to that, is that supply chains are in motion and are continually evolving. As answer is very hard to just shift and lift a factory from one jurisdiction to the other, but I would say every 6 months, if you take snapshots of some of the complex supply chains, like if we, let's say a mobile phone supply chain, the suppliers would change and the streams and the flows would change over time. So this evolving is happening in there. And we've actually seen that up to between 2.9 and 4.6 trillion dollars of annual trade flow could move to new location based on economic and non-economic factors in the future. So this is a massive change of flows, right? And that's I think in the news you see a lot of the news around like a potential trade war and therefore trade flows. Companies looking into if they cannot lift or shift immediately, but how over time they can create resiliency by, for instance, looking at ASEAN as a secondary manufacturing hub, right? Vietnam is often named. I think also India is in there. And these shifts will also affect SMEs, right? So it's very important for an SME to understand their position in global value chains, who are their suppliers and buyers, and understand what kind of potential shifts are there in their industry. And this, of course, movement is a very big lever to do, and it's also a complex lever to execute. But beyond just shifting your supply chain across regions, there are, of course, other levers that you should look at. And I think digitalization or getting more transparency in using all these new technologies, right? Be it around IoT and 5G to track and trace better where your goods are in the supply chain, as well as using analytics, machine learning, and artificial intelligence related techniques to optimize production flows are main areas to actually build this resilience. And apart from that, there are, of course, very more traditional ways how you can look at your risk profile and build resilience, be it in maintaining a higher stock level or inventory level, or looking at alternative sourcing elements, right? So sometimes in the bid for high efficiency, we have introduced hidden vulnerabilities, which of course are no issue if the sun is shining, but if these unexpected shocks are coming, and the research shows that while we cannot anticipate any individual shock, the frequency you can anticipate that you will have shocks will increase. So that is why you should actually think about resiliency in there. And if you look at how to do that, right? So how can we actually look at what is the way how an SME or how actually value chains can defend or increase their resiliency? It's around 4 ways. Number one is around really creating this end-to-end visibility on risks across the value chain. And as an SME, you're a part of a larger value chain. So it's important to understand that part and having a visibility on the risks, the probabilities, and the impact it will have on your business. And second is to regularly stress test that. I think the COVID pandemic definitely has shown that pandemic-related shocks can be long-lasting. It can be very severe, right? Even after the enormous humanitarian cost, there's a high economic cost across that, which is also hitting, unfortunately, our SMEs harder than some of the other corporate players. And then come up with a roadmap of targeted individual actions to reduce your vulnerability to these shocks, right? Be it from operational choices or be it from actually looking to partner across your value chain. So I think for SMEs, this is an important part as of course, a single SME, even medium companies, right? You might be in one country or in multiple countries, but alone, you'll be more vulnerable if you're not partnering across the value chain. And this can have many potential benefits, not only operational, but for instance, access to finance. So we have seen examples of where value chains organize across the chain. So from the main manufacturer to the tier 1 suppliers, and then the tier 2 and the tier 3 suppliers, to provide access across the value chain and therefore distribute also some of the risks that you have. And the real unlock of that is actually the data that you can now collect digitally and analyze to come to more accurate predictions, for instance, about credit risk. And the final one I would say is to have this really high up on your CEO agenda, right? So if in 2020 you're not judging your strategic moves or other choices across what supply chain risk impacts that can have, then I think you're doing a disservice not only to your customers, because they might not get or have to pay higher prices for their goods, but also to your investors. And again, to come back to an earlier statistic, right? If 40% of a year's EBITDA every 10 years is at risk, it pays actually to invest some in this resiliency, and that has actually quite a high ROI for many companies. Let me give the floor back to you, Barbara.
Thank you. Thank you, Harry, for that very well expressed highlights. And I guess we have to go to read your report for the full details. You know, so far we have heard about technologies, how that can help SMEs. We have got the broad views on supply chains, value chains, resiliency, etc. Now I'd like to dive down into a specific case to Nepal. And that is one of the least developed economies. It is, landlocked as well. And we have with us, excellent. We have with us Harry Parajuli, did I say your name correctly, who is the co-president Federation of Small and Medium Enterprises in Nepal. Harry, glad to have you with us. And I know you have a bit of problem signing in, so delighted that you're here.
Yeah, I understand.
SMEs are facing formidable challenges at the times of pandemic and trade tensions. And what support is your federation giving to SME in Nepal to face these challenges? And how do you encourage them to look ahead for opportunities? Because before you came in, what we were saying that this session is not about reiterating the problems, which we all know, but to look ahead to opportunities and solutions. So over to you, Harry.
Yeah. A challenge SMEs are facing and role of Federation of SMEs in Nepal. The challenge, the situation, and the based on the survey of the manufacturing firm in Nepal, medium-sized firms contribute 25.6% of the sales of the manufacturing sector, followed by small firm at 22%, and large firm contributed 52.4%. Since the imposition of the lockdown, Nepal's economy is estimated to have lost more than 1 billion. The World Bank revised the growth forecast to the range of 0.2% of the fiscal year 2022-21. Among the hard impact are being farm sector, and SMEs contributed 22% to the gross domestic product GDP, employing some 1.5 million people. Some of the challenges to the SMEs will be mentioned here briefly, with possible support to this sector from the Federation. Based on this survey of the manufacturing firm, it seems the medium-sized firm contributed 25.6% of the sales of manufacturing sector, followed by small firm and 22%, and large firm contributed 52.4%. In terms of export, large firm again take here lead, accounting for 75% of all manufacturing export. However, it is medium-sized firm take second position, and with a share of 21.7%, small firm have a 3.2% share in manufacturing export. The challenge, lack of access to funds, capital funding comes with condition. Some form of domestic venture capital are available, but are mostly out of reach for smaller SMEs. Cash costs have downloaded for SMEs, thereby sinking the funds available to cover fixed expenses. The support from the Federation. The Federation is requesting the government to facilitate easy access to funding and subsidize interest on the loan and moderating for repayment. Change in policy and regulation that provide easy access to SMEs to domestic and foreign venture capitalists. The Federation will negotiate with the government to refer tax payment for the next 2 quarters. In addition, it will ask to subsidize the fixed costs ranging from rent, utilizing interest payment, and other costs. The challenge, weak value linkage, problem with supplied raw materials for manufacturing, selling finished product. These are due to limitation of infrastructure and logistic assets that has scaled the supply chain problem. The support from Federation. Federation is working with government with the ensure minimum distribution in the value of chain with permission to operate the SMEs followed health protocols, ensuring the transportation and logistic support, allowing the free movement of workers to manufacturing industries. Post-lockdown, many businesses have started online sales. SMEs must move to using this new distribution channel. Challenge is the way of doing business, particularly for small enterprises. The rush of the digitization will open many opportunities for SMEs as a role, and the Federation will support this new modality of doing business. Thank you. Thanks for success of this program. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was very brief, concise, and very clear. And I'm sure there will be many questions on your particular experience, or your experience in this particular case would be helpful. I would now like to shift back to Peter Fisher. Peter, your company, tell us about your company. Let me read properly that Peter is the, give me a minute. Peter Fisher is the president of DSM Asia Pacific. And I know that your company's mission is to provide solutions to make the world a better place. I need not say more. I'll give you the floor to tell us how and what products and solutions that you are providing to make the world a better place. Over to you.
Thank you, Barbara, and good afternoon to all the folks attending. Wonderful to have you, even if it's in a virtual world. So let me just briefly introduce DSM to you. It's probably one of the best unknown companies sometimes, although we touch your lives every day. We're in nutrition, health, and sustainable living. So what do we manufacture? As I said, basically every day we touch your lives. We're one of the world's largest vitamin manufacturers. We manufacture many of the carotenoids, essential oils, so the omega, typically the omega oils that you would find. And then we're also into certain materials that we employ in solar panels and all kinds of performance materials. So we really cover your day from early in the morning to late in the afternoon. And we're going to focus a little bit around what we're doing specifically in Asia Pacific, but it will also give you a sense of what we're doing globally. So thank you for the opportunity. So let me start. COVID-19 has transformed the world we live in. So beyond its impact on our health and systems and communities, it has also caused massive disruption across the global value chain, resulting in fragmentation and losses across production, trade, investment, and employment. For the food industry, the measures against COVID, like lockdowns and border restrictions, have limited the distribution of harvests in the region, leading to mass food wastage and pushing millions more people into food insecurity. At this moment in history, we have an opportunity to define what we want our future to look like. Short-term solutions will simply not be enough. For one, we need to catalyze a broad shift to stronger food systems, renewable energy, and a more circular economy. The recovery program should be defined with sustainability as a cornerstone. As a science-based company, sustainability is fully ingrained in DSM strategy, business, and operations, and it enables us to deliver value across people, planet, and profit. Across our three focus domains, nutrition and health, climate and energy, resources and circularity, our scalable and science-based solutions aim to contribute to the achievement of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. For our nutrition and health focus domain, our aim is to build nutrition and specialty ingredient solutions to address the challenges we are facing both in human and animal health. For climate and energy focused domain, we enable a low carbon economy by scaling renewable energy sources and delivering innovative solutions that tackle the climate change. And then for resources and circularity domain, we provide closed loop solutions to enable a circular and bio-based economy that helps regenerate the environment. Moving to Asia Pacific, as the world's most populous region, APAC is central to our sustainability journey as we look to shift global systems to protect our people and to preserve our planet. Like so many others, we faced the operational challenges triggered by the global supply chain, but the pandemic has reaffirmed the importance of our focus domains and highlighted the need to align our targets and those of our partners, customers, and suppliers with the Sustainable Development Goals. We are working to lower our carbon footprint by reducing 30% of our greenhouse gas emissions from direct production and purchased energy by 2030 and have set a long-term target to reach a net zero emission before 2050. In addition, nearly 2/3 of DSM's entire portfolio comprises of products and services that have a specific environmental or social benefit compared to the mainstream solutions, enabling us to support our customers as they take steps to enhance the sustainability of their business and future-proof their operations. Establishing a collaborative cross-sector framework that supports the innovation and deployment of sustainable low-carbon materials, processes, and products will help to reap economic, environmental, and social benefits and create jobs in the process. For example, through our latest strategic initiative in animal health and nutrition, called We Make It Possible, we are leading a robust and achievable transformation in sustainable animal protein production. For those that know, animal farming is responsible for 14.5% of all human-derived emissions, a figure which needs to be reduced rapidly to limit the rise in global temperatures to 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2050. With meat and fish consumption expected to grow in Asia by about 78% by 2050, we need to increase productivity, but remain within the planetary boundaries. We Make It Possible reflects our commitment to address the challenges faced by the farming industry, such as methane emission, food waste, and antimicrobial resistance. For example, Bovaer, a feed additive for ruminants, enables farmers to consistently reduce methane emissions from dairy, beef, and other ruminant herds by 30% and is currently undergoing trials in both New Zealand and Australia. Through this initiative, we are also working with both multinational conglomerates and SMEs across the value chain to accelerate these solutions. In Indonesia, we're working with local partners World Vision, Wahana Vizi Indonesia, and Sight and Life to improve the quality of eggs in local markets. Eggs are one of the most appealing approaches to improve nutrition. As you know, they're easy to obtain, adapt to difficult cooking techniques, affordable, and a highly digestible source of essential nutrients. This project, called Exciting, supports the local producers by creating a supply and demand for eggs. Eggs are a very rich source of protein, as you know, and essential micronutrients such as vitamin D, B6, B1, and zinc, and then can improve nutrition amongst the population where stunting rates are extremely high. 1 in 3 children under the age of 5 suffer from stunting, which can have a detrimental impact on their health and development. The initiative aims to improve the consumption of eggs on the island of Sulawesi. We've trained 93 local suppliers, which have increased access on the island from 2 eggs per month to 15, which has enhanced the nutrition level of almost 14,000 people. And it is also directly linked to one of the key UN SDGs, namely number 3, good health and well-being. Phase 1 will be concluded in this month, and we hope to incorporate fortified rice into the program going forward. In APAC, SMEs account for nearly 97% of all enterprises and employs close to half of the workforce. And as frontrunners of innovation, their success is also key to sustainable development across the value chain. The Bright Science and Technology Innovation Hub, our partnership with Parang and Company here in Singapore, is designed to support and connect technology startups, entrepreneurs, and other partners to accelerate the transformation of food innovation in Asia Pacific. This month, the Bright Science and Technology Innovation Hub became a resource partner of Food Innovate, a multi-government agency initiative led by Enterprise Singapore. Enterprise Singapore is the government agency championing enterprise development through innovation, establishing the country as a food and nutrition hub in Asia. To ensure the moment is used to turn the tide, we've built forces together with NGOs, peers, and governments to support the Build Back Better movement. It's important to demonstrate that the corporate sector supports investments that combine the dual benefit of not only stimulating the economy, but reducing carbon emissions. We've proudly joined the most prominent global collaborative efforts such as the EU Green Recovery Alliance, the World Economic Forum, and the UN-backed campaign uniting business and governments to recover better, to chart a path to resilient zero carbon recovery that spurs sustainable growth and reduce the risk of future shocks. We should not lose the opportunity to learn from the COVID-19 crisis, to work together to emerge stronger, more resilient, and more sustainable than before to better protect our economy and our planet. Barbara, thank you for time and opportunity to speak. And if there are any questions, happy to address and hopefully answer comprehensively.
Peter, first of all, congratulations for expounding on this comprehensive business and opportunities in exactly 8 minutes. So thank you for that. And it's most interesting. In fact, we now come to the last speaker, and we are switching to a slightly different format, maybe with more questions from me. This is Kylie Porter, who is the Executive Director of the Global Compact Network Australia. And so let me start by asking you a question. Because I know your organization is involved in bribery prevention. Why is that important for SMEs, and why is it important in Asia Pacific?
I think it's not just important for SMEs, it's important for all companies, regardless of size. But you know, it's particularly important in the Asia Pacific region because of the risks perpetuated by that region. So I think a couple of things that might help to, I guess, get the audience to understand a bit around the challenges in this space. And the global pandemic, the economic crises that we've seen unfold, not just in Australia where I am, but globally where you're all dialing in from, does actually pose really large challenges for businesses and in particular SMEs. So in terms of corruption, that can arise and actually be enhanced in times of crises, and that can also severely undermine human rights. So in places like Asia, where there are many jurisdictions that human rights are already undermined in, it can exacerbate those problems. So bribery prevention and corruption prevention is really integral to ensure that a company can have a rights-based approach to how they go about their activities. It can help people within the organization understand what potential risks they're going to face and some of the ways that they should navigate those risks, particularly when we're in crises and there are other complex issues happening, such as the COVID-19 crises or exacerbated climate risks or the risks of modern slavery. They all tend to exacerbate bribery and corruption risk. So really, I think the main consideration is that all companies globally are faced with a myriad of bribery and corruption laws. And for SMEs, quite often they don't have the capacity or the staff numbers to spend the time to really understand where those risks lie. So quite often you'll have a company secretary or a chief risk officer whose responsibilities are not just risk, but they're also compliance. They might also be governance. They might also have an occupational health and safety element to them. And there are so many different legislative requirements or pressures on them from all different parts of the organization that it's very, very hard for them to spend the time to really identify and understand where their bribery and corruption risks are, but also understand how other aspects of the business could actually be accentuating those risks. So I mentioned modern slavery earlier. we know that in countries where there are increasing, say, for example, climate risks, that this increases the risk to vulnerable people. An increase in risk to vulnerable people can exacerbate or increase the risk of modern slavery within that country, and therefore increase the risk of modern slavery within a business's supply chain. We also know that where there are increased instances of modern slavery, that there is generally also increases in corruption, or that corruption has actually played a part in that. And so it's really important that SMEs in particular get a sense for what their operating environment looks like and what some of those bribery and corruption risks might actually be. You're on mute, Barbara.
That's the most famous statement in the COVID era. You're on mute.
Absolutely, it is.
We've all said it and we have been on it. Just one last question. What tools do you have to help companies and SMEs deal with corruption and bribery?
So sure. So the UN Global Compact, for those that don't know it, the UN Global Compact is the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative. What we do is that we take companies on as our members, and we work with them to advocate for more responsible business practices. And what that means is that we help them act more responsibly by following our 10 principles. And our 10 principles are broadly around the areas of human rights, labour rights, environment, and anti-corruption. And then we also help them with contributing more broadly to societal goals through the lens of the Sustainable Development Goals, which have been mentioned a couple of times today. From a bribery prevention or anti-corruption perspective, there's a range of initiatives that we do globally. One is very specific around SDG 16, which is around improving the rule of law and improving peace, justice, and institutions. Then we've got Business for Peace. So we've got all these initiatives on a global scale. But here in Australia, what the Global Compact Network Australia runs is a public-private partnership called the Bribery Prevention Network. And this is a partnership that brings together businesses, civil society, government, and also academic institutions with the shared goal of supporting businesses to prevent, detect, and address bribery and corruption, and promote a culture of compliance. And so where this came about was last year in May, a group of about 50 of Australia's leading experts in anti-bribery and corruption, representing around 30 companies, as well as enforcement agencies such as the Australian Federal Police, government departments such as our Attorney General's Department, and non-government organisations, came together to discuss the ways that we could actually work with SMEs to enhance their understanding of this area. And what eventuated was the development of, or the need for the development of, a bribery prevention hub. And the idea was that we would develop this network with the sole purpose of working together for a bribery-free society. So what we do is we support particularly SMEs with a channel through which to build. They can then build fair and competitive markets. We can have a reduction in that supply chain and business partner risk, so that relationship between very large corporates and SMEs. We can create a means for the bigger end of town, so the big businesses, to help small businesses in managing risks, particularly as they start operating in international markets. And we can build consensus around some of the legislative requirements that are happening in Australia with regard to adequate procedures and other evolving anti-bribery laws. So the Bribery Prevention Hub was launched only last week. I'll send a link in the chat when I've finished talking, but the Bribery Prevention Hub really does mark a new phase for this network. The hub provides a range of curated resources that are designed to be accessible, reliable, and really easy to understand for SMEs. And I guess the main point is that SMEs are the target audience for this. We really do see a lot of value in working with SMEs, particularly as there is increasing expectations, not only for them to comply with the law and comply with legal frameworks in other jurisdictions, but to ensure that in their own organizations, they can promote a culture of compliance, and they can have a risk-based culture that we know can promote so many other altruistic avenues in terms of reduction in poverty, better institutions globally, more collaboration between entities. So for us, that's our main tool that we use to really help build capacity.
Thank you very much. That was really interesting. You know, we've come to the end of the session. We have quite a number of questions. A lot of them are directed to you, Harry Sieb of McKinsey. I wonder whether we can sort of redirect them to you after the meeting. And, you know, I assume that many of them would want to read your report. You know, that could, if you could make it available, etc. So, because we won't have time to address all those very interesting questions.
Okay, now I would be happy to be available for any of the question askers to contact me afterwards.
You mean we'll send you the questions and you deal with them? Yeah. Okay. Well, please. I'm mentioning this to the organizer and also to SCAP. I like to ask a general question, which came from Deborah Biber, that, you know, given all these changes, whether the SMEs should be thinking about shifting from just in time to just in case, and how do you handle that? And maybe I could start with you, Anne, and anybody else who might want to come in. Anne?
Sure, thanks, Barbara. It's a good question. There's been a lot of talking about, well, we should all move, you know, everything to a just-in-case supply. You know, instead of having the items just ready, you know, as soon as the last item is off the shelf, I then do the just-in-time ordering for the next items to be there just before I sell the last item to I've got it there stored just in case I need it. And it's uneconomical to assume that you can do that for everything. So I think SMEs need to be selective in looking to where they do the just in case supply for themselves, but also where they get strategic in supplying to customers, because customers won't necessarily move to having everything on a just in case basis. They won't have the storage, they won't have the budgets. But for things, you know, if there's a supply I need for my business and I know it's readily available from an SME who's, you know, close by to me, that's the sort of just in case supply that I'll keep buying on a just in case basis. So I really think it needs to be looked at on a product by product basis, Barbara.
Okay, thank you. Let me just ask Peter whether you have any view, because we are running out of time. Can you keep it to 1-2 minutes, please?
Yeah, thanks, Barbara. No, I think I also have to agree with, and I think it eats up a lot of resources. And I think for a short word of or comment to make is, especially with SMEs, go look for partners where you can also look at alternatives for the product that you are using, if they've got anything available that is easier to swap out. But I think, you know, pick your partners carefully here that can also back you up in times of crisis.
Okay, Narayana Murthy, I know you deal with big companies, but you also invest in small companies. So you have any thought on this?
Well, you know, we have to convert just in case to just in time, simply because just in case scenario denotes a lot of uncertainty. It means a certain probability. I can't run a business on that basis. If this happens, then I will order from you. Which vendor would want to sell anything to me if I say, well, I will let you know when I need it? That's not feasible. Therefore, I think we'll have to use some mathematical models and convert just in case to just in time. What the time frame is a different issue. How much you order is another dimension.
Mm-hmm.
But It cannot be just in case. It has to be just in time. It has to be just as much as is required. It has to be just as much as we can afford, etc., etc. Those make sense. Just
Okay,
in case will not. No.
thank you. Hey, Harry, do you have any view on this from Nepal? Just in case versus just in time.
Yeah, so I think you'd have to look at again at the risks and what the value of that is, right? Which you can try to value in dollar terms, right? And then as we said, if you expect 40% of a year's EBITDA in every 10 year to be essentially gone to these risks, then you can look at them, what the just in case, how much does that cost to me versus being just in time. And I know that for some SMEs, it will be much harder to invest in these kind of, let's say, additional elements. And ultimately, I think it's a business trade-off based on the risk and the cost of the risk that you're facing versus the cost of implementing these additional measures.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think governments could have a good role in enabling or giving access to, for instance, like insurance or other instruments to help SMEs there.
Thank you. And any, okay. Okay. I know this is not your area, Kylie, but any view on this?
Yeah, this is well outside of my knowledge area. I'm happy to concede on this one and hand back.
Okay, fine. I thought I'd be inclusive. But back to you, Harry of Nepal, from Nepal. Harry, you have any view on just in time versus just in case? Hello? Are you on mute, I think? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, everything is okay, but situation is not still under control, and the factories all is lockdown is still situation and increasing of the COVID situation, and everything is pandemic is still in central capital Kathmandu and other cities also, and we are suffering some getting more navigating.
Yes.
Now. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, just one last word. I mean, you guys have been tremendous, absolutely tremendous. But and I think others, there are questions that are directed to you. Again, may I ask the organizer to send you questions that are directed to you, and then it's up to you how you respond, and and so forth. So I am happy to do that, and I'm really happy that we have so many questions and participants who are interested. So it leaves me a particular pleasure to know some of you whom I have not met before, and to renew my friendship with Narayana, and to be in this brilliant panel. So thank you all, and thank you to the audience. For those of you who are in my time zone, which is Bangkok or nearby, I hope you are going to enjoy your lunch. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you,
everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you everyone for attending this session. We will now be having a 30-minute break before we move on to breakouts 1 and 2. You can find the links in the chat, or you can find them on your participant guide next to the breakout sessions 1 and 2. Thank you so much for attending the Asia Pacific Business Forum, and we will see you shortly at breakout sessions 1 and 2.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Asia Pacific Business Forum 2020. This is the breakout session number 1 on the topic of enhancing sustainability of value chains and SMEs. My name is Constant van Aerschot. I'm the moderator of this session. You see on my background, you have an acronym called WBCSD. So I'm working for the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. For those who are not familiar with it, is a private sector collaboration platform, a non-profit organization that works exclusively with private in a pre-competitive space. Been around for 25 years, together with on sustainability and business. I'm very happy to have to moderate this panel today. The format will be as follows. So we have 1 hour and 15 minutes. They will be, we will allow you to have Q&A, so you can, in the Q&A, ask your questions. We will have a presentation of each of the panelists for 10 minutes. And I will give the floor to any of the panelists in an order. And then we will have a discussion with a Q&A and amongst the panelists. If that's okay with you, I just wanted to give a few words of introductions, especially for we've seen on COVID, the impact of COVID on global value chains. It really highlighted the interdependencies of the different value chains and how they can be disrupted. We have seen the lack of resilience of many systems. One in particular is a food system, where you have a lot of critical elements to bring actually food to the markets. On WBCSD works for large corporations, and we are always asked, how do SMEs actually implement sustainability? And so our response is always through the value chain approach. So if big companies have made commitments, they will automatically request and demand within their supply chain suppliers who can also provide performance on sustainability. SMEs are very important because they represent more than 80% of national GDP. Hence, their contribution to the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, and other sustainability goals are critical. But very often they struggle for survival. They have limited resources. So how can we actually use the building better approach now post-COVID to help SMEs to move into more sustainability as well, since they're critical in achieving the goals. Now we have the 5 speakers, and we will go in an order. So I will ask to start Mr. Justin Wood, who is VP Strategic Partnerships at the Alliance to End Plastic Waste, to introduce yourself, your organization, and then you have the floor. And then when you're done, I will pass on the floor to the next speaker. Thank you very much. Justin, over to you.
Constant, thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of you. It's a great pleasure to be involved in this event. As you heard, my name is Justin Wood. I work for the Alliance to End Plastic Waste, which is a reasonably new organization. We were launched in January 2019 by a coalition of companies that wanted to come together to try to launch a new approach to addressing this rising challenge of managing plastic waste that's leaking into the environment. So when we began a year and a half ago, we had 27 companies involved in this. We've now grown to 50 companies, and they come from across the plastic value chain. So the companies that make the plastic, the companies that use the plastic, as well as those that collect the plastic waste and try to recycle it. And they wanted to come together and join forces to build this cross-value chain approach and really try and pioneer some new ideas for ending plastic waste leaking into the environment. We're based in Singapore, and the reason we're based in Singapore is because I think anyone who follows this plastic waste issue knows that many of the largest the biggest plastic polluters in terms of plastic leaking into the oceans are based in Asia. So we wanted our organization to be right at the center of where this problem is most serious. But our members come from all around the world, and our projects and our activities are happening all around the world. But we wanted to be based in Asia so that we could be closest to where the problem is most acute. So that's a little bit of background on the organization. I think the subject that we're talking about today is global value chains and the companies that are connected to that. And I think everyone is probably very familiar with the importance of global value chains as a driver of economic growth and development in Asia. By opening up their economies and connecting to the global economy, countries across Asia and the companies based there have had amazing access to global capital, to ideas, technology, and particularly to global customers and global markets. And that connectivity has really driven amazing economic growth across Asia. But I think when you look at global value chains today, they are facing a number of very significant challenges. And the old model that Asia has come to rely on over the past 40 or 50 years is facing some challenges. I think socially and politically, the customers and the workers in the West we can see inequality rising, economic stagnation, and there is rising resistance in those countries to this global value chain model. And so we're seeing politicians harness that resistance, and that I think is putting pressure on these global value chains that we've become used to. Geopolitically, we can see some of these pressures playing out, particularly in some of the tensions between the US and China, but equally the pressure that global institutions are facing, like the World Trade Organization and others, that have underpinned the rise of these global value chains over the past several decades. I think from a health perspective, the coronavirus pandemic is equally adding pressure to these global value chains because not only is it causing economic tensions, but it's also exposing some of the risks in these global value chains. If a city shuts down or an economy shuts down to manage the pandemic, then often these global value chains are unable to function properly. From a sustainability perspective, I think the environmental challenges are also extremely important. And I think many people now starting to question whether the carbon footprint of global value chains is acceptable when we look to the future of the planet. And I think that many people concluding that the carbon footprint of making stuff and shipping it all over the world, as we currently do, maybe needs to be rethought. And then finally, I think there's the technological threat that these global value chains face. We are undergoing what many people refer to as the fourth industrial revolution, and many of the technologies that are emerging now threaten this existing model. For example, 3D printing means that you no longer have to have massively globally centralized factories producing goods for the world. You can have a very distributed manufacturing system, making these goods in local markets rather than in global manufacturing centers. So a lot of threats, and I think these threats apply particularly to physical global value chains. And so I think you may well see in the future that these global value chains for physical goods may well reorientate themselves and become regional rather than global in order to address some of these concerns that I just mentioned. I think in Asia's case, that's not too much of an issue, because if Asia concentrates its manufacturing on just Asia rather than the world, Asia is now today a massive market. And I think Asia can drive its own economic story in a way that wasn't possible in the past. It no longer needs to rely so much on American and European consumers. And that, I think, is very important when you're thinking about sustainability, because the first rule of a sustainable business is that you are economically sustainable. You have to be able to be profitable before you can start thinking about these other things. And so as these challenges play out to the global value chains, I think the fact that Asia has built very robust, big regional markets will ensure the economic viability of regional value chains. And that, I think, is something that companies are going to have to think carefully about how they navigate. Of course, global value chains aren't only physical. They also don't only focus on physical goods. They also focus on services. And here, I think the future of global value chains is very bright, because when you think about the challenges facing physical global value chains, they're not nearly so evident when you're thinking about services. COVID is not such a big issue. The carbon footprint of services value chains is obviously much, much lighter. And so I think when we talk about the challenges, we're really talking about for physical goods and not for the services. So what about sustainability, and how should small and medium enterprises be thinking about the sustainability challenge in this new era? Well, of course, there are many dimensions to sustainability. I'm going to talk just about from the perspective of plastic and managing plastic waste. And I think that this pandemic crisis has served a few functions. One of the most important is to raise awareness of the importance of sustainability, particularly in the context of plastic. I think probably everyone's aware that as this pandemic has played out, the amount of single-use plastic that the world has been consuming has risen significantly. Partly that's because of personal protective equipment that doctors and the general public are now using. But equally, it's about people ordering goods online and having them delivered to their homes. The plastic footprint of home delivery is terrible. I was looking at some numbers from the from Thailand, looking at the Thailand Environment Institute. They reckon that the plastic footprint of Bangkok today is 4 times higher than it was just a year ago. So each household, if they were previously putting 1 rubbish bag out every week, now they're putting 4 rubbish bags out a week of plastic. So there's clearly a situation that has deteriorated dramatically with this new pandemic. So we're using a lot more plastic, but equally we're collecting and processing less plastic, because as the pandemic has played out, recycling centers, waste collection systems are not functioning as they once were. So we have a double whammy of higher consumption of plastic and reduced processing and management of plastic. So this pandemic is clearly very bad for this plastic issue. But I think if you want to put a sort of a silver lining on this, it's raised awareness. And people now have a deep understanding, I think, of the importance of getting on top of this plastic waste issue. They can see very visibly how much damage it's causing to our environment. So that, I think, is a positive thing. But if you're thinking about sustainability, then really the pandemic doesn't change anything, because underlying all of this, the plastic issue was already extremely significant and an important issue for the world to manage. And that hasn't changed. We need to be on top of this. We need to be managing it properly. Companies cannot ignore this. Pressure from consumers, pressure from governments, pressure from shareholders and financial markets is going to rise and rise. And if you're a company that works with plastic, you have to get ahead of this. So what should companies do? And in particular, what should small and medium enterprises do in this current context? I think the first thing to mention is that no company can solve this alone. This issue is far too big, even for one government to solve alone, let alone for one company. This requires collective action and working together, but not collective action just at the industry level. If you look at one industry like the chemical sector, that cannot solve this plastic issue on its own. Consumer goods industry cannot solve this issue on its own. This requires change at the systems level. People are going to have to look at the plastic system from one end to the other, taking in the plastic producers at the top, consumer goods companies that use plastic, the waste management companies that collect and recycle it. And that's really the approach that we're trying to pioneer at the Alliance to End Plastic Waste, is having this cross-value chain approach and bringing in all the actors and all the stakeholders to work collaboratively. Our goal is to raise $1.5 billion to invest into new ideas, new solutions, new business models, new materials that can try to make a real difference to this issue. We want to pioneer and demonstrate some new things, and then if they work, the world can then take those ideas and take them to scale. I think that when it comes to SMEs and companies, the advice that we would have is very much in line with what Constance mentioned at the beginning. It's about looking at the full value chain, and in this case, obviously the global value chain, working with all the companies that are part of it, and really trying to drive change at a systems level by collective action and working together and listening to the perspectives of all the actors, not just your own and not just those from within your industry, but all the industries that connect to yours. So I think the best advice that we would have would be to join the conversation, to connect to those other players up and down the value chain for two purposes. One is to learn, to listen to the conversation and learn from the pioneers, and the other is to lead, to really demonstrate action and inspire others to join you in the mission. So I think that our goal is to drive systems change through cross-value chain collaboration. And I think that SMEs, that is the best chance that they have of making their businesses sustainable and joining this global movement to act in more responsible ways as business leaders. Join the conversation and work on a systemic cross-value chain level. Constant, back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Justin. Probably during the Q&A, I would like to come back to you on what concretely the action of the Alliance and Plastic Waste does as to create opportunities for SMEs to contribute to solving the issue, whether it's delivery mechanisms or collection. If you could focus on this later on, that would be great. But thank you very much for the excellent contribution. I've learned quite a lot. Then over to the next speaker, so Eileen Gallagher, You are Associate Director at BSR in Hong Kong. Welcome, and over to you for your 10-minute presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Constant, and thank you all for having me. As Constant mentioned, my name is Eileen Gallagher. I'm with BSR, which is a global team of sustainable business experts. At BSR, we work with some of the world's largest and well-known companies to advance sustainability in the private sector. And as we can all attest to, more than any crisis in recent history, COVID-19 has demonstrated the urgency in creating more resilient businesses and economies. Now, resilience is defined as the ability to anticipate, absorb, accommodate, and recover from shocks. And in this case, the shock obviously is COVID-19, but in the future, shocks could very well be and likely be climate change related. And of course, there will be other shocks that we may not be aware of today or are not paying close enough attention to. The efforts of businesses and governments today, therefore, in economic stimulus plans or recovery will be significantly impactful on how we respond to the shocks in the future. And so hence why we need recovery plans from the private sector and public sector to align with the SDGs. It's obviously a very challenging time for all of us, but this is an opportunity to course correct and get us on a path towards greater sustainable development, particularly here in the region. Now, in my line of work, in which I work with the private sector, the role that large multinational companies or MNCs play in driving sustainability across value chains is essential, as has been mentioned. And our vision at BSR is a future where all supply chains are efficient, equitable, transparent, and traceable. And we support companies in this vision by meeting not only their business objectives, but also maximizing the positive impact that they have on people, communities, natural resources. And the intended outcomes would be that companies are taking a long-term view of supply chain strategy, using a holistic approach of sustainability to build supply chain resilience. And holistic meaning that they're looking outside their four walls of their operations and deeper into their supplier network. That sustainability is integrated into decision-making at all levels of supply chain management, that supply chain management and procurement play a key role in corporate strategy in delivering sustainability goals, and that suppliers integrate sustainability into their own strategies and core practices. And from this, we're striving to see the impacts such as reductions in climate emissions, increased resiliency to the physical impacts of climate change, that major environmental issues are addressed and reduced, such as deforestation, pollution, water scarcity, that human rights are fully recognized in global supply chains, that child and forced labor are eradicated, that men and women workers in global supply chains have good jobs with advancement opportunities and positive well-being, and that critical information about supply chains is visible and useful to advance sustainability. So that transparency here, that data and transparency is key to identify gaps, to potentially leverage opportunities and scale up things that are going well. Now, over the past 30 years in supply chain management, we've moved from codes and compliance in the 1990s to going beyond monitoring in the early 2000s. And now we're really looking at this supply chain transformation since about 2015. And this has been spurred by the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and blockchain that is growing in manufacturing and supply chains and leading to more traceability, more transparency. So risks are becoming more well-known and monitored. And supply chain partners are more committed than ever to environmental and social sustainability. So that's good. That's a trajectory we need to be on. Of course, more room for improvement is greatly needed. Now, we're seeing 6 major forces of change that are poised to likely have significant impacts on supply chain through, even with just in the next 5 years, so through 2025. And Justin had mentioned some of those. So one being the widespread adoption of technology, including automation. The second being, of course, global climate change, resource scarcity. The third on human migration on a mass scale. 4 would be shifting consumer demands and changing market demographics. The 5th being deforestation and biodiversity loss. And 6 being on the mixed signals of trade. So these 6 areas will have significant and likely complex and interconnected impacts on global value chains. I've been talking a lot about risk and resilience lately, and obviously COVID has really brought that to the forefront. Mitigating risk and building resilience is certainly intertwined with meeting the SDGs. And for a company, there are risks by not building resilience or focusing on sustainability in the supply chain. And those risks could be an impact on price. So for instance, a carbon tax in the jurisdiction in which you're operating, if you have high levels of emissions, what would a carbon tax mean to you in terms of increased cost? Legal risks, for instance, if you're not complying with due diligence regulations. Product availability, of course, if there is any sort of input scarcity. And legal risk, and also the continued growth and complexity of the supply chain as it morphs and into its own being, and you're trying to grapple with the different issues in a reactive, potentially, rather than a proactive manner. And of course, as we know, we run the risk of not meeting SDGs, which would have significant impact on all of us, our communities, our economies, and the planet. So the first step we're seeing for any companies to really understand who its suppliers are, companies are relying on an ever-growing network of organizations to deliver their goods and services. Yet businesses have an insufficient understanding of the players involved and the risks and opportunities that these bring. And so in many cases, new third-party relationships, so as you continue to add to your supplier network, they're not necessarily subject to any form of due diligence. So supplier mapping and supplier engagement is an obvious critical element here. Next, the company must have, if you're referring to maybe at the MNC level, the company must have this long-term sustainability plan and goals that are aligned to the SDGs. And that should then be required of their first-tier suppliers, that these first-tier suppliers also embed their own long-term SDG-aligned strategy. And then that should trickle down to lower-tier suppliers as well. And of course, there needs to be monitoring systems in place, mechanisms for accountability, continuous improvement, and to reward good performance at the high level. Conducting risk and resilience assessments across the supply chain can also be a helpful way to stress test the network, avoid the next big crisis, but also see where there might be critical issues, hotspots that might need to be addressed, or areas that for improvement, or that could be scaled up. So things that are going well, and how can we scale this up across the supply chain? Planning for the future is key here. Those with the least resources, so it's often women or the SMEs within the supply chain, tend to be the most vulnerable and face the greatest economic, social, and personal hardships due to their lack of resources, and whether that's financial access, financial planning, access to healthcare and other resources. And so we see that there is a significant need for companies to invest in worker and employee resilience, to ensure that 100% of workers in your owned factories are paid digital wages, and that's to enable easier access to financial resources and support during times of crisis, to create incentives to ensure factories are educating their workers in the things that matter. So from workplace skills, training to financial literacy and savings, to health and hygiene, and including respect and the avoidance of workplace violence. And during the pandemic, SMEs and supply chains have been faced with mass cancellations of orders from global brands or government lockdowns that are closing their business doors, laying off low-income workers. So the investments in the resilience of your partners and supplier network will be important to overcome the next inevitable crisis. And lastly, I do want to call out, and it's something that Justin had ended his remarks on as well, is that this need for greater collaboration. By collaborating with other companies, if your MNC is collaborating with other MNCs, that you can drive efficiencies for the supplier network. And this could be, say, in standardizing sustainability self-assessments or reporting, sharing that knowledge, resources, skills building, and capacity building is also quite essential here. And this sort of collaboration can help to identify issues of concern, or again, those areas of opportunity, and really help us move that sustainable development to scale and really help move further that needle for sustainable development. Thank you, and Constant, back to you.
Thank you very much, Eileen, for your insightful contribution. As a heads up, my question probably will be around, you mentioned supply chain transformation, supply chain resilience, supply chain management. And probably the question is for SMEs, what kind of support do they get from MNCs to be able to perform better? Because if procurement is asking more and more from their suppliers, the compliance costs for SMEs can become quite important. So that's kind of my reaction from what I hear from you. And I'm very glad to also hear that you talked about deforestation and trade, because these are the topics that can be addressed by the next speaker, Stefano Savi, who is the director of the Global Platform for Sustainable Natural Rubber. I think his logo is as bad as ours, his acronym of your organization, but over to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Constant. A bit of a mouthful, but I hope I'll be able to explain that and what it means in the next few minutes. But first of all, yes, my name is Stefano Savi. I'm the director of the Global Platform for Sustainable Natural Rubber, or GPSNR, and thank you for having me and for the opportunity to talk a bit about what GPSNR is. But I guess before I do that, since natural rubber is a bit of a new kid in the block for sustainability and commodities, I'd like to tell you a bit about what natural rubber is, and explain to you a bit what is this background that you see at the back of my face. Natural rubber is quite a fascinating ingredient, I would say. It's derived from an incision in the bark of a tree called Hevea brasiliensis that was originated in Latin America, and it's extracted by about 6 to 7 million smallholders globally. And these smallholders hold about 1 to 2 hectares of land each. It is only cultivated in tropical climates. And therefore, linking back to what Justin was saying before, natural rubber is a good example of a value chain that cannot but be global. Natural rubber is utilized as a key ingredient on a plethora of products, but the most of it, 70% of it globally, goes into tires. And tires, as you know, are utilized everywhere in the world. So despite being such a great ingredient, the possibility of storing it for a long time, it also comes with some challenges. One of the key challenges is that the prices of rubber are fluctuating very much. Rubber is a tree that takes about 7 years to grow, so the demand and supply don't always match. It's very inelastic as a product, as they say, although it seems like a game of words for rubber to be an inelastic product. But what happens is that if there is an increase in demand, it takes very long for the supply chain and for the production to respond. And so what happens is that when the prices go up, there's a lot of businesses that go into expansion. And this can be done, unfortunately, at times at the expense of natural forest. Natural rubber can look, as in the picture behind, as if it is a natural forest, but the biodiversity included in plantation is much different than that in a natural primary forest. So this is an issue. This said, on times instead when the prices are very low, as it's happened in the last few years, you have a situation where you have 6 to 7 million farmers across the globe that are struggling to make ends meet. So issues like supporting the livelihoods of farmers become very, very important. So as you can understand, there's issues related to the small holding of the farmers, the large number of smallholders, the fact that you can store rubber for very long, and this makes traceability and transparency very difficult to obtain. But also on the other end, you have 70% of the production going into a small number, effectively, of buyers. So there's a lot of opportunities also to have leaders on the buying side of the supply chain playing an important role for collaboration and for gathering resources to fix these potential issues. Yeah. So this is where GPSNR started. It was indeed started as an idea by a group of 11 tire makers. It's a CEO-led group called the Tire Industry Project, sitting under the umbrella of WBCSD, the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, which is WBCSD Asia Pacific chapter is actually hosting the platform at the moment. So we started with 11 tire makers, but with the intent of having, from the beginning, a truly multi-stakeholder platform. I must say that within the span of less than 2 years, we have had a great success in this, and we have now more than 90 members globally in the platform that go from the smallholders, of which we have 27 from 7 different countries represented in GPSNR, the producers, processors, and traders, the tire makers, the automotive companies, and the civil societies, all working together towards the GPSNR vision of a fair, equitable, and environmentally sound natural rubber value chain. And it's great to know that these companies that we have already represent about 50% of the traded volume of natural rubber. So quite a big chunk of the industry. So as said from the beginning, the methodology and the vision we had was to reach our vision actually through a truly multi-stakeholder approach. And since, as I mentioned, the supply comes 85% from smallholders, we thought the smallholders needed to have an important role at the table. And this is why, since the last General Assembly of GPSNR that happened this year in September, GPSNR smallholders have a dedicated independent category, equal in voting weights to all the other categories of the supply chain, as well as the civil society members in GPSNR, and a role and a space in all decision-making committees of the organization. And I think from a perspective of the SME's role and the smallholders' role, this is very important, that we have a co-design solutions with SMEs and with smallholders involved directly in the design of these solutions to make sure that we can have local issues that respond to local problems within an international and global framework. Yeah. So from the beginning, we started working with all these members with a three-pillared approach, I would say. The first, to set strong supply chain goals. And we did this starting from our founding members' principles that then were developed into what we call a desire state document, where companies and members really look together. What is it that natural rubber as an ecosystem should look like if GPSNR achieves its vision? Yeah. So we look at that desire state, and we looked at the current state. We analyzed the gaps, and we identified strategies to fill those gaps where GPSNR had, in our opinion, the most chances to succeed. Yeah. And these strategies, firstly, are based on changing companies' policies. Yeah, we think that through companies' policies, we can have both in terms of procurement and production, a strong impact, positive impact on the supply chain. And I'm pleased to say that with the last General Assembly, GPSNR has approved a policy framework that will require the companies that are members of GPSNR, which again represent 50% of the market, to either have new policies implemented or to align those policies that are currently in place with the GPSNR framework. And this means components around no deforestation with high standards on high conservation values and high carbon stock respect, with no developments on peat, with human rights, children rights, gender rights being upheld, and so, most importantly, at this point, an equitable approach to the supply chain. We are also doing this thinking of the context of SMEs, and that's why the current policy components do not apply to GPSNR smallholder members, but we will work this coming year, on having a specific policy framework for smallholder. The second pillar is to take effective action. And really the idea here is that we need to move away from equality, and we need to move to equity. So to move from a place where everyone is doing or required to do the same thing, to a place where tools and actions are correspondent to the position and the role of different players in the supply chain. So if you are less advantaged, you need to have better tools being made available by the members, by the organization. If you're more advantaged, you are expected to do more, and to do so with the risk-based approach within the assurance model that GPSNR is now developing. Another important thing is the role of shared responsibility. I think many have spoken about the idea of having people collaborate, but I think most importantly is people need to co-finance solutions. This is really something that is missing, and especially in natural rubber, the issues are so interconnected and so interrelated between companies that having single companies, having single-handed solutions won't take us very far and will cost us a lot. The third point is really to make sure that we track progress on how we do this. Yeah, and GPSNR is now piloting its members' reporting requirements, and as I mentioned before, an assurance model that is based on risk, and where different level of assurance will guarantee different level of assessments based on the risk level for different elements of our policy framework. So in summary, and I won't take more than the minutes that I had, I think we need to understand that when we talk about SMEs, especially, SMEs problems are everyone's problems in today's interconnected supply chains. So we cannot solve these problems in isolation or ask SMEs to solve these problems. We need inclusive systems, accounting for smallholders, and collaboration to achieve these new systems. We also need to design systems that are just, yeah? So where we can start doing things in an equitable way with requirements and tool, and apply shared responsibility, yeah? And we need to monitor progress, not just for companies, but also for sector organizations and sector initiatives like GPSNR, ensuring that the burden is not on one single company, because no single company is a winner in a supply chain that can fail. So that's all from my side, and back to you, Constant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefano. Very clear, and I think what is remarkable, I recall when I attended conferences in 2020 BC, before COVID, we had always a big surprise, and we were always looking for a representation from smallholder farmers. And when there was one on stage, we said, oh, finally we have a SME, or we have a smallholder representation. So that was kind of always a highlight, because those people are the ones who are facing the real challenges. So having in GPSNR the smallholders having the same voting rights, and having them sit at the table to co-design a solution, I think is remarkable. And I wish many more would take this example. And then maybe during the questions later on, I'd like you to expand on what type of different perspective you have heard from them that you don't hear from MNCs, and also on the approach of co-financing. This comes back to what Eileen said earlier. You're struggling with the financial resources, and how to help the smallholders, SMEs in that case, to share the burden on more, for better performance on ESG. Thank you very much, Stefano. And now we can go back to Steve Olson. And I think, sorry for the typo in his name. So it's Olson, who is a research fellow at the Heinrich Foundation based in Hong Kong. I hope I pronounced this properly. And you're going to talk about trade, I understand. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Well, thanks, Constant, very much, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be with all of you. As Constant mentioned, I'm a research fellow at the Heinrich Foundation, a nonprofit organization dedicated to advancing sustainable global trade. I started my career a very long time ago, more than 30 years ago, in Washington, D.C. As a U.S. trade negotiator. And for the last 25 years or so, I've been based in Asia and the Middle East. Now, I wanted to take just a few minutes today and talk to you about the Heinrich Foundation Sustainable Trade Index and the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on sustainability and trade. Now, I'm going to share a short PowerPoint with you that I know is a very simple task to do on Zoom, but I ask you to keep your fingers crossed because I'm technologically challenged and things are not always as easy for me as they should be. I hope that worked. I think that worked.
Yes.
Very good, very good. Okay, well, the logical place for us then to start our discussion would be with a definition of exactly what we mean when we refer to sustainable trade. Essentially, sustainable trade is engaging in international trade in a way that not only generates balanced economic growth, but also strengthens social capital and provides for environmental stewardship. We recognize that although trade is an essential ingredient in international trade, it cannot be pursued sustainably. And I would really triple underline that word sustainably without an equivalent commitment to social capital and to environment. I'm sure as everybody on this call very well recognizes, these concepts are based on the landmark work of the 1987 UN Brundtland Commission, which first established those three pillars of sustainability: economic, social, and environmental. In terms of the index, it evaluates the trade sustainability of 19 Asian economies plus the United States as an external benchmark across those three pillars of sustainability: economic, social, and environmental. The index was created by the Economist Intelligence Unit, and in terms of its structure, we've ended up with 15 indicators under the economic pillar, 5 indicators under the social pillar, and 7 indicators under our environmental pillar. Now, after a good deal of discussion and debate, we ultimately decided that each of those pillars should be weighted equally. So the economic pillar is worth 1/3, the social pillar is worth 1/3, and the environmental pillar is worth 1/3. Now, if you think we got that wrong, if you think we made a mistake, you can download an interactive copy of the Sustainable Trade Index from heinrichfoundation.com. You can reconfigure those weightings any way that your heart desires, and then you can rerun the results to see how it would have changed the rankings and the scores. And we certainly encourage all of you to do that. In terms of the scores and the results for the 2020 index, for the first time, we actually had a tie for the top spot between Japan and South Korea. We then saw that the next 4 economies bunched together fairly tightly: Singapore and Hong Kong, Taiwan, and the United States. Now, if you're looking at the United States in 6th position and wondering if that represents a little bit of an underperformance, the answer is yes, it does. It does represent an underperformance on the part of the United States. One of the key items that dragged down the score for the US, and this won't come as a surprise to anyone, but it was the large number of tariff and non-tariff measures that have been put in place by the United States under the Trump administration. So, of course, producing the 2020 Sustainable Trade Index during a time of a global pandemic raises for us a very obvious question, which is, over the longer term, what exactly will be the impact of the pandemic on creating greater sustainability in trade? Now, I can report to you in no uncertain terms that I do not know the answer to that question. I think it's far too early to draw any definitive conclusions about what the impact of the pandemic will be on sustainable trade. On an initial basis, however, I see reasons both for optimism and pessimism. Unfortunately, we all understand that in times of economic distress, as a result of the pandemic or anything else, it does have a tendency to raise the temptation for governments to try to take shortcuts to economic growth and investment by cutting back on labor and environmental standards. Of course, we recognize that this is a mistake that will always backfire in the long term, but yet we do recognize that the temptation is there. And we've seen, unfortunately, countries from India to the United States succumbing to this temptation. In India, several states have reduced their labor standards to try to encourage investment. And in the United States, we see that the Environmental Protection Agency has waived some of the environmental reviews, which typically accompany large infrastructure projects. More recently than that, and this is something probably a lot of you took note of, in the first week of October, Indonesia passed a massive reform bill. Indonesia is on the verge of tipping into recession for the first time since the Asian financial crisis. And this new bill is explicitly designed to try to encourage foreign direct investment. And honestly speaking, it does some positive things. It cuts back on some unnecessary red tape, for example. Unfortunately, it also reduces labor and environmental protections. The Indonesian government is apparently wagering that it can benefit by reducing its sustainability. The implicit calculation is that lower labor and environmental standards will make Indonesia more attractive to international investment. I see ample evidence, however, to suggest that this assumption is incorrect. These old cliched notions we have about businesses being eager to engage in a race to the bottom and to take advantage of lower labor and environmental standards are rapidly falling out of sync with current day realities. Businesses increasingly recognize that those types of approaches just don't make good business sense over the longer term and run contrary to the values held by their customers, their investors, and even their employees. So in a lot of instances, businesses now are actually getting out ahead of government in terms of sustainability. And we're already seeing some evidence that that's the case with Indonesia's new omnibus reform bill. As soon as the Indonesian government made its intentions clear, a group of 35 international investment funds, substantial funds with over $4 trillion in assets under management, sent a very blunt letter to the Indonesian government. And they said, don't do this. This is a mistake. If you lower labor and environmental standards, you are not making Indonesia more attractive for investment. You are making Indonesia less attractive for investment. I really thought this was a very profound statement, and it was something that provided me with at least a bit of encouragement and reason for optimism. I'll point to one other item which I think gives us a reason for optimism. In the aftermath of the COVID economic slowdown, countries around the world are initiating stimulus programs to generate economic development. I've really been struck by how many of these programs condition the allocation of funding on the recipient businesses or government agencies to conduct their operations with greater sustainability. It seems that at least potentially this notion of build back better might prove to be more than just a bumper sticker and might actually be taking hold across government, across business, and across civil society. I certainly hope, and I'm sure all of us certainly hope that that's the case. I'll draw my comments to a close there, and I'll look forward to our discussion during the Q&A session. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Steve, for your contribution. If you don't mind, yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. It's come to my mind first, the stimulus packages that are put in are going to come. Good news is that the roadmap already exists. If we want to direct the stimulus packages in the right direction, it's a Paris Climate Change Agreement, know where to put the money, and the SDGs. So we don't need to spend time kind of defining the roadmap. We have it. Now it's a question of where do we direct the investments for the stimulus packages. And I want to come back to one of your comments as well on your shortcuts. It comes as a positive announcement that China and Japan have made an announcement of wanting to become carbon neutral in 2060 and 2050 respectively during COVID. So that's an excellent sign. Now I just want to also go back to the audience because we have a Q&A. You can ask questions online already. So we have 2 questions already. So that's one is I encourage you to post more questions, and to the panelists to have a peek into the Q&A, the questions already, so you can answer. So that's the advantage of having this online. Thank you very much, Steve. And now I'd like to pass on to Cynthia Arce, who is Executive Director of Global Compact Local Network, Philippines. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Constant, for the introduction. And thank you as well to the other, to my co-panelists. I think you've perfectly set the context for our conversation this afternoon. And what I'll do is just to build on what you've already mentioned. But before that, let me just quickly introduce what the UN Global Compact is all about, and also to introduce to you what the local networks are. And from there, I'll proceed to some of my points with regard to our discussion this afternoon. So the UN Global Compact is the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative. It was founded 20 years ago, right after the Millennium Declaration by then Secretary General Kofi Annan, together with big business leaders from global corporates. And as a corporate sustainability initiative, businesses that are committed to the Global Compact put into the core of their business the 10 principles of doing good business. Now, I will not go into the 10 principles, but just to quickly mention that these are underpinned by 4 pillars. One on human rights, the other is on the environment, third one is on anti-corruption, and fourth one is on labor. Now, within the Global Compact, businesses do not only anchor their work on the 10 principles, but because we are also a UN entity, we do make sure that what we do are aligned with supporting the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. So as members of the Global Compact, businesses incorporate into the core of their business the achievement of the SDGs. Now, globally, there are now about 10,000 private sector members, about 3,700 are non-business members, and all in all, this employ about 66 million employees. Now, the Global Compact is also present in 70 countries. Of course, the Philippines is one of those 70. We are called the local network. So Global Compact Local Network in the Philippines is relatively new. We were established only towards the end of 2016 by 5 founding members, and now we have grown to about 38. composed of course, conglomerates. We have about 5 listed companies and about 10 small and medium enterprises. Now, I'd also like to mention that SMEs form the majority of members in the UN Global Compact. Since, as I've mentioned earlier, my co-panelists have set the context quite well already, I think at this point, what I'd really like to mention is that we cannot overemphasize enough how severely impacted the MSMEs have been by the COVID-19 crisis. And this is largely due to the sheer scale and the pervasiveness of MSMEs within the enterprise population globally and also within Asia. You've already mentioned earlier that MSMEs comprise about 90% globally, but in Asia it's much higher. It's around 97%. And the Philippines mirrors that closely. There are about 99% of our enterprise population are composed of MSMEs. So we can just imagine the impact the COVID-19 crisis has brought upon these enterprises. And not only that, I'd also like to add that within MSMEs, there are subsumed sectors. What do I mean by this? MSMEs tend to employ a larger share of the vulnerable sectors of the workforce, such as women and young people and people from poorer communities or households. Thereby, because of the COVID-19 crisis and due to their vulnerability, they are simply left more adversely affected by the crisis. Now, having said that, I think a natural or a next question that we could ask ourselves essentially is, what are the sustainability hotspots that were exposed by the crisis? Or basically, what are the pain points for SMEs or supply chains? Well, first of all, even without the COVID-19 crisis happening, the SMEs have been facing already certain fragilities. And these fragilities would mainly revolve around, first, low liquidity or short-term cash flow constraints, and also difficulty in accessing finance and other government stimulus because they are not bankable. They are considered high-risk borrowers. And aside from these pre-existing fragilities, we also found out from studies conducted specifically by UNIDO Philippines that most businesses do not have business continuity plans, or they are not aware of preparing business continuity plans, or if they do, they have found out that these plans have been inadequate. So this is based on a survey of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, Philippines, towards the earlier part of the lockdown in the country. And then also I'd like to add that, as I've mentioned earlier, there are vulnerable sectors, right? And by virtue of their being vulnerable, we already know that they are being exposed already as a sustainability hotspot. Specifically for women, for example, we have some results from the Future of Business survey by the World Bank that there is gender gap in business closures, meaning more women suffered job losses compared to men. Mainly through the nature of their work. These are non-essentials, like for example, more women work in health services, child care services, educational services, wellness and grooming, etc. And apart from that, women also faced an increase in work hours in domestic care and responsibilities, so possibly taking over their regular work. And then another set of vulnerable sector that have been exposed by the COVID-19 crisis would be the informal workers, the self-employed or the casual workers. As a result of the COVID-19 crisis, they are left on their own to address, for example, healthcare for themselves, right? And they also face other risks such as psychosocial issues and mental stress. I will just quickly pass through how the SDGs, therefore, have been affected as a result of the COVID-19 crisis. And the UNSCAP has released, in fact, a report on the SDG status in the Asia Pacific. And very clearly, the region is not on track towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. And we know already that we are not moving at the speed or scale required to achieve them. And at the same time, COVID-19 is undoing most of the progress that have already been done. So for example, this is also another study by the World Bank for October 2020, where they have cited that because of the crisis, this can push up to 150 million people beyond the threshold of poverty by 2022. And there are already projections of an increase in the global poverty rate to 9.4% from 9.1% during 2020. So having set all those context, there are now, I have three reflection points here with regard to the MSME's recovery path. And first is, from a small business perspective, is there still a business case for sustainability at this time? And my quick answer to that is still yes. In fact, the COVID-19 crisis stands as a dress rehearsal for sustainability. And we should all be aware, or businesses should all be aware, that there is a crisis that is already here, but is not immediately felt. And therefore, because it's not immediately felt, we think it's not urgent, but it is quite urgent. There's no turning back, and it is the climate crisis. And if businesses, big or small, do not consider this crisis in the way that they do business, then there might not even be a business. They would have to talk about maybe in 20 years' time when the 1.5 degree climate scenario has been reached, or if it has been reached. And also an answer to, therefore, to that reflection point that I raised is that COVID-19 can actually be seen as an accelerator of the SDGs. Now, very quickly, for the small businesses, what's the business case for sustainability? First is that sustainability compliance enables greater access to finance. More financing institutions and investors support endeavors that meet sustainability criteria. Second, sustainability compliance maximizes profitability. For sure, like through reduction in energy consumption, fuel consumption, and also through reduction of waste, for example. Third is sustainability compliance generates greater employee commitment. Of course, if it's in the context of decent work, then there will be higher employee satisfaction ratings and retention. And lastly, sustainability compliance also cements customer relationships. So through sustainability, through the integration of sustainability into the core of business of smaller businesses, then they can establish preferential relationship from the point of view of the buyer. So it's able to cement better customer relationships. Then the next reflection point that I'd like to touch is from a value chain perspective. How can businesses work together to build more sustainable supply chains? Well, first of all, from a value chain perspective, and I think this has been raised by the other speakers ahead of me, sustainability or SME sustainability in the context of a value chain is not just an option, it's a necessity, it is an imperative, because SMEs drive the economy, drive the growth of the economy. It drives generation of jobs and innovation. And SMEs are needed for business continuity and integration and operations.
Cynthia, may I just go in, because we are kind of running out of time soon.
Okay.
Make your last point.
Sure.
You had 3 points. Thank
okay.
you. No, sorry for interrupting.
That's okay. No, just to completely end it. So businesses and small businesses and large businesses can definitely work together in making sure that SMEs can go towards the right path in their resilience and recovery coming out of the COVID-19 crisis. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and sorry for cutting it short.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you for reminding me about the time as well.
Yeah. I forgot to mention that I'm Swiss. I'm a good timekeeper. All right, thank you very much for everyone, and my reflection on what you said is we have to think about the rise of the gig economy in the future of work, that more and more fragmentation can take place, and shocks like this have more and more impact. Thank you very much, everyone. I think it has been fascinating, and I'd like to ask the audience to put a bit more questions in a Q&A. We have 2 questions, and both are for Justin. And if no more questions are coming, I think the panelists, you can ask questions to others. I've had to a few questions I had, so maybe you can expand on these if there are no more questions. So Justin, you had a bit of time to look into the question, probably the 2 questions that are in a Q&A, and then over to you. Maybe you want to explain formulate the question and then respond briefly.
Sure, thank you. So one of the first question was looking at the carbon footprint of global value chains, and the person asking the question was agreeing that it's not viable when we look to the future, and wondering what might be the approach to sort of addressing the carbon footprint of these global value chains. I must concede that I'm not an expert on carbon policy, so I'm probably not the right person to ask that question to, but I can share, I think, what's quite an obvious reflection that everyone would agree with, is that if you look at the viability of many businesses today, and include in that global value chains, that viability is really only achievable because they are not factoring in the true costs of their business. There are a lot of negative externalities, environmental costs, which are clearly not currently being captured in their cost structure. And if you were to fully account for the full range of costs, including environmental costs, then many of the businesses that we have today would not be viable in their current format. And I think the same can be true of global value chains, because you're shipping goods all around the world, and there is clearly a carbon footprint attached to that. And if you price that correctly, then clearly these global value chains are going to face challenges to continue operating. So I don't have the answers on what the policies are, and there are many more qualified people to tell you that, but to tell you what might be possible. But clearly the viability of these global value chains will increasingly be questioned. The second question was looking at, very interestingly, the burden of responsibility for sustainability, and whether it should lie equally with big companies and small companies. And I think it's a very interesting and important question, because clearly all businesses do need to be responsible, and they do need to run their operations in a sustainable way. But big companies clearly have access to resources and knowledge and capabilities in a way that isn't quite so available to small companies. And so the questioner was asking, should the burden of responsibility be placed more heavily on the MNCs? And I think the answer is yes, it should. I think these big global companies, the big multinationals, they are important nodes within the global value chains. They are really the engines that drive a lot of it, with the SMEs just sort of providing services to them. And so given that sort of function that they serve as nodes, I think they have to do more than just be economic nodes. They have to be nodes for learning and for best practice and for sharing. And I think there should be a responsibility placed on MNCs for spreading what are responsible practices up and down the value chain and across their suppliers. And they should do it in a way that is not punitive and unfair. They should recognize that these smaller companies are resource constrained and don't have maybe the same level of sophistication and resources. So I think there is a responsibility on these big companies to ensure that they are sustainable and that their partners are sustainable and that they help their partners, particularly the small ones, to take that on. So I would agree with the sentiment expressed in the question that MNCs do have a bigger burden of responsibility, and they should shoulder that and act appropriately.
Thank you very much, Justin. I also know that In Europe, you have a SME hub that has been created on climate change. But Steve, you raised your hand.
Sure. Just a quick follow-on comment, if I could. I think we have to be careful about that expression, though, burden of responsibility, because it sort of implies that greater sustainability involves trade-offs or involves sacrifices of some kind. And I think in many instances, yes, that is the case. But I think we also have to recall the fact that there are instances in which greater sustainability actually makes good business sense as well. You actually become more profitable as a result of taking a more sustainable approach. Not in all cases, but at least in some. So I just suggest that we bear that in mind as well.
It's a great point, and I agree fully.
Yeah. Choice of word is important. So there are no more questions. Oh yeah, there's a third question coming up, but feel free to also ask your fellow panelists question on what they've also contributed. And so the question that came up from the floor is to Steve. Maybe I give you a minute to read it. And my question to the panelists: do you have any comments on what you heard? Any disagreement? Please.
Steve, goes first. Would Steve go first?
Yeah. Okay, Steve.
Thanks very much for the question about the correlation between the Sustainable Trade Index and the performance of countries during the pandemic. It is an absolutely fantastic question, which I should be able to answer by the time of the next edition of the index. We're constrained, there's always data lags, right? So we're constrained by the fact that we don't have all the data isn't yet here. So still too early to tell, but a fantastic question. I think we can pose and hopefully answer by the time of the next edition of the Sustainable Trade Index.
Okay, thank you.
Constant, maybe I have a comment that I would like to make, because I hear this very, very often. May I first?
Sure, please.
Yeah, sorry.
Please go ahead.
Many times I still hear that sustainability and profitability are put in two different boxes, one opposing the other. And I really think that that's a conundrum of where we need to have a paradigm shift on how we think. I mean, it's been said for many, many years, but I mean, none of us would think of surviving another day by biting our arms off, right? And sustainability and economics are the same thing. Economics is a part of sustainability. And if we're trying to take a shortcut that doesn't take us anywhere, it's not a shortcut. It's unthinkable. We need to stop really thinking that we can do profitability and we can be unsustainable. To me, it just doesn't work like that. And that's something we need to stop saying, stop thinking.
Okay, good point. Thank you, Stefano. We are arriving to the end of the discussion. Maybe if one has a urgent point to make before we close, please raise your hand. I don't know, Eileen, you are.
No, it's just a quick observation, and I've heard cross-value chain approach, multi-stakeholder approach so many times mentioned by my co-panelists, and I think it's really the way to go. It's the starting point for everyone at this point, given the nature of crisis that COVID-19 is. Thank you.
Eileen, the last comment for you.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on a question you posed to me earlier about ways that MNCs can support the SMEs. And I think just three particular areas, if I may, real quick, is one about providing the intelligence. So that awareness and knowledge that the MNCs can gather and share with their suppliers is key in terms of what risks or opportunities, what risks they may be facing, what opportunities they can leverage. The second would be around convening the suppliers, providing that opportunity for sharing learnings, building skills and capacity. And I know Walmart is a good example of this. They've recently created a program to educate their own suppliers about purchasing renewable energy and how to potentially purchase and procure more renewable energy. A few years ago, they also launched a program to help thousands of their Chinese suppliers to become more energy efficient through the development of an online tool. So there are ways that you can either convene or provide tools and resources and information. And that third being around rewarding good performance, because those incentives are indeed key. It's beneficial to reward that good performance. Those that are demonstrating, or the suppliers that are demonstrating progress on their sustainability goals or KPIs, can be rewarded perhaps with multi-year contracts, which provides that confidence and that security of business and income over time. And kind of going back to saying that, yes, MNCs do need to lead that way, and bringing back to saying that supply chain management and procurement teams do play a key role in driving that sustainable development through those value chains. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Good comments, practical as well. We have two more questions, but we will answer them separately offline because we're running out of time. I just wanted to make one comment. Is we see the most progressive companies, the chief sustainability officer is the CFO. We don't see that very often, but there's a trend that is starting to happening. So that's back to the comment from Stefano. So very sorry for the two questions that we did not answer live. We will answer them separately. At this point, I'd like to thank all the panelists. Excellent discussion, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as I have, and I hope to see you in person once the situation gets better. Thank you very much for everyone, and have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for attending. This is Abigail, your technical facilitator for today. I'm going to be putting in links into the chat right now for breakout session 3 and breakout session 4, if that's where you are headed to next. You can find those links there or in your email box.
Free to message me privately if you have any questions at all. And Deborah, just to confirm one more time, every speaker has 6 minutes, is that correct?
And I have a clock here.
Okay, so I will also send everyone a 2-minute reminder in the chat, which you will likely just see as a little pop-up. So just to let you know that you have 2 minutes left as well. Okay.
Afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our session. A little technical announcement to start off with.
Thank you so much, everyone, and welcome to the Asia Pacific Business Forum. My name is Hermes, and I'll be your technical facilitator for today. If you have any trouble at all with Zoom, please feel free to message me in the chat, which you can find at the bottom of your Zoom screen. You are at the session titled Breakout Session 3, Regional Trade Agreements, Special Economic Zones, and Trade Facilitation, How to Harness Them for More Efficient Value Chains and SME Integration. We'll get started in just a moment here, but I'd like to let you know that you are able to ask your questions through the Q&A function that you can find at the bottom of your screen. You will also be able to upvote and see other people's questions throughout the session. We highly, highly encourage you to ask questions throughout the session. You may also type into the chat any inputs that you may have, and you may also raise your hand if you would like to request time for inputs. So once again, you are at the session titled Regional Trade Agreements, Special Economic Zones, and Trade Facilitation, How to Harness Them for More Efficient Value Chains and SME Integration. I will now hand the floor to Deborah Biber, Chief Executive of Blue Moon Asia and Board Director of Pacific Basin Economic Council. Deborah, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Hermes. And a big welcome to all our panelists today and to all of you who have spent time with us earlier today and now in our session. I welcome you, and I hope that you will leave with a little bit more information than you started the session with. Now, our region, which is a massive region, is home to huge regional integration deals, such as the EEU and RCEP, which we hope will be signed very soon, the CTPPP, which replaced the TPP, and the ASEAN Economic Community, just to mention a few, and there are many, many more. Asia is also leading the world in setting up special economic zones, often to promote exports and to attract FDI. But with rising protectionism, how can these initiatives be maintained and enhanced? And what is the role of trade facilitation anyway in this respect? And in particular, in a digital and paperless trade world, is it the new normal? Well, we're about to find out, and I'd like to welcome all of our panelists today, but I'll start with our first, and that is Eva Chan. Eva is the head of international business at Dagang Net out of Malaysia, and she'll speak today on the importance of trade facilitation and paperless trade for value chain expansion and SMEs. She's also a member of the United Nations Network of Experts for Paperless Trade. And Eva's background, just very quickly, she's runs a business. Her business, Dagang Net Technologies, has pioneered and spearheaded initiatives aimed at creating less electronic customs related services to ease the facilitation and streamlining of international trading processes for the import and export trade and logistics industries. I now welcome Eva to join us and to take over with her presentation. Thank you, Eva. Eva, when you're ready.
Thank you, Deborah, for the introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to share my views about the importance of trade facilitation and paperless trade for value chain expansion and SME. So as defined by OECD, trade facilitation covers the full spectrum of border procedures, from the electronic exchange of data about a shipment to the simplification and harmonization of trade documents, to the possibilities of appeal administrative decision by the border agencies. Trade facilitation helps lower overall trade costs and increase economic welfare, in particular for the developing and emerging economies. One of the trade facilitation measures is paperless trade. Based on the UN survey on the state of play in paperless trade facilitation, the implementation of paperless trade measures stands at 61%, and it has increased by approximately 8 percentage points between 2017 and 2019. This group of measures relates to the application of modern ICT technologies, ICT, to related services ranging from the availability of internet connection at the border crossing and the automation of custom systems to full-fledged electronic single window systems. So when we talk about single windows, I would like to share a bit of current states of paperless implementation in Malaysia and what we have in mind for future implementation for the SMEs. In Malaysia, National Single Window is the largest scale of paperless implementation for SMEs so far. It facilitates the online submission of regulatory documents for custom clearance, such as the cargo manifest, custom declarations, free zone declarations, import-export permits, and duty payment. Apart from that, it also facilitates the application of preferential certificate of origin for all 14 FTA that Malaysia has signed, which includes 7 bilateral FTA and 7 regional FTA. The electronic preferential CO service has transacted more than 768,000 a year last year, 2019. With the NSW implementation, the National Single Window implementation, Malaysia has managed to harmonize the data and application processes for import-export permits of 30 government agencies and share the approved permit data with customs. However, in Malaysia, National Single Window only facilitate paperless B2G transaction for custom clearance. That means from business to governments. Is that all SME needed for paperless trade? In reality, there are many more business processes and information exchange between SME and other parties that they need to deal with. There are 3 main areas that SME needs to handle. First one is logistic arrangement with the freight forwarders. That includes the freight shippings arrangement, transport booking, warehouse services, and etc. Apart from that, the second area are the commercial documents exchange with their overseas counterparts. Includes the commercial invoice, transport documents like the packing list, bill of lading, airway bill, booking reference notes, etc. And also some of the regulatory documents such as certificate of origin, health cert, halal cert, SPS cert, CITES certs, and all kind of certificate that they need to exchange with their partners. And last but not least, they also need to have trade settlement and financial transactions with the banks. Very often they present the required documents to bank manually right now, and bank will go through the verification of the documents between buyers and sellers bank. So then these are the processes before they process payment. So currently, most of these documents are being exchanged manually through email or by courier. So this take up a lot of the time and cost involved for the SME to process these documents. Currently, paperless implementation, certainly paperless implementation should go beyond single window. National Single Window to facilitate this kind of B2B data exchange between SME with their business partner, be it logistics service provider, banks, or overseas partners. Now the question is, who should provide the B2B digital platform for this kind of services? Because National Single Window, as we all know, that is traditionally owned by the government. Can the government own the NSW and also offer the B2B service? What would be the modus of operandi if government would to offer this kind of B2B services? So these are the questions being asked in many countries. In Malaysia, DagangNet has been appointed as the operator of Single Window. We are a private entity, privately owned company. Therefore, in line with the government's move towards digital economy, we have developed a B2B platform called SealNet that facilitates the paperless trade between SME and their counterparts. Service provided in the SealNet are order management for the SME to manage work order with various forwarding agents that they are engaged with. And this agent can link to Single Window through the SealNet platform. We have also offer online marine insurance service for the traders to purchase the cargo insurance online, trade finance and trade settlement services. This is in the plan. And also cross-border exchange of trade data with overseas partner. We have started with Singapore, now looking into connectivity with China. Last but not least, we shall provide the cargo tracking service, and this service will enable the SME to have a full visibility of the business transaction for the data that transacted through the SealNet platform. Now, Malaysia is currently facing the third wave of COVID-19 outbreak. In fact, we have more than 1,000 cases last week. So during this period, Dagana has received a lot of inquiries about the SealNet service than before, because there are many parties has required for electronic data. So due to the current situation of pandemic and global trend of economy, digital economy, so the questions that we should ask ourselves is that, what if the trader do not go digital? And where will they be in 2 years, 5 years time, if we still maintain our manual way of doing business now? So, and also for the government, what can we do to help SME to embark on the paperless journey? So there are a lot to consider moving forward to implement paperless. So with that, I will end my presentation now. I wish I have more time to share some of my thoughts about moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eva. We'll get to Q&A because I know that there will be lots of questions around this. I really appreciate what you're saying. And what you are saying is how to implement a cost base so that the government isn't the provider of these services, and it's done through private enterprise. It's now my pleasure to introduce our next speaker on the panel, Radu Palamaru. Radu is going to talk. He is in fact the practice head or the managing director of Asia Pacific for global logistics and supply chain at Alcock Global, and he's also listed as its chief energy officer. So I think that's a great CEO moniker. Radu will be speaking about the importance of logistics and digital trade for value chains and SMEs and the role of Alcott in this regard. Radu has a background in e-commerce, supply chain logistics, and tech and transportation. He's also listed as a top 10 influencer on LinkedIn in terms of supply chains. So he's a top 10 global influencer. So Radu, over to you.
Thank you, Deborah, and appreciate the warm introduction. Very pleased to be with you all today, and what I will focus on sharing. So we come more from the perspective of, and our bread and butter is working with companies, usually bigger MNCs, in terms of their executive search and placing senior level executives to run their businesses. But we also have a strong consulting arm where we look at different businesses at different levels within APAC and to see how we can help them in terms of their digital transformation, specifically in the area of supply chain, manufacturing, logistics, transport. Now, what has happened with COVID-19 basically has turned the world upside down for all of us. But secondly, for the businesses in the region, and specifically for manufacturing and supply chain related businesses, it has kind of reshaped, or it's the start of a reshape in terms of how do you manage the flows, right? So whether you're an SME, whether you're an MNC, there's also been some pretty significant political let's say situations, tariffs and all of that, and there's been a shift of companies needing to realign, and maybe if obviously out of China has been one big area, right? So they've had to look at some other countries within the usually Southeast Asia. So Vietnam, for example, has been a major winner of companies that have relocated and put their manufacturing and supply chains within Vietnam. Obviously, other countries, Malaysia for electronics, Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, it's happening really all over Southeast Asia, if I'm to talk specifically about Southeast Asia. So that has meant also a change in the trade flows, has meant also a change in the footprints, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's transport, whether it's logistics. And what it has also done, it has accelerated the trade digitalization on one side, but the digitalization in general of companies, whether they are big or whether they are small, whether they are medium. Now, obviously, if you're a Unilever, Procter & Gamble, you have different budgets and different speed. Whereas if you're an SME, you have obviously less budgets to allocate, so that the speed of that digital transformation has been or could be slower. However, and I think there's, you know, from an SME perspective, they can be caught in a, you know, in a pretty difficult position at the moment because of the speed of change. But at the same time, I want to highlight the opportunity. So specifically for trade and I think for digitalization, for example, if we look at the advancement, I don't know how familiar you are. For example, there is a solution called TradeLens. It's a collaboration between Maersk Shipping and IBM technology, and it's helping a lot in terms of making a lot of the transactions around customs shipping paperless. That has grown tremendously in the last couple of months with COVID-19. A lot of customs authorities have taken it on board, and it's gaining speed. So I think what I mean to say is that progress has accelerated, and if you're an SME listening to this, or if you're, you know, caught in that situation right now, the benefit of Southeast Asia, there are platforms that are privately held and privately driven. For example, Bukalapak in Indonesia, right? It's a huge e-commerce platform that is enabling small and medium-sized retailers and producers and manufacturers to go online. Such platforms exist actually in most countries in Southeast Asia, China as well, and they can be used and leveraged without waiting for the government necessarily, right? Because obviously sometimes, I mean, most of the times, all the time, governments are slower than the private sector. So I think if you are an SME, the key here is to use the existing platforms and jump on the bandwagon. Don't wait, go digital, because there's no turning back. I think it's the choice is, you know, go digital or in face bankruptcy in 3 to 5 years, because, you know, paper-based transactions, or even if you think of simple things like if you run your business in a traditional way, well, and then there's a lockdown, then you have a problem that even your employees cannot come to the office, right? So what I'm saying is, if you are an SME, look at all these different platforms. An easy way to do it, or a practical way to do it, is speak to other SMEs, see what they're doing. There's all these platforms around the region that can be used. For example, for warehousing and logistics, there are Airbnb for warehouse type of platforms. There's a couple of them in the region. There's Mix and Move. There's Move Space. You can even get space for logistics. You can then get another platform to help you with the transportation of goods, with the trucking. All those things are readily available. It's just making that move fast, right? That will obviously enable the business to grow or to struggle in the future. So I would say that's one piece of sharing that I would have. And the other thing is, and I'm just trying to stay within the time limit as well. The other thing is that the size of SMEs make it easier in a way for them to jump on these solutions faster, to get on these platforms faster. It's more a matter of the senior leadership embracing it, passing it to the staff, and I've seen companies that have doubled in size over the course of the last months. I've seen e-commerce players and manufacturers that have doubled because they've, you know, if you think e-commerce in the last 3 months, it went 30%. It went the growth of e-commerce was in the last 3 months the same growth that was in the last 4 years or 5 years, right? So I think the opportunity is there, but it needs to be acted fast. Don't wait for the government. The platforms are already there. It's more a matter of ask around, Google search, maybe go to the different trade associations and SMEs association in each of the countries and see what they're doing, and then implement fast. So hopefully that provides some insight, and look forward to your questions.
That's excellent. Thank you, Roddy, very much. It's a kind of plug and play world that we live in now. And as you say, everything is out there and ready to be taken advantage of. It's just being nimble, being quick, and being digital is no longer a question. It's the answer, and it's here. It's the future, and the future is now. So thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. And we go now to our next panelist. I'm sure there are a lot of questions, and I would be grateful if you added your questions to the Q&A, and then I'll collate them all for our panelists later. Right now, Rachini is the Executive Director and Foreign Investment Marketing Division of the Board of Investment in Thailand. So I'm very excited because we've gone from Malaysia to Singapore, and now we're back to Thailand. I understand that you will be speaking to the role of special economic zones, including the East-West Economic Corridor, which is helping Thailand to attract FDI that contributes to expanding global and regional value chains, and therefore would actually provide opportunities for many of the country's small and medium-sized enterprises. So Rachini, over to you. Thank you. 6 minutes.
Queen Rachini, you're muted.
Okay, I think now it's okay, right? Okay, it's my great honor to represent Thailand's Board of Investment Asia Pacific Business Forum 2020 today. And I would like to share you, some important topics of Thailand's participations in the global value chains. As been noted in this meeting that the concepts of global value chains has dominated the global trade investment, and this will be continuing to determine the growth opportunities in global economy moving forward. I would like to focus on Thailand's advantages from increasing linkage and global value chains across Asia. So I think there's no doubt that the foreign direct investments or FDIs in the intra-regional trade that is linked to global value chains has been an important driving force of the economic growth across the Asia Pacific, China, India, and Southeast Asia countries in recent years. And looking closer to Thailand and other 5 countries, Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, and China, particularly Yunnan province, have participated in the Greater Mekong Sub-region or GMS Economics Cooperation Program. So the GMS country have introduced a development plan, including the significant upgrade of regional infrastructure, improvement of the cooperation and community across the region in the comprehensive manner. And the development cover 9 different areas of the transportation, telecommunication, energy, tourism, human resources, environment, trade facilitation, investment, and agriculture. Thailand has played an important role in the GMS Economic Cooperation Program to enhance connectivity in the CLMVT region. And the World Economic Forum has ranked Thailand at the highest in the CLMVT group for overall infrastructure, following by Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. And the data from ASEAN Development Bank show that Thailand has the highest investment in infrastructure per GDP at 15.7%, followed by Vietnam 10%, Myanmar at 2%, and Cambodia and Laos around 1% during 2010 to 2020. And to improve the competitive positioning of Thailand in the global value chain, Thailand has actively engaged in the free trade and regional trade agreement. And the country now has 13 free trade agreement with 18 different nations, including a large consumer market of China, Australia, New Zealand, and ASEAN. And Thailand has continually sought new trade partnership with the negotiations for a free trade agreement with Pakistan, Turkey and also Sri Lanka, and one regional trade agreement, namely the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or RCEP, in progress. So as a result of this free trade agreement, Thailand's trade volume with the FTA partners has been 4 times higher than trade with the country that has no such agreement with during the past 5 years. So meanwhile, Thailand's negotiations with the European Union and European Free Trade Association are being planned to resume. Now, so I would like to touch on the EECs, or Eastern Economic Corridor, because that is the hotspot also in this moment in terms of economic development, and also a special development zone, which represent Thailand's progress to enhance competitiveness of the global value chains. And according to the EECs, we are focused on the different 5 areas, including the Eastern Airport City, the Digital Park Thailand, high-speed rail, and innovation platforms, and also a medical hub. So according to this, also is very important, because if we can provide this area, we can easy access to a modern multi-mode transportation network through airport, deep sea port, dual track railway, high-speed train linking to the capital city, as well as the education and commercial zone. Ladies and gentlemen, and the Thai government has realized that the integration in the global value chains requires a much more complex approach that just a road connection city, but also the law and regulation that make it easier to do the business and also access to the market. It has introduced a one-stop service, or one-stop center, that has been set up, streamlined regulatory compliance, making use of e-government platform, amongst other measures that were implemented to expedite investment in the Eastern Economic Corridor. And the role of the Thailand's investment promotion agencies, or BOIs, is to consider in terms of the how to promote the investment into Thailand to strengthen the value chains, particularly in the EEC and special development zones. So recently, the BOIs offer a corporate income tax exemptions for 5 to 8 years, or general investment in a special development zones, and also 15 years of exemptions corporate income tax, especially if those investors invest particularly in the highest technology and also a target industry in the Eastern Economic Corridor. So to facilitate skills manpower in the EEC also is very important. So the BOI has granted the reductions of personal income tax to 17% from 35%. And the BOI also offer a non-tax incentives, including 99 years permission to own land for foreign investor, and also provisions of smart visa to facilitate foreign professionals. So the BOI incentives and the government support has begun to show concrete results in Thailand. And the increase of applications and land sales in industrial estates reflect investor interest in Thailand's EECs and special economic zone, which will promote Thailand a global value chain. So since 2017, this has been witnessed that the intention from the investor around the world and the number of the investment promotions application in the EEC has been continuously increasing. Even during the years of the COVID-19 crisis, the investment in the EEC remained high. So during the first 8 months of this year, from January to August 2020, more than 2,020 projects, according to the promotion application in the EEC that we received, and a 6% increase in the number of applications. So the investment value is over 85 billion baht, or around 2.5 billion US dollar, a decrease of just 3%. So the number is as high as 55% of the total application nationwide. And the Thai government investment in infrastructure in the EEC has also crowded in the private investment. So the investor can submit application to Thailand Board of Investment in order to obtain the incentives. And also we are online, which that we provide programs on the e-investment portal under the BOI scheme. So looking ahead, the BOI incentive program focuses on the improving of the country productivity enhancement and address urgent needs to respond to the environment challenge by means of the renewable energy, improving energy efficiency, reducing the environment impacts, and also enhancing the uses of the automations and robotics. Investment in machinery, sustainability, certifications of human resources development. So in conclusion, I would like to reiterate that the BOI is aware of trade tension between China and US that looks continuous, and also the COVID-19 pandemic that could have a lasting impacts on the pattern of the global trade and investment and the value chain. So considering the uncertain environment, the BOI continues to look to design and also to introduce the incentive program to attract the foreign direct investment that can increase the value to the Thai's economy in spacious economic zone and also in the Eastern Economic Corridor. So we expect that Thailand will play a more important role in the global value chains, leading to further progress in the economic development of ASEAN and its global value chains overall, and also ultimately better quality of the life of the people. So with this note, please just allow me to end my speech here, and I will be glad to provide a proper answer to you later on. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Khun Ratnajay. Our next speaker is from Myanmar. So we've gone around the region, and I'd like to, it's my honor actually to introduce Shui Hain. He's the secretary of the Philawa Special Economic Zone Management Committee from Myanmar, and he'll speak about the role of special economic zones in expanding value chains and helping SMEs to connect to international business, with particular reference to the experience of Myanmar and the economic zone that he represents. He earned his master's degree in and an MBA, PhD and MBA from Graduate School of Business from Assumption University in Thailand, and has been involved in many research projects related to economics, organization development, special economic zones, and industrial development. So, Shui, if I could ask you to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, UNSCIP, for giving me this privilege. I'm honored to be in the panel. Distinguished guests, gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. The world has changed drastically, and the pandemic is devastating many countries into recessions. In order to reduce the impact of COVID-19, one of the proactive initiatives taken by Myanmar in this new normal is to liberalize trade and investments by fostering enabling environments and leveraging digitalizations and addressing challenges faced by small medium enterprises. One of the success factors of special economic zone Myanmar's spillover effects, which is the hope of the government while planning to establish SEZ in Myanmar. My role as a secretary of Special Economic Zone is to enforce one of the most significant policy of the spillover effects of externality by forging linkages between SEZ-based firms to harness local SME that they would benefit knowledge, skill, and technology transfer. This is where spillover effects enable small, medium enterprises to participate in global value chains and to access the suppliers of parts, components, intermediate goods, or basic services on a subcontract basis to lead firms. By entering into supplier relations with lead firms, specialize a limited set of activities and outputs within the framework of global value chains, while assessing for larger regionals and global market. The objective of Special Economic Zone, it's not only to attract foreign direct investments and to promote trade, but to enhance trade facilitations by establishing one-stop service centers in the SEZ. The SEZ Management Authority, in collaboration with customs sections, simplifies, harmonizes, streamlines trade procedures, and removing the requirements for import and export licenses. And all this customs clearance formalities are done within the premises of SEZ. And there is no repetitive or additional inspections or formalities are required at the ports or at cross borders. This is how the trade facilitation enable global value change. That includes the specific measures to streamline, to simplify technical and legal procedures for products and services traded internationally. So thus, by addressing unnecessary costs related to trade procedures, is essential for firms to take full advantage of new markets open. Production and goods in SEZ cross-border many times is both intermediate and final products. And this is where trade facilitations helps lower overall trade costs and increase economic welfare, allowing better access for business for production inputs from abroad and supporting greater participations in global value change. Tilwa SEZ goes beyond the notions of agglomeration economies, that it has attracted the right mix of investors across the world who have brought along knowledge on how to master production, marketing, and distributions of exports goods. And this knowledge is translated into spillover effect to harness local SME, and most importantly, stimulated domestic firms to enter into export markets and increase the production of export. These are then transferred into the supply chains or value chain linkages. For instance, through the supplier relations with local firms or through labor market dynamics. When trained workers move or joins to domestic firms elsewhere, this is where diffusion of knowledge occurs through collaboration and demonstration effects, resulting positive externalities. This effects occur when there are more linkages or interaction between SEZ firms and local firms. The stronger the linkages or interaction, the greater the spillover effect will benefit local economy and increase productivities and increase economic efficiency. So this spillover effects can be broadly happens in both backward linkages and forward linkages, where backward linkages strengthens their production capacities and labor productivities in order to meet the standards requirements by buyers' demands. And forward linkages diffuse knowledge, skills, upgrading, adoption of technologies, or upgrading transportations or logistics services through the supply chains mechanisms. So greater interactions between the firms and forging forward and backward linkages can generate multiplier effects on knowledge transfer, skill upgrading, innovations, local employments, adoption of digitalizations, growth. And to conclude, according to World Bank's Ease of Doing Business, Myanmar ranges 165 out of 190 countries in 2019. And if this indicates properly for a special economic zone like Tilawa, then it would definitely range around under 50 or probably 30 or 40. So in future, the World Bank should have two columns, one with the country itself and SEZ per se, because a special, the nature of special economic zone is sort of enclaves, which is under its own jurisdictions with prevailing SEZ law, or is it rules or directives, notifications, or instructions? And this SEZ law supersedes national laws, and it's outside of the domestic tariff area. So it can be regarded as a foreign country. So it's better to have two columns, because it would definitely benefit Myanmar as a whole, not only Myanmar, the country of Myanmar, but for investors, those who are considering for restructuring of the global value chain, rather than reshoring or shoring, but offshoring. This is especially Tilawa Special Economic Zone would be best placed to provide a non-discriminatory, free and fair, predictable, stable investment and trades, and also conducive, predictable, enabling environment for investors. Thank you. Deb.
Sorry. Thank you, Shui, very much indeed. That's very interesting, but it raises a number of questions. If I could have the panelists to turn on their videos, because we are going to ask a few. There's a few questions that we've had from the floor, and I'll start with those. But before I do, I just wanted to mention something about paperless trade, and that is that paperless trade can be promoted by countries by acceding to ESCAP's framework agreement for the facilitation of cross-border paperless trade. And if you'd like to know more about that, we can make sure that we can let you have the link to that information. And thank you on behalf of ESCAP. Before we go to questions, I just want to thank you very much for joining us today. Your presentations were extremely interesting. And whilst each one diverse, they all actually end up in the same place, and that is that SMEs need a frictionless environment in which to do business and to thrive. And each one of you represents, to some extent or other, a solution for that, removing that friction that exists in cross-border trade. So let's just go to a couple of questions that we've had. The first one it's a very long one, and I'm going to ask it of all of you at the moment. If we could just go around a round robin, and I'll start with you, Eva, in the order that we started everything. So this is a question from Niaz Khan, and it says, and I'll just read it to you. It says, be it specialized economic zones or enterprise clusters, particularly of SMEs, what kind of trade-offs can one think of in terms of, one, environmental sustainability, efficiency of production or sourcing, including from trade facilitation aspect, and lastly, in measuring up against the quality benchmark in sourcing from within the special economic zone as against geographically scattered SMEs. And the questioner thinks that this is important for governments to consider from the perspective of its relevance in the context of national single windows or special economic zone based one-stop shops for SME facilitation. So Eva, you first.
Thank you. The questions. I'm not expert in specialized economic zone, but in Malaysia, we do have a free zone that has been defined in quite a number of ports area. And for that, in the single window, we have facilitated the free zone documents exchange between the traders and the free zone authority. So in the aspect of single window, the single window service should be extended to cover the regulatory document required within the free zone area as well. So that is my answer for national single window. Thank you.
Okay. And well, I'll ask the question both of Ratanji and also Shui. Rattanji, you first.
Thank you, Deb.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Is that
no,
me
no
or...
problem. Please go ahead, Shui. That's fine.
Yes.
No problem.
Thank you. Actually, in order to have linkages between the SME that scatters around in the nations with the MNEs or any lead firms, one of the missing piece in the puzzles is digitalization, because they couldn't have, even if across this the trade partner in this supply chain ecosystem that many of the MNE or lead firms are having the most advanced digitalization within their enterprises. But the problems that it's the partner they're dealing with, especially these SME, are not digital. Then the whole process always reverts back to the lowest common denominators. And this is very important to have one-stop service, not only for the SEZs, but the industrialization policy should have one-stop service for local industry, so that they could have a better trade facilitation, especially in getting approval, because of in some countries they are free zones or spot process zones, and they are regarded out of domestic tariff areas. So in order to have trade facilitations, one-stop service by the government policy in this local industry is critical, because for them, the supply chain should be smooth in order to get all these approvals to have the linkages with the lead firms. So this the trade-off would be that the efficiency of productions, digitalization becomes a part of our life in every aspect, and it's crucial for economies and societies. And many of the small enterprises are not digital. So this is the biggest challenges for SME to have global value chains. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Rattanji.
So the same questions, as I already mentioned on my presentation, that the government has realized how important the integrations in the global value chains. So if you're talking about the, special economic zones in Thailand, of course, there are provided by the private government, that's one side, and also provided by the government. But just recently, that Thailand has just created to develop a 10th border, a special economic zone around our country with our neighboring country, like from west to east, from the east to west, and then south, and then north. And according to these 10th border special economic zones that has just, give Thailand's opportunity also to provide the annual budget in order to facilitate, businesses, particularly in the transportation network, utilities, and also the industry within the industry estate, and including the residential area, as well as that we would like to improve, the border trade facilitation to our border checkpoint, and also those infrastructure that we provide. Just recently also that this has been proved that the special economic zone that we provide has attract, the investment into this particular area. I think around $600 million US, according to the volume of the trade volume, and this can be proved that is very important. And also, according to the unprecedented situations of COVID-19, that has been encourages the investment promotion agency like us to provide the e-investment. So digitization is very important right now, as the people, they have to protect themselves from COVID. So that's why we just provided platform for all investors especially not just only the foreign investor, but also the SME that's already exited in Thailand, so that they can contact us easily through online. And not just only provides them the license for business operation, but also they can be granted through the incentive that we provide for both tax and non-tax incentive to this one-stop shop that's already available in the centers of Bangkok. And we are ready also to provide SaaS center in our border checkpoint with connecting with our neighboring country. Thank you.
Interesting. Thank you very much. We have a couple more questions. And the first one we have is from Bing Zhu, and it says, what are the main challenges that Thai SMEs have faced when encountering trade war between the US and China? I guess, Ratanji, that's yours as well.
Actually, we are aware of that how seriously of the the problems of the China's and US trade war. But we see the opportunities according to this situation, because we received the requirement from some company, especially from China, that they would like to move the company to Thailand, and we have been contacted from those company, but I cannot just mention those company according to the names, but particularly those who are in the smart electronics, and also some agriculture businesses that they would like to come to Thailand. So right now we are ongoing process of negotiation. Yeah.
Okay, and Shui, how does that sit with you? The trade war between the US and China, does that have an impact, or positive, negative impact on you?
Definitely, there is a negative impact on it, because firms that are, do you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Firms that are participating in global value chain has some impacts. For example, the demand, the supply chain impact problems, because when the trade war is going on, then the demand from the supply side in China that is connecting with the firms here, the value-added chains in this given countries, that when there is a reductions of final production one location, it affects another inputs from another country. So it's difficult for predictions of the inventories when there is a war. And another would be the supply chain impact, that because of this the war, the suppliers or manufacturers that they have to reduce their outputs, and with the value chain farms in other countries. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. Now, very interesting. We've got one more question. Oh no, we've got a couple more questions that just come in. Now, Sokita Touch says she wants to learn about any best practice of building SME clusters and promote them in the regional value chain. So again, I think, Ratanji, that goes to you.
In Thailand, we have one particular program so-called BUILD, which is the business linkages industry for to strengthen up the competitiveness of the SME in Thailand, particularly. So those SME in Thailand, normally they provide us only a parts and component to support a particular industry. And in Thailand, we are used to be one of the top 10 of the car manufacturers of the world. And this is one example that I can just provide for you, that for this cluster, back to last 20 or 30 years ago, that we are just a small producer But once when we received the investment from Japan, they produce a different types of car. And these also that they're looking for, these company also from Japan that they're looking for a vendor and supplier locally. So that's why we can just improve the competencies of these SME, particularly in the automotive industry, to provide those parts and components to those car manufacturers from Japan. And right now, we try to move forward from automotive industry to a smart automotive industry, focusing on the EV particularly. And this will be, I mean, the competitiveness also that we would like to complete in a global level to support SME in Thailand to move forward to a global market. Thanks.
But have you created clusters of SMEs through the country?
Right, right.
Because that was the question. Shui, what about you?
First, creating a similar industry into its clusters is the first thing to do. Then when there are the agglomerations or clusters of similar industry, then they can have information sharing as well. And with the lesson we learned from this COVID, that firms that especially MNC, multinational corporation, our list firms, will not very much dependent on one single suppliers, that they will have a wider range of alternative suppliers in the same cluster. So by having the same similar in cluster, and by sharing information and building the capacities will help them to promote to participate in this global value change. Thank you.
Okay. And we have another question. It's a long question, so bear with me and I'll read it to you because it's a statement and a question. And it's from Maruham Batubara. And it is, and they say, implementing trade facilitation reforms is very important for keeping trade flowing and keeping MSMEs trading, even in normal times. But in the current context with trade tension, an important effort at international cooperation to ease the burden on traders is necessary. How does trade facilitation help MSMEs or SMEs to become integrated into global value chains? So Radu, do you have anything to say on that? The question is, how does trade facilitation help SMEs become integrated into global value chains? So I open that question to Radu and to Eva.
Well, I mean, I think the fundamental or the basic answer that it does help. Now, the more complicated question is how to make it work. It's like, yeah, I mean, definitely it helps, right? But the million-dollar question is, and I think where most of the country's ecosystems and the crux of it is, how can governments and SMEs work together to make it happen in reality and in practicality. I think that's where, well, there's a level of obviously bureaucracy that is different in different countries. Maybe Singapore, they've done quite a good job, but also, you know, their scale and their size permits them to be quite fast in terms of a lot of these digital initiatives. Other countries in Southeast Asia, I think there's a lot of progress being made. But it will take time. I mean, also, if you think of ASEAN as a bloc, I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done as a bloc. I mean, there's been a lot of discussions and there's been, I think there's been some progress made, but there's still a lot to go. And if you think EU versus ASEAN, there's a big difference, right, in what we call a seamless trade or a seamless integration. But the opportunity is huge, because if you look at intra-Asia trade, it has grown tremendously. It continues to grow. It's, the region is basically trading with itself more than any other region, any other continent at the moment. Is for the first time, I think this year or last year was for the first time that happened. So I can only hope that that the leaders of the countries come together and make this take these steps faster. But again, COVID-19 is and has been a big accelerator. and it's almost forced, knee-jerked a lot of things into practice and into being implemented. So we can only hope that that's going to be for the better in the next months and years to come.
Thank you, Radu. Eva, you're on mute.
Hi, I can only speak on behalf, in Malaysia, what we have done to incorporate SME in using this trade facilitation. First, that in 2018 or 2017, the government has launched a initiative called Digital Free Trade Zone that enable the SME to explore the overseas market through this digital free trade zone. And this digital free trade zone has a large cooperation, has a cooperation with Alibaba, and this platform also has incorporated some of the custom clearance process and logistic platform. And all these trade facilitations services or facility has helped the SME to enlarge, to explore into the international market through the DFT zone and linking to Alibaba and other e-commerce marketplace. So this is one of the initiative. And secondly, also, I forgot about that. I'm sorry.
What about SealNet, and how does SealNet integrate into this trade facilitation?
Yes, SealNet has been facilitating the B2B activities between the traders and their overseas partners. But first, we internally, because the most paperless transaction is between B to G. So
yes, you mentioned.
we have also privately, we have also extended this service from B to B to B, from B to G to B to B. With that, the SMEs can explore other markets. Not explore markets, but they can have the paperless transaction with their partners, because their partners are mostly large company with a lot of electronic system in place that they would like to go electronic. Okay, I remember. So second point, Malaysia, apart from national single window, our government is also actively looking into G2G exchange with our large trading partners. And for example, the CO exchange with ASEAN single window, we have exchanged the approved certificate of origin with all the members, ASEAN member states. And with this exchange, that we have streamlined the process that when our exporters send out when our exporter export the goods to ASEAN countries that require the certificate origin is now paperless. So in the importing country, they can simplify the clearance process for such kind of cargoes. And our government is looking into this kind of G2G exchange with other countries and other documents like the health certs for the animal health certs, for example, phytosanitary certificate. So these are the measures that government looking into to implement to facilitate the SME for the cross-border trade. Thank you.
Thank you. I have another question, but I'm not sure if I'm on mute.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you. Another question from Andrea Landy. And that question is, privately owned digital solutions are interesting, but how integrated are they with cross-border bureaucracy? and how risky is it for SMEs to pick up the wrong solution in case the government chooses a different one? So that again is she'd like, or this the attendee would like Shui to actually answer that question if it's possible. So I'll repeat the question again. Privately owned digital solutions are interesting, but how integrated are they with cross-border bureaucracy, and how risky is it for SMEs to pick up the wrong solution in case the government chose a different one?
Since paperless trades is now becoming popular during this pandemic, or it's becoming a digital trade. So when using the wrong terms, or with risk, the flow of data, there should be trust in it. Trust, the free flow of data is very critical for in this trade regimes. But how the security and trust accounts for the not only for the governments but as a whole, but also SME to use this around platform, the integrated system. And also these would be risky if this system, the enterprise resource system, or the digital they're using, it's very complicated and it's not safe for them, then it would be risky for them. Mostly government use, it's my country, we use the custom section for trade, especially for cross-borders bureaucracies. We use the MAC systems, Myanmar Automated Cargo Clearance Systems, which is one of the an integrated systems that is brought from Japan, because Japan has NACC A too. So this system, we're using this systems in either in the border areas or in the wide. So this systems becomes become a kind of single windows, and that's what in my previously I mentioned that SME should be able to maximize the of digitalization, because the government it's now utilizing this system. So this is safe. But if a private-owned digitals are interested and integrated with some borders, they should. There's a concern that the safety of data, the flow, the security of the data itself, as it was in the Osaka agreement, that's the TTF, data trade free flow in trust. That would be implemented soon, and this sense of trust is very important. So flowing the data and using the integrated systems. Thank you.
Okay. Eva, as a private business involved in this area, and Ratanji as a government involved in this area, I'd be interested to know how we can coordinate this more fully so that SMEs are not perhaps picking the wrong user, the wrong supplier, the wrong platform, and how this digital development can be rationalized across business and government. So Eva, maybe you first.
Okay, thank you, Deborah. Actually, there's no right or wrong solution here. The government always endorse the B2G part. That means any submission or transaction with the government is going through the national single window and is endorsed usually by the government. Well, when it comes to privately owned solution is usually referring to those facilitating B2B transactions. And in Malaysia, we have a national single window that is governed by the government, and they have also options for the private entities to operate like a national single window service provider that linking the companies that facilitates B2B and from B2B link to single window for the B2G transaction. So this kind of service provider, they usually will have a solution that is tailored to the specific cluster users requirement. For example, they have a service provider for the port community users that also facilitate the custom clearance through the national single window. So you have to choose the right service provider that suits your requirement. So that is a preference of the kind of services that you would like to have. It depends on the SME themselves. So for example, SealNet is to facilitate companies exchanging documents with their forwarding agents, shipping agents, and also to do the trade finance transaction and marine insurance. So if you are into this kind of service, then you subscribe to SealNet. If you are into port clearance activities, then you can use the kind of, we have PocketNet systems, community system. So there will not be a right or wrong choice, and government will not dictate on what the user should use or should not use in the case of Malaysia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have one last question from Shofi Nisa, and that is, it's directed actually at Radu, and they want to know which government policy in Southeast Asia do you think seems problematic at the moment? And I'm assuming that means around trade. Which government policy in Southeast Asia do you think seems problematic at the moment?
I'm not sure I'm the best person to. I'm not an expert in government, in government rules and regulations. Plus, even if I were, I'm not sure I would dare make a statement just to avoid any sort of getting myself into trouble. But I mean, the honest answer is I don't know. Yeah, but I even if I did, I'm not sure I would want to answer that.
Okay. No, I'm with you. I think there goes a lot of potential trouble. Well, we don't have any more questions. And this has been a really stimulating panel. Thank you so much. I've learned a lot. I'm very interested in the divide, the chasm that exists between government policy and business needs, and that there are organizations around the region, and such as ESCAP's Sustainable Business Network, of which I sit on the Executive Council, that actually looks at these issues all of the time. So I really feel like we've done quite a bit of work today, and I thank you all for that. And I give you a little round of applause on behalf of everyone you can't hear, but I'm sure they join me in thanking you very much for your insights and your expertise. I've enjoyed the panel, and I'm really glad to have been your moderator today. So thank you very much. And with that, I will end the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice
care all.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
During breakout room 3. We will be remaining in this webinar for the closing session. So please Do go ahead and grab a glass of water, anything that you need. We will begin the closing session in just 5 minutes time. Welcome to the Asia Pacific Business Forum 2020. You are now at closing session. We will begin in just a few moments here, and as we transition everyone over from the remaining sessions into this webinar. Thank you so much for your attendance and your participation today. All right, so I think I will now go ahead and pass the floor to Dr. George Lam, Chairman of SCAP Sustainable Business Network and the Non-Executive Chairman of Macquarie Infrastructure and Real Assets Hong Kong Limited. George, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We have had an excellent day of engaging dialogue on a wide range of challenges and opportunities for global value chains and SMEs in Asia and the Pacific. And we have heard from a group of distinguished speakers who are also champions for sustainability. We can see the important role played by global value chains and SMEs in achieving the 17 SDGs. And the consensus that we have seen at this forum is to further mobilize the support from the business sector and to speed up and strengthen the collaboration between the business sector and the other actors. And with the strong momentum shown at the APBF 2020, the ESBN will work very hard to scale up business ambition and action to accelerate the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and associated sustainable development frameworks in Asia and the Pacific. Let's work together to push sustainability, ambition, and action within and beyond our operations, collaboration action, policy advocacy, and peer-to-peer learning and inspiration. And we must act without delay. There's only 1 decade left before we reach the 2030 target date. And at this juncture, I can only do one thing, to thank you once again for your participation and contribution to APBF 2020. Have a good weekend ahead. Stay healthy and stay safe. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor to Mr. John Denton, AO, Secretary General, ICC, International Chamber of Commerce. Please.
Thank you very much, George. It's very, very good to be with you. I regret that I'm not in Bangkok. It's one of my favorite cities, and I can tell you that compared to what we're moving into in Paris, I think I would enjoy the relative freedom of Bangkok at the moment. Can also, before I commence my remarks, shout out to some colleagues who are on the line. First of all, to Chairman Tariq, for the ICC chairman from Pakistan, who I noted spoke earlier. Tariq is a great supporter of the ICC and an amazing operator in South Asia and Southeast Asia. And also I saw earlier Barbara Maynard also spoke, and Barbara, of course, works very closely with Victor Fung, who's a former chairman of ICC. And Barbara and I are actually on a call yesterday with Victor because we have launched at ICC a very important intervention in global trade finance, which is the action group on trade finance, because we are concerned about the emerging contours on a crisis on trade finance as a consequence of the COVID-19 problems. And we're working very hard together on that. It's great to actually spend some time, and I'm very grateful to ESCAP for inviting me to speak today. This is day one of confinement 2, which is the second round of confinement in Paris. So it's slightly complex in the city at the moment as people seek to flee the city, actually. And yesterday was the scene of some of the most amazing traffic jams that could only ever be matched in Bangkok, I might say, but in Paris itself. But it's a great opportunity to speak to you all. The actual topic of the discussion around supply chains and SMEs is one that we're very engaged with. Many of you would know that we launched at ICC a very powerful campaign to save our SMEs at the beginning of the COVID-19 crisis. And we continue, because one of the particular complexities of COVID-19 is the viciousness of the actual disease itself, but also its unkindness because of its asynchronous nature, the way in which it affects regions in different stages with different impacts. Sometimes the economic impact is hit before the health impact. And now, of course, it's we go from emergency to safe reboot to actually talking about rebuild, and then we flip back again. So the asynchronous nature. But getting engaged in any discussion about openness to enable supply chains is a critical part of the ICC mission. Many of you will know that we were founded 100 years ago in the ashes of the First World War, when entrepreneurs gathered together and industrialists gathered together, determined that when governments could not act, that businesses should. And that has actually been the abiding ethos or our DNA of the ICC ever since. And frankly, our purpose today is as relevant as it was then. Our purpose is quite clearly to enable business worldwide to secure peace, prosperity, and opportunity for all. And what we want now is to ensure that not only do goods and services flow across borders freely, but frankly also the data flows across borders freely, because in the 21st century, the digitally enabled economy is something that is important to all of us, and nowhere more important than in Southeast Asia and in Asia Pac, because of the important reliance that SMEs have on a functioning digital platform. And I heard one of the questions before was asking about which countries, which country in the Asia Pacific is perhaps not doing its heavy lifting. The real issue is that too many countries are not doing the heavy lifting on getting movement on this whole issue about how we curate a proper public commons around the digital economy. And that's something that the ICC is pushing very hard on at the moment. So friends, we are grappling with a health and economic crisis of similar proportions to that which we saw when the ICC was founded. By the way, the ICC was founded in the midst also, not just at the end of this First World War, but of the Spanish influenza. And so it's not the first time that we've actually sought to assert the power of business in helping to ensure prosperity for all. But this particular crisis, as I said before, is peculiar in the way in which it's actually affecting the global world. And frankly, our mission remains the same: to keep borders open, to enable trade to occur, to enable supply chains to function. And it's against this backdrop that I'd like to discuss several aspects of public debates that are occurring at the moment, particularly around global value chains, that I think should be front of mind for businesses, governments, and international organizations. And I applaud ESCAP for bringing together this group. And actually, I can see David Morris now in the screen as well. So another shout out. So there's a lot of old friends as well involved in these discussions. And let's talk a little bit about what we call the supply chain resilience debate. Friends, the pandemic has evidently had devastating effects on the health, well-being, and livelihoods of millions of people. We know that over 43 million cases have been recorded, over 1 million people have died, and 90% of healthcare systems have been disrupted. The global economy, I was in discussions with the head of the IMF just before she gave her most recent forecast. What she said, of course, is not good news. We're anticipating a contraction of almost $7 trillion in 2020, which is the equivalent of around 480 million jobs and millions of businesses threatened with insolvency. So clearly, creating greater resilience to pandemics and other systemic risks must be a first order priority at a global level, at a regional level, a local level. Should be a first order priority for global decision makers and for politicians and governments, and also for business. Nobody doubts that. And it's understandable that this call for greater economic resilience has focused in large part on global supply chains. Because in the early days of the pandemic, there was real pressure, and shortages were actually really felt by citizens. And even if they weren't actually in existence, they were perceived. We saw that in some of the panic buying that went on as well. And we know that supply chains that depended on single sources or locations for medical equipment, parts, and raw materials suddenly appeared more fragile than efficient. Many companies face fluctuating supply and demand dynamics, rapidly changing purchasing patterns, and a flurry of uncoordinated government measures. We saw a synchronous supply and demand shock, which was one of the most unusual features of the economic impact of COVID-19. And so the consequence of this in terms of the sense of fragility should not be unexpected. After all, the world was rapidly trying to understand and respond to a new disease with the potential to kill millions. It's interesting how the commitments of many to global cooperation fell apart so quickly as people looked to look after their own interests first. And it's really only when people caught their breath they started to realize the consequences and negative consequences of that. And what we saw was governments shuttering entire economies, closing borders, and preventing people from attending their normal workplaces. A supply and demand shock ensued. No wonder then that COVID-19 caused major disruptions to global supply chains. But focusing only on what did not work during the most extraordinary event, and this is really important, do not allow anachronistic thinking here to dominate. There was a moment where there was a sense of crisis and collapse, and that fragility had led to collapse completely in supply and demand. That actually moved on. So do not allow policy to be formed on the basis of that moment. And it should not automatically lead to the conclusion that global supply chains are systemically fragile, or that any vulnerabilities deserve top-down direct intervention and correction by governments. When thinking through how governments might respond to make our economic systems more resilient, I'd like to suggest that we think about three things. The first, and this is something that's really important, when you think about that mind's eye moment, as I said, do not allow global policy to be formed on that mind's eye moment. Think about this. Think about the truth of what has actually happened in COVID-19 and responses. And first and foremost, there must be a recognition of the remarkable agility and innovation shown by companies, by the private sector, including those operating in global supply chains during these extraordinary times. When COVID-19 broke out, many companies quickly pivoted to provide essential goods and services in support of public health efforts. We're all, of course, aware of how alcoholic beverage and perfume companies transformed and repurposed their organizations to produce hand sanitizers, how textile manufacturers transformed or repurposed their organizations to create masks, and how hotels repurposed themselves into quarantine centers. But we often forget how the express delivery services, many of whom will be represented in the discussions today, somehow managed to ensure door-to-door supply of essential goods and services such as medical equipment, medicine and food at the height of the crisis. Those supply chain systems worked. They were repurposed to work. And we did all that while we were actually working from home. I would suggest the fact that companies, large and small, were able to act with such agility and innovation while working from home during the greatest economic shock in a century points more to the private sector's robustness than its fragility, with some companies running at more than 90% capacity with only about 40% of the typical workforce. And we should also remember that the private sector achieved this for the most part in spite of, not because of, government intervention. Whether that is by seeking greater visibility of the whole supply chain, diversifying sources of supply, rebalancing stock levels, or adopting strategies that respond to shifting consumer demand, companies are now taking actions that not only will help them survive, but improve our overall economic resilience. While COVID-19 has been a novel health challenge for us all and will continue as such, it has not changed the fundamentals of how companies plan and manage risks. Most pertinently, achieving systemic resilience can only occur if businesses are given the freedom to respond to the new situation and thoughtfully manage their own risks. They do not need to be told by governments how to do so. Now, as I said, because of that mind's eye moment, which seemed to have shaped a lot of government political and policy reactions, of misdiagnosis actually inflecting global policy making. This new discourse around supply chain resilience often appears to be a misdiagnosis of the problem. Politics being politics, politicians being politicians, we have seen in many parts of the world this notion of supply chain fragility being invoked or frankly hyped up to cover for what are in essence inadequacies in government planning, in government decision-making, in government plans around stockpiling, etc. This is not to deny the many, many challenges supply chains have faced during the pandemic, nor to underestimate the complexities of the issues faced by governments. As I mentioned, these are legion. We know them. There are many, many, many of them. And one of this conference's important tasks is to identify how companies can overcome them. But rather what I'm calling for is precision in identifying public policy problems. And it's a call for honesty. The fact that the world did not have on hand adequate stockpiles of masks, medicines, and ventilators are lessons to be learned for us all. That is not a private sector failing. That is a government public policy failing. Similarly, citizens being unable to buy medicines or food from abroad were not helped by 91 countries imposing over 200 export controls at the peak of the crisis. Now, while everyone understands the motivation for this, it's never smart public policy. If we collectively misdiagnose these problems exclusively as either governmental or corporate failures, we will be doing ourselves a disservice, and ultimately we will have poor policy prescriptions. We all have a duty, therefore, to make sure that any policy solutions proffered do actually deal with problems associated with supply chains, and that they are not simply a pretext for protectionism or a barrier to blame. So this is my third point, which is really the failure to consider the side effects of intervention, direct intervention. We should collectively ensure that discourse around supply chain resilience gives due attention to the potential negative side effects of proposed interventions. Not only do we need to accurately diagnose the problem and assess the intentions of the healer, but we must also ask whether proposed solutions might actually do more harm than good. It's only natural that people and politicians want to see and show everyone that they can fix everything. COVID-19 has caused challenges on a scale none of us in our lifetime have experienced. Our lives have been turned upside down. We live in a constant state of uncertainty and flux, and we want to regain control. And I know governments are genuinely trying to fix the current situation and build systems that can withstand similar shocks in the future. But surely, if anything, COVID-19 has been an acute reminder of how little we understand about complex systems and what effects our actions will have on them. And for better or worse, global value chains are increasingly complex systems. We know it, but let's put it in perspective. The average passenger car contains around 30,000 parts, with some parts crossing multiple borders and continents before assembly. Determining how government interventions would affect business workers and consumers is accordingly very difficult. Perhaps in these circumstances, it will be wise to borrow the relevant medical concept of an iatrogenic harm. That is an injury inadvertently induced by a treatment, a term that the philosopher Nassim Taleb brought to the wider world. So many of the policy descriptions mooted by governments could well fit this description of an iatrogenic harm. Most obviously in this category are nativist policies aimed at concentrating industries in one place, such as proposals to reshore or localize supply chains. By reshoring or localizing, organizations may simply replace a vulnerability abroad with one that is slightly different, but equally serious onshore. Far from creating resilience, such approaches would likely undercut competitiveness, raise consumer prices, and render entire industries more vulnerable to smaller, localized, and more frequent shocks like floods, blackouts, or social upheaval. Reshoring supply chains may also exacerbate other risks. Outbreaks of disease such as COVID-19 are just one of the risks that businesses need to consider. A cyber attack on an economy which is substantially onshored will cause extreme disruption to local supply chains. It's a consequence then of concentrating industries. It's a very negative consequence of that. If we reconcentrate industries in one place, it will exacerbate the risk to that country's businesses, as compared with reliance on global supply chains involving countries not affected by a cyber attack. That is an example of where we can be quite sure that the cure will be worse than the disease. But there will also be many other examples where we simply cannot foresee negative consequences or even our best intentioned policies. For example, data coming in now already is showing that economies based mainly on onshore supply chains are actually restarting slower than some of their global rivals, reinforcing the point that domestic supply chains can be just as vulnerable to crises such as pandemics or their global equivalents. The agility of a global supply chain should never be underestimated. The agility of an effectively operating global supply chain is extremely powerful for maintaining economic settings in a variety of economies, and importantly, keeping a number of companies and SMEs operating. The inconvenient truth is that right now, for many companies, the greatest threat to their supply chains comes not from a novel coronavirus, but traditional protectionism or well-meaning but badly judged public policy interventions from top-down interventions by governments. I want to talk a little bit about an important issue that we see arising, which is around the future. The first is around vaccine nationalism, which is a real risk we see. And the other is, particularly given we're talking to people in Southeast Asia about how do we reboot the incredibly important supply chain and value chain around travel and tourism. So let me focus first on vaccine nationalism. While I've so far been talking about supply chains in the broad, I want to actually focus a little bit on the vaccine supply chain. It's no exaggeration to say that developing, producing, and equitably distributing safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines and therapeutics will be one of the greatest logistical challenges of all time. While many of us, rightly or wrongly, are pinning our hopes on the development of a vaccine, in many ways that will be the easy part. Ensuring access worldwide will be complicated owing to shrinking capacity on container ships and cargo aircraft, potentially insufficient amounts of equipment like vials and syringes, and the need to continually refrigerate vaccines throughout the entire cold chain. I understand that some of the vaccines under development will need to be kept at temperatures as low as -80 degrees Celsius from production to injection. Every move from labs to logistic hubs to hospitals will need freezers, glass that can withstand the extreme cold, and a lot more dry ice than the world currently produces. And of course, the logistical challenges only increase when delivering to remote communities, to the last mile, and to countries with poor infrastructure. Evidently, vaccinating a significant proportion of the world's population will require extraordinary cooperation between governments and the private sector. And it will also require governments refraining from taking actions that could exacerbate the challenges, such as by interfering with supply chains or adopting nation-first approaches. For example, imposing export restrictions on vaccines, their chemical components, and medical devices, as many governments did with personal protective equipment, food, and medicine during the first wave of the pandemic, will be disastrous, only prolonging the pandemic and amplifying the economic shock. Vaccines don't work without vaccinations. We need to ensure the effective distribution of those vaccines to enable the actual vaccinations to take place. For this reason, ICC has been calling for governments to publicly pledge to avoid enacting trade barriers, such as export restrictions that would limit foreign access to medical equipment, medicines, and vaccines. The last thing we need now would be a mad scramble between nations for doses of proven vaccines, which could trigger a far-reaching escalation of trade restrictions with potentially devastating consequences. Equally, and as one reason I agreed to join on behalf of the ICC, the COVAX Act A Tools Accelerator, which actually calls for an unprecedented collaboration between intergovernmental organizations, industry, and civil society. We joined that because we want to ensure that there will be global and equitable access to vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics. So while many governments have made early pledges to Act A through the COVAX process, significant more money is actually required to make this initiative a success. So far, only 1 billion of the 38 billion required has been raised, and 14 billion more is urgently required by the end of the year. Fully funding this work will be critical to ending the acute phase of the pandemic as quickly as possible, and it would offer an extraordinary return on investment. 38 billion may sound like a lot, but this sum is minuscule compared to the 7 trillion I talked about before in terms of the economic damage that's occurring to the global economy and what will actually happen as a consequence of further potential lockdowns globally and social distancing, maintenance of the supply and demand side shock, and the requirement for additional fiscal stimuluses. 38 billion sounds like a lot, but in that context, it's minuscule. Indeed, by the way, it would be fully paid back by a fully operating and functional global economy within 38 hours. I now want to talk a little bit about this issue, which is around a very important global value chain and supply chain, which is around travel and tourism. And I say that only because I'm really talking to so many people in Southeast Asia and the importance of travel and tourism. One of the consequences of the approach taken by governments to managing COVID-19 has been the collapse in mobility. The consequence of collapse in mobility has had a devastating effect on global travel and tourism. I recently spoke with the G20 tourism ministers and have been involved with the UNWT, World Tourism Organization, and World Travel and Tourism Council, IATA, and others. We've seen and we'll see by the end of this year almost 190 million jobs lost in travel and tourism. And you know that many of those jobs, in fact, more than half those jobs will be for women, and more than a third of those jobs will be for young people. And we know that the devastating consequences of the collapse of this value chain hits SMEs and micro SMEs hard, and it hits them hardest in developing countries and least developed countries. So it's absolutely important that we get a policy prescription at a global level that enables travel and tourism to reoccur. So what the ICC has formed a view and what we are working on at the moment at a global level is actually trying to shift the policy and focusing in particular at the moment on air travel. The reason we're doing that because it's such an important link for that whole of the global value chain. People will not get on planes because they don't have confidence that they can be protected from COVID-19. People will not get on planes if at the other end they have to go into a 2-week quarantine. Our job is to actually enable a policy prescription to enable that confidence to be restored. We genuinely believe, and we have been doing the work with Airport de Paris, with others, to gather the data that shows that if there is pre-departure clearance, pre-departure testing, then the probability of being infected on a flight is reduced by 500%. What I'm talking about here is how do you actually restart global tourism? And you do that by, for example, in the travel business and in air travel, by mandating pre-departure testing. A ticket, a test is the global campaign we're running. We are seeking to establish a global standard that will enable that, which will be an open standard. And ICC being ICC, we not only do policy, create standards, we create apps and tools to enable that to happen. And we've created a blockchain-enabled digital verification called ICC AOK Pass, which will enable that to happen. The main thing for us is to get the policy shifted, to get the standard, which we're working on a global basis, an open standard, and then to enable tools so citizens can use it. Our aim is to have 100% COVID-free flights, and that's what we're working on. And if we can do that, we can reestablish the global travel value chain, reestablish opportunity for SMEs and micro SMEs, and frankly, create real value for Southeast Asia, which is our aim. I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. It's been a great opportunity from cold Paris to speak to all the warm hearts in Southeast Asia. I wish you well. And also I look forward to listening to the final stages of this very important conference. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for this action-packed, insightful and hopeful, keynote address. I can't wait, to travel like you. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to Mr. David Morris, Vice Chair of ESBN, to deliver the closing statement. David, please.
Well, thank you very much, George, and thank you, John, for a powerhouse of a presentation there. That was fabulous. And indeed, thank you to all of the speakers today. It's been a very important set of discussions at a time of obviously great risk and great concerns on so many fronts. But there are many areas of opportunity as well. And just while I'm saying thank you, I also want to thank Mark Proksch and the team at ESCAP for putting this together today. This was very timely this year in 2020 to be having these discussions about the challenges facing supply chains. Who would have thought a year ago when we had this meeting in Papua New Guinea and we were talking about a whole range of global challenges for development, that we would be all in this situation this year of lockdown, as some of us are, and facing these very serious challenges for business. I want to just make 5 comments, I suppose, quick, simplistic takeaway comments in just a few minutes. One is that I think we have had to rethink this year this question about critical supply chains, and I agree with John's comment before that actually we've managed this pretty well, and so it's not as if we have faced complete failure on the front of critical supply chains, but this year has been a wake-up call for us to rethink in terms of business, but also in terms of government. How do we ensure going forward that critical supply chains are in place for medical supplies, for food and other critical supplies? So trade is not just about Silk Roads, but it's about Milk Roads. It's about having safe, trustworthy and robust systems in place. And in some cases that may mean some further diversification. It may mean opportunities for more regional sourcing, but in doing so, we must not throw the baby out with the bathwater. We know, as John's just told us, that the competitive advantages, the benefits that come from trade, from regional and from global supply chains are such powerful opportunities if we've got the system working well. And we certainly know that in the Asia Pacific, because that's been the story of the last decades. Our integration into global supply chains has been very successful. And so going forward, we need to make sure at the governance level that we have the frameworks and that we're modernising those frameworks, including, for example, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership and other discussions that are going on around addressing the new sectors and keeping up to date with what we need. So we need not just free trade, but risk-free trade, and risk-free is impossible in the real world, of course, but we at least need to be reducing vulnerabilities, and by ensuring that we keep our minds, as we have in the Asia Pacific, on pragmatism, on openness, the open regionalism and predictability that we've had in our region of the world because of our commitment to free trade and investment flows and cooperative agreements and frameworks. So what has worked for us in the past can continue working for us, and we just have to do it better, and we have to make it more seamless. This means also that we really need governments and business to be working together even better. We need partnerships, and this is not about big or small governments. It's about enabling governments. It's about governments really enabling business and making sure that as we're developing national development plans and we're integrating them with the Sustainable Development Goals, and we're trying to address so many challenges that we have in our region, we have to, at the national level, be really focusing on working with the business sector to ensure its competitiveness and at the same time its inclusiveness and its resilience. One of the really big challenges for us that is happening at the same time as all of these other challenges is technological change, but this brings great opportunities for us in our region. There's enormous innovation, and the digitalisation that has been spurred on this year because of the crisis will serve us well. We are facing risks here. There are risks of huge monopoly players in the digital economy that may not have the interests of SMEs at heart, and we have the risks of weaponisation as well by rather large nation states. And so we've got to be very careful that we're not one-eyed about technology, but that we're clear-eyed about it, and that we actually build robust cybersecurity rules and norms and standards around how the digital economy will work. It's fundamental, and we haven't been paying enough attention to having the rules and standards in place that will be so important for SMEs going forward to be assured of data security and privacy and all of those concerns. And finally, my fifth point is the obvious one of sustainability, that we know it sounds like a slogan that we have to build back better, but really we need a Green New Deal, but even more than that, we need a whole new deal. We do need to be rethinking, and we can take the opportunity of the crisis of this year to really rethink supply chains, to rethink the way we design cities, the way that we manage agriculture, the way we generate energy, all of these things. It all sounds too hard, but actually this year has demonstrated to us that it might be hard, but it's essential that we rethink these things for a sustainable future, because the shocks and the risks coming from climate change are on a much greater scale than those shocks and risks that we've faced this year. So with those closing comments, I want to thank again everybody for participating today, and I want to encourage businesses across the region to be heard, to engage with government, but also engage through us, if you wish, through the Sustainable Business Network of SCAP. We're very keen to be keeping the conversation alive throughout the year, not just at this annual forum, but throughout the year, discussing through the UN platforms and with governments. How can we get stronger partnerships where governments and businesses are working together to address what are common challenges? Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Thank you. Now I have pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Kaveh Zahedi, Deputy Executive Secretary of SCAP. Last but definitely not the least, Executive Secretary, please.
Thank you so much, dear Dr. George Lamb. Thank you for giving me the chance to have a quick final reflection, and also thank you for your dedication and really your leadership on sustainable business in our region of Asia Pacific. We appreciate it. The many distinguished speakers and panelists have covered enormous ground today on the challenges and on the opportunities for global and regional value chains for small and medium-sized enterprises at what is, of course, an unprecedented time in history. I'm not going to try to summarize the richness of that discussion, but again, like David, allow me to touch on a few takeaways that will also be helping us as ESCAP with our work in follow-up to today's conversation. I think above and beyond anything, we heard very loud and clear that the pandemic has, in a way, underscored the importance of SMEs. They form the backbone of economies. Many of our speakers spoke to that. They provide the bulk of employment and are the source of course, entrepreneurism and innovation. And in that sense, governments need to, and probably are, paying more attention to their growth and competitiveness, especially SMEs led and managed by women, I should say that. And to create the policies, the business and climate, the frictionless environment, I heard someone say, that helps them integrate properly and function properly in the global value chains. In a way, I think what we heard is without the full and rapid recovery of SMEs, broader economic recovery will slip further out of reach. At the same time, these SMEs also must adapt, and in many ways are already adapting to a very new reality. And what does that look like? Well, first of all, while the global value chains have indeed been a powerful driver of economic growth in the past, the pandemic, coupled with the current global political panorama, if I can put it that way, might be pointing towards a future where shorter regional and sub-regional supply chains might also be flourishing or playing their part. So how quickly and well the region's SMEs adapt to this shifting and new reality will be an important factor in their growth and even in their survival. Second of all, is these very same supply chains have, of course, shown some fragility. It might be momentary, as we heard in that wonderful intervention by John Denton, but nonetheless, we have seen some fragility. So rehabilitation and recovery of economies from the pandemic must somehow also include attention to rebuilding and strengthening value chains, and indeed strengthening connectivity. Connectivity is, in a way, the glue that binds the parts of the value chain. So improvement in connectivity in terms of ICT, in terms of transport links, trade facilitation, energy, these are all required to make the value chains stronger and allow them to continue expanding. But connectivity also really needs, by definition in a way, multilateral and regional cooperation. We have to build on the many agreements in place with ESCAP and beyond, rather than the inward-looking rhetoric that has emerged during the pandemic and its aftermath. I think, third of all, the pandemic has certainly demonstrated the vital need for digitalization. Deborah said in her panel, it's vital for them for SMEs to be nimble, quick, and digital. And that's exactly right, because digitalization cuts across all the sectors of the economy. And today, many were part of that conversation and were mentioned. E-commerce, e-government, fintech, blockchain, you name it. It is the modality of the future for business, whether large, medium, or small. But this digitization requires strong digital infrastructure in terms of broadband, in terms of adoption of the latest technologies, 5G, and in terms of affordable access for all. Otherwise, we're just creating or widening the existing digital divide. And finally, and this echoes what David finished on, and more than anything, I think the pandemic has underlined the need for sustainability, and we heard it throughout the session. I have to say that even before the pandemic, Asia Pacific was not on track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So it is clear that the lack of investment in people, especially the lack of investment in social protection and health, had left people in our region vulnerable. It was clear that ecosystem degradation played its part in giving rise to the pandemic to begin with, while climate change and air pollution left countries and people more vulnerable to its impacts. So the collective challenge really is, in a way, to give meaning to what has become a rallying call for building back better. For governments, we heard throughout the session that this means aggressively promoting reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, sending the right signals, phasing out fossil fuel subsidies, and really supporting that massive shift and fast, rapid shift towards renewable energy. It also means stricter pollution controls, including on single-use plastics, and we touched on that in one of the sessions as well. And of course, promoting inclusive social enterprises and impact investment. But for businesses, it also means appreciating, as I heard again in the panel, that profitability and sustainability go hand in hand. It means a move into new markets and business models driven by sustainability. And it also means strict and consistent adoption of internationally recognized principles and standards, including the principles of the United Nations Global Compact and the guiding principles on business and human rights. So in that context, I'm really encouraged, we as ESCAP are enormously encouraged by today's discussions, and we really applaud the many initiatives that we heard about leading businesses of the region have implemented. Only a rapid expansion of those initiatives, in a way, a quantum leap in the number of businesses adopting such initiatives, can drive countries towards the sustainability pathways that their future development rests on. So these are really some of the messages, certainly, that resonated with us. But the most important is that we wanted to thank the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network for working with us on this very purpose of sustainability within business, and for working to organize this Asia Pacific Business Forum. So much quality came through, and so much of it is owed to the backing, guidance, and support of the ESBN. So thank you for that. I have been asked by the team to mention that the conclusions and recommendations of this forum don't just end here. They feed into our commission, the ESCAP Commission, the main governmental discussion body in this region, as well as the Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, and from there to the global level, to the high level political forum. So we very much agree with what David said. The voice of business matters. And in that way, we really look forward to continuing our strong partnership and taking stock of the role that many of the businesses represented in this meeting and the institutions who have joined us have played in building forward better when we meet, hopefully in person next year. So thank you really to everyone again for their efforts. And George, I hand back to you.
Thank you, Deputy Executive Secretary, for your overall sum up for the APBF 2020. At this juncture, I need to also thank the ESCAP team, Mark Fox, Mia Mikic, Marit Newsis, and many more. I cannot name them all here. And also the strong technical support and coordination efforts led by Irene Lauchaisri and her capable team, and many unsung heroes behind the scene, volunteers. Without your great dedication and efforts, the APBF 2020 wouldn't have been conducted successfully. And at this juncture, I also like to appeal on behalf of the ESBN, appeal to all the leaders, business leaders from the business sector, again, to work closely with ESCAP. The UN is the global institution that can ensure peace and cooperation, which is what we all need. Let's work together, and I wish you good health, stay safe, stay healthy, and I look forward to a physical, face-to-face APBF next year, hopefully. Thank you. All the best. Meeting adjourned.